A hearty welcome and good morning to all the ladies and gentlemen who have assembled here. We would like to begin today's proceedings. We will now commence the auspicious lighting of the lamp. I request our esteemed dignitaries, our guest of honor, Professor Satyanarayana N. Gumadi, our keynote speaker, Shri Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan, our founder and global chairman of World Hindu Foundation, Swami Vigyananji, along with our patron and director of Mangaltirth Estates, Shri M. Balasubramanian, to kindly join us on stage to light the lamp and mark the beginning of this important day. Now that we are all standing, I request you all to remain standing as we will be firstly, listening to the Tamil Thai Varthu, followed by which Aishwarya will be presenting a small Kadavul Varthu, a small prayer song. So, over to Aishwarya.
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் வதனமென திகழ்பரத கண்டமிதி தெக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே உன் சீரிழமை திறம்பி என்று செய்ய மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
नमस्ते ब्रह्मरूपाय विष्णुरूपाय ते नमः। नमस्ते रुद्ररूपाय विश्वरूपष्परूपाय नमस्ते ब्रह्मचारिणे भक्तप्रियाय देवाय नमस्तुभ्यं विनायकं नमस्तुभ्यं विनायकं भक्तिपूरीशं चरणं गणेश प्रणवाकारं चरणं गणेश विघ्नविनाशं चरणं गणेश विघ्नविनाशं चरणं गणेश विश्वाकारं चरणं गणेश विश्वाकारं चरणं गणेश मूषिकवागन चरणं गणेश मोदकहस्त चरणं गणेश मूषिकवागन चरणं गणेश मोदकहस्त चरणं गणेश वामनरूपा चरणं गणेश विश्वस्वरूपा चरणं गणेश चरणं गणेश चरणं गणेश
Welcome all to the industrial revival driven by Global Hindu Community One-Day Conference. I am Jaya Bhuvaneshwari B, your host and MC for today's event. On behalf of the organizing committee of today's event, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you. The Hindu Economic Forum is a platform that unites Hindu industrialists, businesses, professionals, and thought leaders to foster rapid growth and success. By sharing knowledge, expertise, and resources, HEF encourages collaboration for mutual benefit and supports budding Hindu entrepreneurs. HEF believes that Hindu economic power has the potential to re-emerge as a global leader inspired by the wisdom of our ancestors, create wealth with 100 hands and share with 1,000. Through self-organization and cooperation, Hindus aim to contribute to 16% of the global GDP in line with their population. Our vision is grow together, share together. Our mission, create wealth with 100 hands and share with 1,000 hands. And our philosophy, Dharmasya Moolam Artaha, economy is the strength, by Acharya Chanakya. So I would like to introduce our esteemed dignitaries for the morning inaugural session. We first have our guest of honor, introducing Professor Satyanarayana N. Gummadi, the 14th Dean of Students at IIT Madras. A dedicated chemical engineer and current professor in the Department of Biotechnology, Professor Gummadi has led the Dean of Students Office since 2023, overseeing the largest administrative office on campus, supporting over 10,000 students. His responsibilities span hostel administration, sports, cultural activities, student publications, and discipline, as he heads the board of students, setting policies for student life. With his team, he manages 22 hostels, 11 mess halls, 60 clubs, and major student festivals like Sarang and Shastra, prioritizing the physical and mental well-being of the IIT Madras community. We welcome you, sir. Today, we have Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan as our keynote speaker, the chairman and the managing director of Data Patterns, with over 3 decades of experience in business development, corporate affairs, finance, and marketing. Mr. Rangarajan has been instrumental in driving the company's growth since its inception. He holds a bachelor's degree in chemical engineering from AC College of Technology, University of Madras, and a master's degree in science from the prestigious IIT Madras. Mr. Rangarajan's leadership has earned him several accolades, including the Project Leader Award by the Project Management Association 2018 and the Professional Excellence Award at the Corporate Governance Summit in 2019. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan to share his insights with us today. To officially welcome all our guests and set the tone for today's event, I now invite Shri Ravi Senthil Kumar, the convener of the Chennai chapter, to deliver the welcome address.
Ellarkum vanakkam. Good morning. Namaste. We forgot to introduce one more very important person among us because there was a small change in the chief guest list. So our Bala Subramaniam sir, of Spencer's Plaza, and who's our patron, and today this function is happening, that is because of him. So welcome you, sir. On behalf of Hindu Economic Forum, we welcome our founder and chairman, our Swamiji, Sri Vijnananji, for gracing this occasion. With his presence, we have been so far, many times Swamiji has visited here. Today this is a very special occasion because we are conducting our first conference. So we are very happy to have you here, sir. We had in the list, we had some of the guests mentioned, but unfortunately for various reasons, they are unable to make it. Mainly Dr. Kamakoti sir, he was very much interested to take part of this particular conference. He thought of at least spending some time with us, but unfortunately his daughter's wedding is on December 3rd, so he could not able to make it. So because of that, we have with us Professor Satyanarayana N. Gumidi, Dean of Students. So we are very happy to have you here, sir. And only yesterday we went and invited him. In fact, he skipped one of the event and he came here. So thank you for being with us, sir. In fact, when we started planning for this conference, we wanted a keynote address by somebody who has achieved something in this era, and somebody who can able to inspire all of us, and whose journey will definitely drive many of our young entrepreneurs and Hindu entrepreneurs. So we were making a list and we were looking for whom to invite. And we made a list, and that we had Srinivasa Gopal and Rangarajan sir. But it was not very easy to reach him. Luckily, one of our speaker, Dr. Dev Jaisalvan, I could able to reach him, and I requested him, sir, this is the situation. Luckily, he immediately called Rangarajan sir, and he also immediately agreed. So thanks to Dev Jaisalvan sir for taking this effort, and more than that, accepting to be here and give inspiring keynote address. Thank you for being with us, sir, and we are looking forward to your inspiring, keynote address. So many keep asking that, why Hindu Economic Forum? Swamiji always say, I have met Swamiji in 2015. He keeps saying that, Hindu Economic Forum is a family. First the family, why Hindu economic? Some people, our people are secular, though we are all Hindus, they won't even keep tilak, they are little scared about, even in business meetings, I have seen many forums, they are little scared. So Swamiji always says that, first you have the family has to be intact, and, they have to be healthy. Meaning that, there has to be a peace in family. So we are all Hindu family. Several 100 years back, we were all Hindus here. So if there is a order in the family, we can do something for the state and the country. So we are setting the home in order. So that is what is Hindu Economic Forum is primary objective, and we are helping each other to make everyone, our brethren, first, prosperous through this particular, HEF platform. In 2012, World Hindu Economic Forum was started by Swami Vijnananji, and it's a lighthouse. In the lighthouse, what it does is that, it helps the ships to reach its destination. We all can use this platform to reach our destination. What it does is that it connects with not only Indian Hindu businessman, it connects across the globe. There are many Hindus who are who are shifted to various countries. They wanted to do something for our country and our, India. So this is a platform which connects. And no other organization or platform or networking has this advantage. Maybe there are many forums which can take you to, they'll have regular meetings, there are a set of regular programs they do, but this is something different. So we have to make use of it, and we in India, we have more than now 80 chapters, and it is growing. Abroad, we have in many countries, almost you name any big country, we have a good chapter with a very good lineup of businessmen and technocrats. So, Swamiji has lit a lamp. தமிழ்ல சொல்லணும்னா அந்த ஒரு விளக்கை ஏத்திட்டாரு. அந்த ஒரு விளக்கு வந்து ஒரு வெளிச்சத்தை கொண்டு வரும் ஒரு இடத்துல. What we can do is we can keep the lamp glowing. Second, what we can do is we can light many lamps with that, and we can make other places brighter. So what we are doing today is we are just lighting more lamps. Today we are going to launch 10 more chapters in Tamil Nadu. So in fact, from 2015 onwards, I've attended the first conference in Akkad Hotel. It was organized by R.R. Gopalji and the team. They are not here. I attended that particular meeting, and ever since I attended, I know this is a forum where I can able to contribute. Somehow, sometimes some things will hit you. So that is when I got inspired by Swamiji, but I was not very close to him till 2019. I went and attended the conference in Mumbai. There I met a lot of eminent people from Chennai and Pondicherry. Then we used to have regular meetings in Sri Javarji's home from 2015 to 2019. I used to be there in that meetings, and Javarji used to bring a lot of eminent people, and we always have meetings in his place. But in 2020, we started this Hindu Economic Forum chapter in Chennai. But the moment we started, there was a COVID. We could not able to really scale up. We had 30 plus members. But it was very difficult to manage, because though we had members, we used to organize meetings, but there won't be attendance. There won't be any, we really struggled. In those days, there were two people who was actually supporting us from the back. They were our patrons. One, Mr. Sri Sam Damani ji, who is not with us today, but we would like to, remember his contributions. And very importantly, Sri Balasubramaniam ji, and who is there here. They were the driving force. What happened was, it was going, and we were having 3, 4, 5 members used to come for the meeting. Then we went to Udupi for a conference in 2023. There, the kind of projects what they were doing, and the kind of societal works what they were doing, it was Sivaprasad ji is here. We were really amazed the kind of work the Karnataka chapter was doing, Dakshin Karnataka, and I believe that is the place where like a lot of big businessmen, Shetties were there, and the one day it was like 2 days conference. We were like really, it was something amazed. So what happened? They called all the chapters. We were there, myself, Balasubramanian ji was there, Karthikeyan was there, and Rajiv. We were all there. When we went to the stage, Swamiji felt very bad. He said, Tamil Nadu was always in forefront in trade, in economic activities, politics, freedom movement, and in fact he reminded the Chola dynasty, but he said, in this aspect, Tamil Nadu is not doing anything. So that really hit me. I mean, not hit us, but I really, I didn't take it that much, but then we were coming back, and I have to travel with Bala sir and Rajiv. Bala sir was a little annoyed, and he was keep telling that we must do something. And I said like, okay, what we can do is that, okay sir. Then I started with our team of, people, Secretary Keshavarajan and Nandakumar and Dina, all of them, and Balipan sir later joined. With that we started conducting regular meetings. From 4 people, we have regular meetings. We started, we used to use extensively Spencer Plaza's Mangaltith office, but later we started conducting meetings in Cosmopolitan Club. From 4 to 5, regularly we have 27 to 30 people attending every fortnight. So that is the achievement. What we do, we invite members, they exchange business, they support system, we help each other. That's how we've been doing the last 1 year. And today, that strength, today we are launching with that strength. We requested Swamiji to have this first conference. I've been asking Swamiji, he didn't, only when the time comes he gives, so finally he gave the time, and today we are here. But I must tell, today the last 4 years, the driving force is, behind us is Sri Balasubramaniam ji of Spencer Plaza. I have to mention this because we are all first-gen entrepreneurs. Me or Keshavarajan, Nandakumar, or we were all not that big. We are all entrepreneurs. We used his office. We use his, premises for meetings, and he will organize breakfast. Anytime, whatever you want. In fact, when we were conducting meetings in Cosmopolitan Club, we had a tough time, hiring a projector, and we used to pay hefty charges. Then he bought us a projector. He was behind us, it was like, somebody at his age, he follows up what is happening. He'll even come and attend the meetings, and he'll say, I'm coming late, yeah, sorry, I'll make it. I don't know why he has to do that, because such a stature, and with this, you all know, the Spencer Plaza is owned by him, and he's the director there, and they also have a mall in Coimbatore. Such an inspiration person. Because of him, we are here today. Thank you, Bala sir. So, with that, I would like to also inform we have lined up a very good speakers for today, and every session is being selected, and all of them are having a great knowledge on the subject. You will definitely have a memorable day today. Please sit back and enjoy. And we would like to, once again, thank you all the members who have taken effort to come here. You must have had some difficulties coming in by a lot of restrictions. You would please accept. And if there is anything we didn't make you comfort, please don't mind, because we are a new team. So welcome you all once again for this wonderful day. Thank you.
I think I couldn't have done justice to introducing Balasubramaniam ji, because he shared so many personal anecdotes and stories from their time together. So, but I'm extremely sorry. Welcome to you as well, sir, and pranams to Swamiji. So, moving on, I now would like to call upon Professor Satyanarayana N. Gumadi to address the gathering.
Vanakkam, good morning to all. So I don't know what to say. So I never expected this. I think I had some God blessings to be here into this function. With the blessings of Swamiji, I'm here. Okay. So on behalf of our director and IIT Madras, it's our pleasure to host this function here, and a warm welcome to all of you. Please bear with 20 km/h speed. Okay. And that can be compensated with the beauty of deers and black bugs, endangered species in our campus. Please have a visit to them. And be careful with the very smart people in our campus, the monkeys. Okay? When you carry bags, be careful. It will come in any direction, unexpected way. So I think they are smarter than our students these days. So we try to design monkey-proof dustbins. Within a week, they overcome how to solve that problem. They are much smarter than engineers. Okay, so we are still trying to solve how to make a strong monkey-proof dustbin, which is economical also. Yeah, yeah. So they are. So they learned all the techniques. They're very good observers. So a simple example. The monkeys thought that wearing a backpack, they thought that some books and laptops used to be there. Only when you carry handy bags, they try to attack. Now, after some time, they realize that students are cheating us. They are keeping food and keeping inside. Now, whenever they sense that it's a huge bag is bulged, they feel that some food is there, they try to attack them. So that's how they learn very quickly. So that's the way our monkeys learn. Yeah. So maybe machine learning for them, okay. And today also we have two important events happening in IIT Madras. We just initiated one, which is called Research Conclave, which is happening at the terrace floor near canteen. So when you have time, please go in. So this is the function organized by Center for Innovation. So we have a place called Center for Innovation where we have 14 clubs and 8 international competition teams. Every year they come out with an idea. So this is the first stage of them where idea comes into a life, okay? And we are going to also have a open day in March where this idea will try to come out a product. Okay, so usually we get around 10 to 15% of these ideas comes out as a product. So if you have free time, please go and visit so you can see a lot of innovation thoughts that they're trying to bring into product, which also includes rural technology also, so which might be interesting to most of you. And we also have another event which is going to start now, which is first time we are doing it. It's called Pan IIT Student Governance Summit. Okay, so we are in, it's a completely student-run event where we invited all the students from other IITs who are governing the student bodies here. So most of you may not know, IIT Madras has given more than 200% freedom for students. They have a governance which is similar to our parliament. Okay, I'm just like a president there. So I have a legislative council, I have a speaker, and we also have a judiciary body and so on. They make all the policies of the institute related from academics, placement, everything is done by them. So today we invited students from all other IITs to come and share their practices. What are the good practices? We learn from each other so that all IITs will develop a very transparent and student-friendly and ethical policies to this one. We also have a very strong student team run by Advisors Policy Club. Okay, so where students interact with a lot of speakers, eminent people, try to make policies. And IIT Madras students also has got permission from Parliament. Every year we take selected students from here to parliamentary trip. So where they spend 1 week time in Parliament, meet ministers, and learn how governance is taking place at national level, and try to bring some policies to the next set of elected people in the campus. So not only this, so IIT Madras is also quite familiar for many of you because of the startups that they have initiated from IIT Madras. So for example, the current advisor for innovation, Professor Raj Gopal, so he devised a robotic way of cleaning septic tanks and is implemented in the government, which helps a lot of human workers not to undergo those tough process of cleaning the septic tanks and drainage things. So another prominent thing which is more relevant to this place is what you call as a company called Stellabs. Okay, so this startup is predominantly IoT of dairy system. So entire country they manage starting from cow, what kind of feed has to be supplemented, when to give back treatments for them, everything they manage so that farmers in the country are not to worry about how to manage their cows. Not only to the farmers, but also the industries which makes the dairy products also be helped by this IoT of this company. So all these things have come up because we also created a lot of ecosystem in the country. So where people enter into IIT, we don't want to teach them more. So we want to train them to expose it to various fields. So the Center for Innovation is the starting step for them. Okay, so not only academics and taking jobs, we want our students to be an entrepreneurship. That is the primary goal at this current age. So our director took a challenge last year. So it's called One Parent a Day Challenge. So we have around 550 faculties. So at least 366 patents last year because a leap year. So we are given a lot of drive and enthusiasm, support system. So we could able to cross more than 380 last year. So that was a huge success for us. Now people are trying to see whether we can make 2 patents a day. So there's a patent cell which comes and talks to each faculty, personally take appointment, talks about the research. Is it possible to make a patent? So we're trying to push this. Now director has put another challenge now. This is called Startup Shatam. So 100 startups a year, which means 3 startups in one startup in 3 days. So that's how we have a lot of programs in campus where people are trying to understand the concept of entrepreneurship, because this has to align with the concept of Viksit Bharat. When Viksit Bharat says that 2047 India has to be kind of superpower, it doesn't come just because of getting high salaried jobs and all that. So we should be employers to many people, that IIT students give employment to many people. And that is why our institute is currently focused much on the entrepreneurship. So we have an ecosystem where this Center for Innovation, that what we have discussed now, so where some ideas can be converted into a product. So in the same building innovation hub, we have a team called Nirman. So once Nirman finds them, so Nirman gives 2 phases of funding. They'll give first phase of funding, and then bring them to entrepreneurship skills. So they attach to a entrepreneurship team that teach them what is business model, how to attract venture capitalists, how to get funding and all that. And once they succeed that phase 1, they give second stage of phasing, and they try to get into actual venture capitalists. Once this tries to comes to a product, then we have our own system called Research Park, IITM Research Park. So the students from here itself can directly go and start a startup company, IITM Research Park, which is a Section 8 company, part of IIT Madras. So yesterday also I went for Research Park. I found very interesting result that out of there are more than 380 startups are there in the Research Park, more than 60% are from outside. No surprise, not from IIT Madras. So this is basically gels well with our director vision of IITM for all. So more than 60% people took up a startup job, startup in IIT Madras, which is very eco-friendly step. And the way IIT Madras Research Park works is also they give credits. Okay, for example, I have a startup in Research Park. Then if I take 5 students internship to this one, my salary, my rental income will come down. Okay, so if I go and teach a class to the students of IIT Madras related to industrial experience, again my rent will further comes down. So basically we would like to interact how the startup company industry has to interact with IIT Madras community, so that it is mutual beneficial to both of them, plus their rental also comes down, mutual growth will happen. So that's the concept in which Research Park is working. So it is doing very well. So there also we have a separate sector where it's called RUTAC section, so where they take care of all rural technologies development, incubation cells, and they are doing it all. So in addition to that, we also have something called entrepreneurship cell. This is also run by a team of 300 students who conduct throughout the year programs, competitions, not only in the here, so they will go to other institutes, colleges, explain about what is entrepreneurship, how to make entrepreneurship cell in their this thing. And every year, March, this year, we also have E-Summit. Every year we conduct E-Summit. This is the 10th E-Summit. We are going to have it in IIT Madras in March. So it's a huge event where, so a lot of more than 100 to 150 young entrepreneurs will come and attend this meeting to showcase their products. And a lot of venture capitalists will come and exhibit and examine these things, and then take it up and pick a good connections will happen. So those who are interested in finding a good, want to sponsor a entrepreneurs, young entrepreneurs, or get a feedback from about these things, so please join E-Summit, which is going to happen in near future. And the last most important thing that what we are trying to do is that IITM is not only educate students of our campus, we educate a lot of students from outside. For example, we started online data science program, where more than 25,000 students are taking this education from IIT Madras. And what we also initiated is that it is called Rural Interaction Program, where IIT Madras created more than 250 to 300 centers in the rural villages, where students don't have facilities to have a computer and all these things. So we have a Pravartik, which is also Section 8 company of IIT Madras, with Asha Foundation. So those rural villages, we will have in one place, we'll have a connectivity to a TV, internet. So teachers and alumnus from here will teach the village children in their native language. If it is Tamil Nadu, they will teach in Tamil the concepts of physics, science, chemistry, maths, biology. So helping rural students to study well and perform. There are a lot of students from rural villages now come to higher studies in other institutes. So in IIT itself, last year we have 5 students from Tamil Nadu State Board schools who have joined IIT Madras for BTech programs. So every year now, constantly people from Tamil Nadu State Board government schools are coming to this higher institutional education program, which we are really happy about doing this thing. And we also have something called Students Club, which is called iVillage. So iVillage is not internet village, it is IITM for villages. So this set of students do a lot of contributions to the rural people. So these students will go to every year some rural districts in Tamil Nadu, Andhra, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan. They went to all the places. So these people go there and talk to people and talk to kids there. So explain them what kind of higher educations are there, what to do it. And once in a year, we select certain students from a rural village. So usually they pick girl students. And with the teachers, they'll come and stay 1 week in the campus. So the students are exposed to IIT. This 1 week, they were exposed to programs like communication because they can't speak much English. So we give a small communication programs. So we give them basic computer knowledge to them. We expose them to 3D printing. And so they will do a lot of other activities. So at the end of the day, and our students will be mentors for them. They will keep in touch. They will ask whatever doubts they have. And students feel very happy about this program. For example, one girl student of 8th standard said after the end of the program, she said, I want to join IIT Madras for aerospace engineering. We said, well, why aerospace engineering? Why don't you computer science? She said, I want to become a pilot. I want to run a pilot. After coming here, I want to design the airplane. I don't want to run the pilot. I want to become aerospace engineer. So that is the kind of motivation that village children will get exposed, and our students have spent a lot of time with them. And every year we have cultural programs, Shastra and Sarang. So we bring iVillage stall, where rural women come and keep a food stall, and which is the most hit stall. So all over people coming from north and other people, they like the kuri paniyaram, kaldosa, and the kind of their country herbal drinks that they give. So it's a very huge popular this thing. So the different ways by which IIT Madras is not only for our students, but we are trying to cover up whatever possible extent to touch upon the country and the society to make an impact on them. I think this is also a very good opportunity to interact with the people. If you have any entrepreneurship thing or anything that need to be done with IIT Madras, we are really happy and open to collaborate with this program. So I will thank the organizing committee for giving me an opportunity and to share a few things about IIT Madras. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. From all the jokes he initially cracked, I was just wondering how happy the students would have to have him as their dean. And then when he started talking about IIT, I just realized how proud he is of his institute. And he also gave a lot of examples of why it makes sense for this event to happen at this venue. So thank you so much for your speech, sir. I would now like to call upon Shri Bala Subramaniam to felicitate, Swamiji to felicitate Professor Satyanarayana. Before we move on to the most awaited keynote speech for the day, I would like to request Shri Bala Subramaniam ji to honor our Swamiji with a mala. Thank you, and once again pranams to Swamiji. So I don't want to take more time. I now call upon Shri Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan to present his much awaited keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. Respected Swami Vigyanandanji, founder of global chairman of World Hindu Foundation, Professor Satyanarayana Gumidi, Dean of Students, IIT Madras, Mr. Balasubramaniam, members of the World Hindu Foundation and Hindu Economic Foundation, dignitaries and speakers in the following sessions, my fellow entrepreneurs, there are quite a few of them here, academicians, and the organizing committee of this great institution, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you, sir, for having invited me for this event. It's indeed an honor to be here. For more than one reason. I was here about 45 years back in IIT Madras, and it's on the other side. Listen to your dignitaries here and various speakers of eminence. I never thought I'll be sitting in this side of the hall and talking to somebody and share my thoughts. Thank you very much for this. But actually, this is a very humbling moment for me. When I came here about 8:40, 8:50, of course, first was this 20 kilometers caught me. I didn't realize it. So I was flagged down in 10 minutes. They gave me a bhashan. Then some good Samaritan allowed me to go through. And then I was introduced to Swamiji, and I sat and then met some of the dignitaries here, Dr. Rajkumar, all of them. And since the event started a bit late, I was fortunate that I could listen to them. I am telling you, sir, Swamiji, sir, that I don't know whether I wasted my life the last 40, 50 years after listening to you. I think he should be here, not me. I was trying to do a small thing, trying to build something, make a living for myself, creating my own problems and grappling with them, and try to see how to get out of that. My journey has been 40-odd years, only that. But I'm listening to him speak about various events and the kind of exposure he has and the vision he has for our Hindu society and what we should be doing and the contribution he expects from Hindu people was astounding. I could not open my mouth. I was just listening to you, sir. And you have suggested a book. I will go and buy that and start reading. Maybe my journey starts today. I am very, very thankful for this organizing committee and thankful that I could meet you and listen to you for those few moments. And Dr. Rajkumar was keying you, and I was very happy he was doing that. So he could, again, give back a repertoire, which was very nice and more so rounded. Thank you very much, Swamiji, and very happy to be here with you. So after listening to that, I don't know what to speak here. I was told by Mr. Ravi that, there's going to be a lot of entrepreneurs. Maybe you could share your experience with them. But looking at the audience here, you're all accomplished entrepreneurs. This is not something which I can share. Maybe you should all be, and I should have probably been the other side listening to you. But I've been asked to do a job. So let me see where I start and where I end. I hope my limited journey in life, gives some views. And what if not here, he was saying it's on YouTube, maybe some youngsters are listening. Maybe it may make some sense to them. I don't know, but anyway. To bring context to why I'm here and to discuss our journey, I started this company post IIT Madras. For 4 years I worked as a sales executive in a Bangalore company, and then said I will start a company on my own. This business, I needed to be an entrepreneur, was there right from school, college. And I was blinded by that urge to do something. Of course, I didn't see the reality of what a business is. I started Data Patterns India, 1985. I had a decently happy childhood. I was a gold medalist in school. I played for state Tamil Nadu in table tennis. So I have a lot of friends. And I always thought I can succeed in anything. I had a simple notion. Success will happen if you work very hard, honest, and keep persisting. That is all you need. Success will happen, because this is the kind of confidence I had in my past. You keep working hard, you improve. So I had a very simplistic view of life. Then I started data patterns, and then the complications started in my life. It was never what I wanted, what I expected. Of course, today, after 40 odd years, we have about 1,500 people working with us. Specialize in defense and aerospace electronic systems. We build everything in India. From inception, we've never imported any technology. This is one thing I want to convey to Swamiji, because he says, we need to think, you need to do things here. So we were fortunate that this was always within us to design and build systems in India. We never import. From inception, we've never imported any hardware. We design everything here. Matter of fact, way back in 1990s, when people are building products, we built our own real-time multitasking interpreter basic language. So we did things ahead of time, which didn't help my business anyway, but satisfied this engineer in you to say we can do this. So we have about 1,000 engineers working with us, nearly 1,000 engineers working with us. We took the company public in December of 2021. Today, the market cap of the company is about 12,000 crores. But I didn't imagine all this. This is all very nice now, but the journey has not been anything very close to what I'm telling you now. And it's not, I know for a fact, in future, it is not going to be close to what I'm telling you now, because this journey starts. We are actually like Professor was saying, some startups here. We are like some 50 startups in our office. Only thing is we have process, we have infrastructure, we have money, and we have enormous ideas to do things in India. So we are like 50 startups. So our journey actually starting now, and not so many years back. So it is still, like they say, the path to heaven is piled with stones. So I'm ready to take that journey across. We need to do this further, not to give up. So that was where it is today. But let me go back how it started. Don't worry, sir, don't worry. No, I'll handle it. Thank you, thank you. So, see, normally I thought, we were a bit ahead of India. So we went after marketing computers. This is all before IBM PC days. We're talking 40 odd years back. So I had an idea that computers can be used for other purposes other than data processing. And US and Europe was using computers for other applications. So why don't we first and then build, instrument automation products out of computers. I had some confidence that we could make this happen, but I didn't know electronics. Sir, like Professor Professor here, where I'm a chemical engineer, so I didn't know, I left electronics in choice in my college. So obviously, I was always wondering why diode had an end, which is closed. That means electron won't go. Actually, it goes the other side, but I didn't know that also. So with that kind of background, it's absolute foolishness to start a development company, building products in electronics. So I had a customer support engineer. I thought he was a very good engineer. I said, why don't you do this? There is some niche markets here. Instead of importing, why don't you build here in India? He said, okay. I just got married about 9 months back. My wife was 19, 20 years old. She's still in college. I don't know what got into me. I said, let me start this company. So first thing, I resigned, went and borrowed money from TAIC, something like about 5.7 lakhs. It was enormous amount of money. And we didn't have money. We were part of a middle class joint family in Chennai. So we had education. I thought I can make this happen. So I borrowed money, started this venture. So no fixed assets. A lot of people, what they do is, they make some money, immediately go buy a house. I did a frugal living. We built a house probably 5 years back, all along living in a rented apartment, all through my life, because that money is necessary to build the organization. We never bought computers, always rented accommodation, rented computers, rented air conditioners, rented furniture, rented everything. Nothing is owned. Only IP development we did. Only product development IP, everything else is rented. Of course, IP is not recognized an asset by our banks, so they will not pay me anything for that also. So that even today, very difficult, software is not an IP. So though India is a software country, you cannot say as an IP and you're going to borrow for that. Of course, things have changed in banking. Startups are all there. But anyway, those days it didn't happen all that. So no term loan, everything. This is how the organization was. I said these are inputs. Then second is, when we are in dire need of money, I'm sure some of you as entrepreneurs, hopefully you have not gone through what I went through, but if they have gone through, you would say there's a large temptation to boost up your debtors, boost up your assets, working capital. So working capital can go up, you can borrow more. There's one thing which I said we'll never do because it's a trap. Once you get caught, you don't know how to come out of it. So never do, keep the lines clean. And these are the bylaws with which we started my second term after the bubonic mistake I did, starting this company. Then we started building products, IP and products. We built products. We were actually built a lot of products for Department of Space. All the launch vehicle program, almost 95% of what is flying in the launch vehicle, the test systems are supplied by us as a single vendor because we are the only company designing everything from scratch. The launch countdown system in Sriharikota was completely designed by us in 2002, delivered. It is operational in 2024 after 22 years without any AMC or maintenance from us. So then we said, how do we go this? Because this is not really scaling. ISRO is a good organization, but you don't scale. The numbers are very limited. Then we went to defense and then started DRDO and started developing products there. We started with cockpit displays for LCA, mission systems and things like that. They all promised hundreds will follow once you do the aircraft systems because numbers are there. But that all turned. Then we start understanding government. What they say and what they do are two different things. We need to be very clear about it and understand it, respect them, but understand ground realities because you can't be taken by all of this. It took 15 years after that to get some volumes actually. So we went all around DRDO, but one thing we wanted to do, I wanted to build electronics world class. So we went and took contracts all over DRDO. We do everything in electronics. Probably the only company in India in defense who design everything from microvolt to microwave 40 gigahertz, the processor, your Xeon processor, anything, power, high voltage, 40, everything we design in-house. There's no single company who does all of them in India. We did this, we did our own domain, and then we started moving into big systems because we were always wondering, 2006, 2008, India should open up to Indians. It is a completely closed game in defense. India was not open to Indians. It started changing now. In a tender comes from MOD, I can't even quote because I'm not eligible to quote. Only foreigners can quote 15 years back. So this is the system and they put everything in government institutions. Will only do public sector units and DRDO will do the design, public sector units will produce. And we are all clapping small little things, try to do in L1 business and do. There's no scaling as possible. So this is the game which is loaded on. Dice is loaded against us, even if you want to willing. So we went through, it took a long time. So this is what happened. But then the other learnings as we went in the last 15, we just understood electronics. So since I was a chemical engineer, I was sitting with the electronics guys and understanding and learning. And when DRDO says, okay, 2002 you deliver, in 2003 you're going to, product order will come, you put a missile onboard computer, it will come after 6 years, 2 pieces will come. It's never in production. 2 pieces in 6 years. Now one engineer would have trained, she or he would have done some work, not documented properly, and she goes to HCL, goes to Honeywell. Every multinational organizations have more than 1,000 people of data patterns. Matter of fact, you go to Ambattur HCL, more than 500 engineers are there. And go to Honeywell, they say, Engineers Day, Ranga, you come and speak. After that, 25 fellows will come and take photograph with me. Sir, I started life here with data patterns. So it's not a good moment for me. I'm very upset when I hear this. But I have to smile, okay, and say, thank you, very good, you've done well for yourself. So we started losing people. We were losing because we are a trained resource. Matter of fact, they also said, bring more people, you'll get 3 months extra salary. So incentives was there for people to take it because they have understood the technology very well, tuned into understanding systems. So then we realized this is not on. So, and we took young engineers. So they'll make mistakes. And we were turning, because I was also learning with them, all the data, because I was reading with them. We started learning together. I realized, as you look back, I realized that we have very good engineers in India. Very good engineers. The only thing, when they come fresh, they don't know. So you need to guide, put some bit of leadership, work with them. They'll make mistakes, make them do it second time, third time. Then they start understanding it. Then they can build world-class products. You need to believe in them, work with them. And while you're doing that, if you do that over a period of years, you start building a team which is there with shared vision. This is one thing we started doing. We want to be a big company. We want to do everything in India. We will not import. Let us build products in India world class. Not so-called India class those days. Because see, unfortunately, I have to, in front of Swamiji, I don't want to say India in a derogatory fashion, but unfortunately, we have started believing that we have to get out of that nonsense. But anyway, we started. So world class, it has to be done. So we started putting a team together. Matter of fact, my CTO is 36 years in data patterns. Okay, so he designed. So we have a group, more than 250 engineers, more than 15 years in data patterns. Okay, so that is how we started building a team. And then we said, okay, what happens if people come and people go? Knowledge goes with them and it's not documented. So we spent a number of years trying to document the process, design documentation, production documentation, test infrastructure, guidelines, checklists for every activity which we did. The process documentation became a foundation to build quality and build growth. We spent a lot of time in process. See, this is something which engineers have to do. And MSME, what happens when you work with your hands, you think you will not do it. But luckily I had a problem, I didn't know anything. So I had to rely on somebody, and the guy lost, so I need to find replacement. So we said, let's start documenting. We have to have process to build. And as a startup company, young company, you don't build process because you go and solve the problem. But you are not going to solve problem for life. Your life is limited. You are playing a role. Play a role and get out. And do the role professionally. This is what we need to do. So we started building process. We have outstanding process and defect investigation and procedures. So this is needed. So that built the foundation. The third, which we did is IP development and complete product development. We started doing this. So this is then said, okay, now we can build systems. So this is what we started doing. And let me see if I've the other important thing is ups and downs are always there. I've got used to it by then. Many years of ups and downs. So anything we perceive is going to happen, it will never happen. That is one thing for sure. But one thing is persevere. We continue to do. We don't let go. We keep doing. I'm telling you, that has helped us stay the line. And then people come, people go. Companies come and public go. We will never go. We will keep doing it, build the system, give you quality products as you go along. Then, so that is what we did. So the third portion is this: we need to have a quality product. If you don't have good quality, nothing comes out. We realize that failures are not going to be accepted. And in small companies, when you have 5 people, 7 people, give them 50 or 100, what happens is you stop doing your things. You say, get that guy and do. And then you don't focus on process, don't quality. It starts going down. That quality is of outstanding importance. Even in small 2-man companies, if you persist on quality, it has to be world-class quality. It may be very, very complex. You won't have the money. You will not have the wherewithal to do it. But you have to beg, borrow, steal, but do it. Because that if you do it, it will bring you long-term business. Because the quality takes a whole lot of issues. You need to have quality in any activity. Whatever you do in life, you need to have quality, and it has to be outstanding quality. So this is something which we focused on. And then we built large products. The other thing which we did before going public, I said, we need to create prosperity and wealth. So these guys have worked with me 35 years, 15 years, 20 years. They had enormous opportunity going out from data patterns, go to Honeywell, go to IBM, go anywhere. They are so well qualified to do things, but they stayed back with me. So before we went public, 19% of the company, I gave it away to my employees. Okay, so let us build them, because without them, this company would have not happened at all. And I'm very emotionally attached to the company and the people who worked with me. They're my boys. So we said we do this. Then some few people obviously sold, bought houses and all those things. Now I think about 13% are still shareholders in the company. They're probably worth about 1,500 crores plus today. So The idea is to build a bigger tomorrow for everybody. It's not me, it's an organization. And when she read that do with 100, give to 1,000, I was thinking, okay, we should do more. Okay, we should do more. So we need to do this. So, okay, all this has happened. There are some learnings, but what next? Our journey is just started. We need to build world-class company. We need to do this. And when we do electronic warfare systems, we do everything, whole lot of stuff. So after going public last year, I said, let us start the second journey now and build world-class. India doesn't do anything in India. Defense is a completely imported entity. We don't do anything here. Of course, we have a lot of institutions, government institutions. They do try to do something, very delayed. Don't save all this and distribute, please, because they are my customers. Okay, so we started. So we said, let us build. Our competition is foreigners. Our competition is not BEL, HAL, anybody else in India. We should compete with world-class products. And unfortunately, what happens is when you go for a bid, you already should have a product. In India, when we buy, they have to have what is called as no cost, no commitment evaluation trials, field evaluation. The product is actually put there in the trials and evaluated. Once you cross the evaluation trial, commercial bid is opened and L1 gets the contract. So there is no question of actually trying to scale the company without having products. And these are all huge products, big products. My working with DRDO, with whatever small subsystems, we don't allow you to do systems, so we do subsystems for them. And then production order comes for 5, 7, 9 years. I'm addressing market size of probably 2,000-3,000 crores, and we do part of it. This is not scale. And when you have so many years of experience, and whenever a foreigner comes here, when you tell them this is what I do, he says, no, you should be $1 billion plus company. What are you doing here? So the foreigners completely recognize what we do. They're saying outstanding engineering. But that doesn't happen in India because the system is different here. But this is the system we are dealt with. I can't change the system. I have to deal with it and be, of course, it frustrates you, but you have to play the game. So let's play the game. So we raised 500 crores from market to only do product development. We did this in last March. Develop products. This is now, we are developing products. Let's say if a fighter aircraft, Sukhoi 30, MiG-29K, whatever the aircrafts, they're all very old. They're flying, but the sensors are not flying. We can't fight a war because all this is necessary. And DRDO people are doing something, and our PM has now said, do it in India. No more import. With this kind of backing, we somehow have to prove that Indians can do it. But nobody believes when I go and talk to air chief or deputy chief, air staff, can you do it? No, come with the product, Rangarajan, you know. You say this, everybody says it. It's never done in India. Nobody can do except DRDO. So we raised money. He said, let us build. The product's almost coming next 2-3 months. We will show them in air show. We want to demonstrate. We're building the fire control radar, which is going to nose cone of your fighter aircraft, Sukhoi 30, and full system is being designed by us. The electronic pod, jammer pods with wing tips and whatever it is, full aerodynamic design, all of them we're doing. And that's also be ready in the next 4-5 months. So we're doing a number of products India has not seen, which is still now imported. Our idea is to try to build India, build scale, build and then export. So this is what we want to do. The journey is just started. It's 1 year now, and we have a lot of competition. Everybody doesn't like what we're doing. But anyway, that is like Swamiji said, let them do what they have to do. That is their dharma. You need to do what we need to do. Whatever you told, sir, it has completely telling effect on me. Everything. Okay, we have to do our dharma. We will protect ourselves. Why are you saying that guy is he has to do, he is the enemy. We need to protect ourselves. We have to be strong. We will stand up. So we need to do. So we start building. And the entire office thinks like me. Everybody thinks. You come and talk to anybody, they'll talk the same language. So the idea is a shared vision, commitment levels, which is take us grow here. So we want to grow. So we want to look at a total addressable market of 20-30,000 crores, in which case I can be a 3,000, 5,000 crore company, and then I can export all this. When a full product is there, we export and make it scale. So we've given ourselves some targets, trying to build systems. And what is it we want to do? We're trying to do this. But for all this, what you hand, we must understand today India is a happening place. This is not India 20, 30 years back, 15 years back. India is a happening place today. And as somebody was saying, centuries ago, some few hundreds, 10 centuries ago, India was, was trading about 30% of world trade was doing. And we are doing 4% of world trade today. It is such a shame. Somewhere in the line, we lost out to so many people, and then lost belief in ourselves. We need to bring back the belief in us that we can do this, and then nobody's going to support you except ourselves. And we have to do it and prove it to ourselves, because we deserve to prove to ourselves that we can do it. So we need to do this. So it's a good place now. India is the most happening place in India. So whoever entrepreneurs who are starting in India, startup companies, IIT Madras, whatever you're saying, yes, you will have a lot of problems, but it's happening. Opportunities are there. It is up to you to understand the opportunity and address the opportunity and take it next level. So hopefully all of us will join and do this. So you need to have faith in ourselves and build this journey. So if you look at in conclusion what I would like to say, whoever is an entrepreneur, I think all of you have gone through this. This journey is very tough. Don't think as I was so foolish to say, I did one-on-one, I beat this guy, I beat that guy, I can beat anybody. No, it doesn't happen like that. The whole system is so loaded against you. You need to understand the big picture and then do this. For example, like you're talking big picture, I've never understood the big picture, what all you're doing. My mind is opening out now. Please understand the big picture. It's a very tough journey. You need to commit yourself and persist. It's a long-term game. It is not a short-term. Some people are lucky, but all the luck is not there with everybody. So we don't depend on luck. We try to persist, implement, go the next journey. And point is, take a long-term, never give up. This is what helped us. Never give up. Of course, journey was tough, but never give up, because at the end of the day, there's a tunnel, there's a light in the tunnel, and it will happen. You will learn from your mistakes and make it happen. The other thing which we've done is don't take shortcuts. If you take shortcuts, you will get out of things which you cannot control. Even what you do right, you can't control. Imagine do something wrong, you will never control it. So please do that dharma properly, do the right thing now. So face up to action at that point in time instead of postponing things next day. And I have found in the last 30-40 years of working with engineers and people in India, Indians are largely good people, very honest and very hardworking. Trust them. Please trust them, because they will be with you. Work with them and build them with you. Learn from them that what you're doing is wrong. They will tell you, listen to them. Be patient with them. And then you will have a shared vision which can happen. And they will take the company next level. You can't do it alone. Nobody can do this alone. Please do this. And the other thing is quality. Focus on quality. There's no replacement to quality. You have to focus on quality. Like I said, India is growing. The government is for India. They do not want imports. Atmanirbhar Bharat is very real. 5 years back, we thought it is some kind of statement made with some lion and some gearboxes inside, but that's not true. We know from practice that it is true. And of course, it's still not easy. It's complex, very, very complex. Any government institution and dealing with government is the most complex thing you'll ever try to do. I think maybe maybe just next to doctors, because human body is very complex. Next is government, I think. So, so, but we need to understand, go through the things, get up again, run, don't let go. So you need to do this. Today is the time. I believe today is the time. So we are like a startup now. Today is the time. I would say that let's think big. India cannot think small now. There's no longer race small. We have to think very big. Take your people along, build, dream big, build big. I think India is the time. It's growing. And we need to not only build something big, build our society, build our country. And that has to be there. And we need to focus ourselves to doing this. This Make in India was there, but in my office we've had a insignia everywhere we go. It'll be made in India with pride. Okay. And today we are adding designed and made in India with pride. Okay, that's what we have. And this has been there for the last 25 years in any air show, whatever is it, designed, made in India with pride. We need to have pride in what we do. If you don't have pride in what we do, you'll never do a good job. It is a reflection of us. Our product is a reflection of us. You will not want to picture yourself as a bad guy. Obviously not. You want to be a good guy. So make that damn product good guy. It's pride. So pride is important in what we do. It will help us next day morning with against all odds. You will dream about how the problem will be solved at 2 o'clock in the night. Morning when you wake up, the problem will get solved. It automatically happens because the commitment level is so high, the problem will get solved. It is to be solved, and to be solved by you only. So it will solve. So this is my short journey. It's a lot of mistakes. I'm going to commit more, I believe, but we want to think big. I have a lovely team with me. They have been with me and built the company. So I wish that we do big things in India, and India has to grow. We are very committed. And morning listening to Swamiji was really moved me. I have to also start educating myself. See, I've lived a very simple life. Just focus on this, and that life will take care. Unfortunately, last 40 years I've done that. Now maybe the vision will grow, because the time has come maybe to meet you, and the vision should grow. Maybe it's all written. So let us hope that God is kind and pushed me all this possible. Thank you very much, sir, for having me here. I hope I'm able to translate some of my things. Of course, all of you are very already achievers. I don't know whether I've shared anything which you've already not done. And it is, I didn't speak Hindu here, but as a society, I think we are all here, and we should grow here. Thank you very much. Jai Hind. Made in India with pride.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Pardon my film reference, but when I was listening to him speak, I just wondered, sorry, I'm an entertainment journalist, so it just comes naturally to me. When we watch films, we would like to watch relatable stories, right? More than just over-researched script or whatever. We like watching relatable stories where we can relate. We can relate to the hardships, the success, and everything. I think sir had a speech of where he spoke about his life, and that was the most inspiring thing. I think a lot of people could relate. Some others would be inspired by his life and would maybe try not to make the mistakes he did, learn from his mistakes, and also get inspired by his success. So thank you so much, sir, for this keynote address. We're all inspired by your journey. I now request Shri Swamiji to felicitate Shri Srinivasa Gopal and Rangarajan. Thank you. So we're moving on to a significant moment in today's program. We will now launch 10 new chapters of the Hindu Economic Forum in key regions. I call upon Shri Ravi Senthilkumar ji to take over the stage for the same.
Namaste. Without further delay, நம்ம வந்து ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்டான இந்த இனாகரல் செஷன் ஓட முக்கியமான ஒரு நிகழ்வு. அதாவது இந்த 10 சாப்டர் லான்ச்ங்கிறது வந்து we had just one chapter. From there we are going to nowhere to everywhere. So first of all I would like to இந்த ஆர்டர்ல பாத்தீங்கன்னா பாண்டிச்சேரி கோயம்புத்தூர் we had a chapter, in fact the same time or before, but for various reasons today again we are reloading, and I request the Coimbatore chapter team, the coordinators, to come on stage. Please, can you play the AV? I request the Coimbatore chapter members to come on stage and receive the chapter launch. So there is Vivek Sharma, Rajiv and Venugopalanji. We request the Puducherry chapter. Shivashankar sir is a sitting MLA, and the President Amarnath sir is not here. On behalf of Puducherry chapter, Shivashankar sir will receive the. The next is Dindikal. Dindikal chapter, the beauty is the moment we've been asking for Krishnamurthy sir. இவரை ரெஃபர் பண்ணது வந்து the moment we've been requesting அங்க இருக்கிற ஒரு பெரிய பிசினஸ் மேன் முருகேசன் அவர்கிட்ட கேட்டுட்டே இருந்தோம். அவர் வந்து கிருஷ்ணமூர்த்தி அப்படிங்கிறவரை இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ணாரு. இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் பண்ண ஒரு 3 daysல 50 members he has added, and then nowhere it is first time with 50 people we are starting the chapter. He could not be here ஏனா அவர் இங்க வர முடியல. அவருக்கு வேற ஒரு ப்ரோகிராம் இருக்கனால அவரால இங்க வர முடியல. Thank you Mr. Gunasekharan and team for being part of this particular day. Madurai, Bahiran is an advocate and his father is very much associated with Sun. மதுரை வந்து ஒரு முக்கியமான ஒரு நகரம். அங்க வந்து நிறைய ஆக்டிவிட்டீஸ் வந்து எதிர்பார்க்கிறோம். தேங்க்யூ பகீரதன். ஈரோடுல இருந்து ஒரு கிட்டத்தட்ட நம்ம இருந்து ஒரு பிக் ரெப்ரசன்டேஷன். இளங்கோ சார் அண்ட் தேர் டீம். Request Tambaram chapter in charge. Saktival sir, please come on stage. அடுத்த ஒரு மிக முக்கியமான ஒரு நகரம் கன்னியாகுமரி. கன்னியாகுமரியில வந்து நம்ம ரொம்ப நாளா ட்ரை பண்ணிட்டு பேசிட்டே இருந்தோம். இன்னைக்கு வந்து ஃபேண்டாஸ்டிக் டீம், பட் ஒன்லி 2 பேர் தான் இங்க வர முடிஞ்சது. ப்ளீஸ் ஏன் என்ன next is Thiruvatiyur. Sorry, not yet. Ravish. What is the next? Pollachi சாப்டர் இன்னைக்கு லான்ச் பண்றதா இருந்தது. அவர் வர வேண்டியது இன்னைக்கு அன்ஃபார்ச்சுனேட்லி he didn't come. So Sir, with that, we'll close. Only 10 chapters we planned. As of now, we've got 8, and the rest we will, as and when they come, we'll launch. We'll move on to, since we don't have time, we'll move on to the vote of thanks and, next, please. Okay, then. We have two sponsors,
Okay, so before a small note of gratitude, we would like to felicitate our sponsors without whom this event wouldn't have been possible. I request Swami Vigyananji to kindly present the memento and honor our sponsors. Shri Shiva, brand head of ARS Steels, I would request you to please come on the stage. Next, Shri Sendil Kumar, Director, Chennai Radha Engineering Works. So ARS Steels. ARS Steels. Thank you for your contribution, sir. And Shri Mohan, Director, Kaveri Hospitals. Okay. Yeah, we also have the chairman of Kaveri Hospitals. Again, a heartfelt gratitude from the organization committee for your contributions to make this event possible today. So to conclude this inaugural session, I now invite Shri Valliyappan, the treasurer of the Chennai chapter, to deliver a note of gratitude to the esteemed guests, speakers and contributors who have made this event and especially this inaugural session possible. Over to you, Shri Valliyappan ji.
I'm extremely glad to receive all of you good guests and members and our core team members and Swamiji and our inspiration talk by our Rangarajanji, really inspiring us and giving us good motivation to all our new entrepreneurship, so that we can have a good, we can take us as directories for MSMP enterprises. That much has got experience, has shared his experiences. We are really grateful for your presence today, sir. And besides Swamiji, our lot of chapters, our 10 chapters out of 8 has been, people have come. We are really grateful for the organizers for making it. And besides that, we want sponsors of our Kaveri Hospital, our Chandramohanji Director Ji, and our Sendil Kumar Ji, crew, Sri Radha Engineering Works, and smart, fair people who have contributed and made it successful this event. Thank you for giving us a good opportunity and made a good gathering of good guests and make a launch is a successful event. Thank you.
Sorry, there are a few could not able to thank some of them, so I just finished the whatever is gaps. Mainly, I must thank Sudarshan sir and Sasi sir for providing all the support from IIT side. Thanks a lot, Sudarshan sir. And ARS Steel, who has been the sponsor, and in a phone call, not even just sent a message, and he immediately supported. So all those sponsors were here, and they're, without them, we couldn't have organized this event. And our team members, like our secretary, Keshavarajan, Nandakumar, Dina, mainly our blue eye boy Ramana. They day and night they worked, and today we could able to make this event. We are just handful. This particular event is made possible by only handful of people 5 to 7 people, though we had many. So I'm sure in coming days we'll have more team. And thanks a lot for all the chapter members taking time and traveled from your native place, and from Erode chapters and Coimbatore, Madurai, Kanyakumari. People have traveled from there. It is not that easy. They've come here only for this. So we thank all the chapter members, and we look forward to your support in coming days and have much bigger event in coming days. So and finally, we thank all of you for being here on time for this first session, and we were a little delayed. Please bear with us. So we'll next move on to just quickly finish our tea break, and then we'll start the session in 10 minutes time. Please can come back. We are delayed. Please bear with us.
Okay, as Ravi uncle announced, there's tea outside, so please help yourself. And please be back in 10 minutes. I think all of us are excited to start the
140 metric ton in a day against a design capacity of 1800 metric ton, which was achieved in Longigut Vedanta plant. The second one for the continuous highest ash evacuation appreciation with incentive rules 24,33,750 for the month of April 15 to April 18 period in Yamuna Nagar power
I
plant
request the
in
audience
Haryana.
to please be seated. Let's start with our first session.
In the field of EPC, that is engineering, procurement and construction, and also build, operate and own.
I request all participants to please take their seats.
Just remind them that the restrooms are on that side and water is in the opposite. Just remind them once before you start.
Participants, please take your seats. Participants, please take your seats. Let's start the session in another 2 minutes. I request everyone to please be seated.
Can you just ask the person to come and introduce?
You want me to do it, right?
No, there is a person who's going to introduce the speakers, correct?
Yeah.
Ask him to.
The speaker, Shri Ramanan, right? First, let me start with the basic introduction.
About session, please.
Yeah.
I request everyone to please be seated. Good morning, everyone. Without further ado, let's begin with the first session. The first session is on the topic Emerging Dynamics of Indian MSME in Global Manufacturing under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. This session will offer key insights into how Indian businesses, particularly MSMEs, are shaping the future of global manufacturing. Panelists for this session include Dr. Panjanadam Nadarajan, Vice Chancellor of Gandhigram Rural Institute, deemed to be university. We welcome you, sir. Mr. Dev J. Selvan, Director of Macrocom Group. Professor Sudarshan P., Departments of Humanities and Social Science, IIT Madras. We welcome you all. The moderator of this session is Mr. Karthikeyan. And now I call Shri Ramanan to introduce the speaker.
Good morning, all proud Hindu entrepreneurs. So I am here to introduce a valiant speakers of this session, Dr. Panjanadam Nadarajan, an academician and leader with over 34 years of experience in the field of higher education and administration. He currently serves as the Vice Chancellor of Gandhigram Rural Institute, a deemed to be university under the Ministry of Education, India. We have Dev Jayaselvan. He is a distinguished technocrat with 4 decades of global experience in establishing versatile engineering industries. A graduate in mechanical engineering from IIT Madras, he holds advanced degrees in industrial automation and specialized research in outer space robotics. And we have Professor Sudarshan Padmanabhan, a distinguished scholar in the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences in IIT Madras. Professor Sudarshan is a specialist in social and political philosophy with a deep interest in Indian philosophy and culture. He holds 2 doctoral degrees in philosophy, his first from Pondicherry University in 1998 and his second from the University of South Florida, USA, where he graduated in 2005. With a career dedicated to bridging philosophical thought with real-world political and ethical issues, Professor Sudarshan brings invaluable perspective to today's discussion. Please join me in welcoming these esteemed speakers of this session.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Fantastic. Nice to hear an echo from all of you. Let us have a wonderful day of learning and probably implementation of the learnings in our respective businesses as a Hindu entrepreneur. Okay, today I thank you all for joining us for this important discussion, Emerging Dynamics of Indian MSMEs in the Global Manufacturing under the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative of Government of India. MSMEs are the backbone of the Indian economy, contributing to over 30% of the GDP and more than 40% of the exports of the country. The Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative isn't just a call for self-reliance. It's a strategic movement aiming to enhance Indian manufacturing capabilities, support MSMEs with technological advancement, and position India as a critical player in the global supply chain. With this rapid shift in global trends, raising geopolitical tension and evolving supply chain, MSMEs have the opportunity to play a transformative role in the reinforcing Indian manufacturing sector. This is the first session for today's conference and one of the most crucial, as we are exploring how MSMEs can not only meet dynamic demands but also successfully compete in the international markets, adhering to global standards and creating products that stand out. However, while the ambition is clear, the path is complex, encompassing challenges like access to advanced technologies, finances, skilled labor, and infrastructure support. Today, we aim to uncover these dynamics, address challenges, and identify actionable solutions for MSMEs aspiring to expand globally. I would like to call Dr. Panchanadam first to address the gathering now.
Most respected Swamiji, honorable speakers, friends, invitees, co-speakers, namaste, good morning. The toughest task what our keynote speaker experienced in 30-40 years, I am experiencing in 3-4 minutes because I am professor. Professor, he is asking me to speak in 3 minutes. Sometimes without coming to the subject, we speak one semester. One semester. And this gentleman moderator is giving to start with 15 minutes, then 10 minutes, then 5 minutes, now 3 minutes. Now he says time is over. So it's a tough task, but I can say that MSME, the dynamism, thanks to Honorable Government of India, announcing 20 crore lakhs, I think, when Atmanirbhar was announced. Because of that, that was the COVID time, 2020. But after that, it picked up. And the result is, as he rightly said, more than 6 crore industries today because of MSME, because of Government of India, because of Atmanirbhar Bharat. So they are growing. And they contribute in big way, around 30% for our GDP, gross domestic product. What else we need? So dynamism is there. Then more than that, export, he told that 40%. And I am myself is an example. I made around 63 international visits, where my friends and relatives, I used to bring lot of products from various countries. Recently also went to Hong Kong, my son is there. Hong Kong and Singapore we brought. And more than 75% after came to India, we opened that it is made in India. So it is made in India. By purchasing 1.5 lakh ticket, I went to abroad and I brought this, which is available for 2 rupees in next. So, but I am a professor of business administration. It happens sometimes. But area why I am telling here, this MSME, those so many achievements we can go on tell. Employment generation, GDP, increase in GDP, more number of industries, and all those things. The 2 points, because of the time, in my personal life, I could see, because Sir was sharing all his experiences, all setbacks and all. My age is 63, already I am retired. Now I look back, my classmates who failed, passed or got more marks or less marks, all of them, they all those who went for business, particularly even micro industry they started. Slowly moved to small industries. After 30 years also, now couple of days before, we were all very happy because Government of India has granted 4% DA. But all my classmates who went to business, as he rightly said, 5,000 people are working in their industry. 500 people are working. 1,000 people are working. When before this vice chancellorship, I was in another university vice chancellor. After retirement from that university, I went to my home. I thought my wife will give me a shawl, but she told that today you have come. She is professor of agriculture, dean in Annamala University. She is working. I am retired. So she says that welcome. From tomorrow, we will stop our servant maid. So this is my classmates who went to MSME, started. They suffered a lot, as rightly our keynote speakers, they suffered a lot. But finally, they are having 25 cars, 25 buildings. I purchased one apartment, and the State Bank man is going for some other purpose, but I am worried in my street whether he is coming to my house, whether loan pending is there. So finally, entrepreneurs are successful people. Entrepreneurs are nation builders. Entrepreneurs are tomorrow's Bharat. And they make really great Bharat, particularly they revive what we had 200 years back, 500 years before white people came here, what had that glorious Bharat. They are right people to revive. They have been doing it. My time is over, but still, because he gave only 3 hours, he will come nearby. So better I will stop. But here, he is happy. I will stop. He is clapping. So, but finally, I will tell you that this training, skillful, what we learned from Honorable keynote speaker, that teaching is more important, because that wrong teachings, he told both success and failure. That mindset confidence building is more important for MSME people. Otherwise, if for example, sometimes you take our teachers, sometimes it happens like that. A boy was reading at home. I stop with this. Boy was reading at home. Electricity. Then the father called, come here. There is no such word electricity in English. Why are you reading like all my money I am spending in English medium school for you? Why do you electricity? Then he took him to the school. Then the teacher told, come here, how many children you have? Only one boy. You see? There's so many children we have. You manage so many children, then you will know the pains. Your son's capacity is like that. So leave it. Don't make it a very big problem. Then I say, almost 80% of my income goes to education of my son. But he says electricity, he says capacity. Got angry, went to the principal, school principal, and asked her. Then principal, sit here, take a cup of coffee first. You see that you are running one family, two family, five family. No, only one family. Husband, wife, son, that's all. You see here, the whole school is my family. So many departments, so many teachers, so many students. Small things will happen. Don't make it publicity. So then they realized that in the school the city is pronounced as kuti. So if one teacher goes wrong, the whole country goes wrong. That's why in one direction should not go. Ups and downs, MSME, ups and downs should be explained. What else you have to tell more than what our keynote speaker told? So that is the reason, but as usual, I have not come to the subject. Thank you very much. You all enjoyed it. Thank you very much. All the best.
Well said, Dr. Panjanadam. You made the MSME's mindset a little lighter today with your... fantastic, sir. Now I would request Dev Jayaselvan, sir, to address the gathering.
My respects to Swamiji, dear friends. There are a lot of philosophies, strategies, thoughts, and ideas that people in the MSME conferences speak about and debate and discuss. I have only one point that I would like to place before you. With many years of working with the MSMEs of various natures and various domains, the biggest gap in our country in the MSMEs is their inability to work together. Now, Ranga's experience of the lone path of perseverance over 40 years is not everybody's cup of tea. It is very difficult for most of the entrepreneurs to take the determination to move consistently in spite of all the drawbacks, the shortcomings that, like what Ranga had shared, which the entrepreneurs face. What is critical in this country today is not, we don't have another 40 years to become a superpower. We have very little time. We are competing with a global economy which is ahead of us, in some cases even 50 years. Our infrastructure is 40 to 70 years behind others. Our technology base, the support system that is required for manufacture is behind just about everybody, even smaller countries. What we would need now, if we have to eclipse this, is the ability to work together. We do have concepts of clusters, we have concepts of associations, we have concepts which talk about working together. But eventually what happens is, at the MSME level, each one of us compete with each other. Now, as long as you compete with each other, instead of joining together and competing in the world, we would never build our nation. Our nation requires strength of unity. Now, one of the biggest advantages of a forum of this nature is we have at least one common denominator. Maybe it is coming from religion, but at least we have a common denominator. Can we work together? Can we put that together to make it work for the building up of strength? For the building up of strength for manufacture, for technology, for services, for advisory. We have the skills, exactly like what everybody is aware of and what Ranga had also mentioned. Indian engineers are good, Indian technicians are good, so are the Indian financial advisors, so are the Indian entrepreneurs. Everybody is good, but why are we not able to succeed the way the others are succeeding? We are not yet united the way we should be united. If 10 MSMEs in a similar working environment are able to work together, that is the size of a very large company. Are we capable of doing that? Are we capable of working together? My only request to this forum today is look at each one of yourselves, look at a method by which this forum can be used to work together. If we can work together, raising money is easy, hitting the markets is easy, putting together technology is easy. What somebody like Ranga had achieved with his sweat and blood over 40 years, you could do together in 5 years. That is what our nation needs. My request to you is please introspect, look at the possibilities of working together. So let us be seen as somebody united, so this country is respected and we produce the dreams that this country is aspiring for, at least for the next generation. We have to demonstrate it, our generation has to demonstrate it, and we don't have time. We have probably 5 years to do this. Thank you very much.
Sir, very well said that unity is the most important thing to achieve things faster, not in decades to come, but a faster pace. Very well said, sir. Now I request Professor Sudarshan to share his thoughts.
Good morning. So, my understanding is very theoretical, but I'm going to talk about sustainable rural development, reversing rural migration in India through social entrepreneurship. So already Mr. Rangarajan has covered a lot of ground, and you have to tinker with it and then customize it to the context. And Mr. Dev Jayaselvan also mentioned how we have to have a collaborative and cooperative approach and a coordinated approach to encourage entrepreneurship in India. And I learned a lot from Professor Krishna Kumar, who's actually India's #1 in terms of tire technology, and also he's one of the Aether scooter is a brainchild of his lab actually. So in that sense, whatever I've learned from social entrepreneurship is from Mr. Dev Jayaselvan and Professor Krishna Kumar, and Ravi is responsible for that as well. And the Vice Chancellor, even though he spoke very jokingly, and he conveyed a very important message in terms of how theory has to be translated into practice. And he is actually in his institute, that was a Gandhian USP, right? Gandhi's USP was how to action. Therefore, Gandhigram Institute is actually the only institute in India. I was just telling him that if we had Gandhigram institutes in every state, the rural development could have been much faster and much more efficient. And for some reason, you have one Amul and one Gandhigram Institute. Amul started as a very, very small, and it's actually the classic social entrepreneur institute. Now they have IRMA, Institute of Rural Management, Anand. But in the case of Amul, initially when the farmers were not getting enough money for their milk, and so they basically dumped all the milk, and the Polson dairy was not giving them money, and the British were actually also exploiting the farmers. So Sardar Patel told a Gandhian farmer, and Verghese Kurian was very new there, and he was not really going to stick around in Amul. He wanted to get out, go back to Delhi or Kerala or Chennai or whatever. But then H.M. Dalai also came there. So you have a technical person who was a master in milk technology, then you have a person who is a master in scientific management, understanding of science and also the processes. Plus you have the farmer leader. So this is the classic case of social entrepreneurship, where you have the support from the society. Because unlike general industries and entrepreneurship, social entrepreneurship is different, because you actually benefit the society through entrepreneurship. Ultimately, you can argue that everything is benefiting the society. But here the emphasis is that social development, sustainable development, equitable development, and inclusive development is actually the cornerstone of social entrepreneurship. So now Amul is a $5 billion company. Okay, and the Gandhigram Institute, actually our director was also for some time interim director, and also Professor Sriram was the Dean Administration earlier in IIT Madras and also Registrar. He also helped Gandhigram Institute to streamline some processes before Professor Natarajan became the Vice Chancellor. So I have heard so much from our director as well as Professor Kamakoti, who himself does a lot of organic farming. He has goshalas, he runs schools.
So he knows the reality on the ground about the villages. Even though he's a computer science professor who has created a chip, microchip, and it will probably revolutionize Indian computer industry. But on the other hand, he is also kind of working in farming, working in finance, working in rural development. So it's a very interesting combination. As Dean Professor Gummadi was mentioning, so IIT has really diversified its emphasis on rural development, social development, economic development, plus driven by the engineering approach. So I'll just briefly touch upon this, and because I come from a Gandhian background, if you look at the Sustainable Development Goals of United Nations, and if you read Gandhi's constructive program, you will not see any difference. Because whatever Gandhi in 1930s and 1940s, because the Atmanirbharta, Swadeshi and all these things were fine as policy, but how are you going to bring this about in the real world, in terms of business, in terms of governance, in terms of, and as Mr. Rangarajan said in the morning, governance, lack of governance, trust in governance is actually the major problem in Indian business or governance or whatever you want to talk about. People don't trust the government, and that is a major issue, right? And people don't trust governments, even in America. That's a different story. But in India, the consequences are really disastrous, because the concept of structural violence, which was once again inspired by Gandhi, understanding how the government that wants to solve the problems creates more problems. Therefore, people suffer more. So that is actually the concept of structural violence, where the institutions and the structures that are supposed to alleviate the problems of the people, ordinary people in healthcare or agriculture or food or creating jobs or protecting people, women, children, the systems and structures themselves become the enemies of the people. That happens in many post-colonial societies. In Africa, we see that. In Latin America, we see that. In Asia, we see that. So the Gandhian approach is an approach that encompasses all these. So if you look at the human development, the concept of human development, which was once again, Amartya Sen talks a lot about it, and it was Muhammad, I forgot, Mehbubul Haqif, he was the person who started this. But if you look at the Gandhian model, in terms of conflict resolution, in terms of environmental protection, in terms of waste management, in terms of frugalism, in terms of economic development, inclusive development, gender development, so village development, education, and a very famous book by Dharampal about the beautiful tree. The concept of beautiful tree was mentioned by Gandhi in the Round Table Conference, because he was accusing the British of saying that you have completely destroyed our civilization. If you destroy the civilization and culture, that means business goes, education goes, everything goes actually. Health goes, economy goes, everything goes. So Gandhi talks about fourfold ruination of India. So in terms of social, cultural, economic and political. So this kind of fourfold ruination happens in a country that is under the rule of a foreign power. As Ambedkar also mentioned when he was the chairman of the drafting committee, he said there is nobody else to blame now. As Mr. Dave Jayasulwan mentioned, you can't blame somebody else. You can't blame Mughals, or you can't blame British, you can't blame Americans, you can't blame anybody else. It's us, we have to get things in order. So in that sense, I'll just give a statistics. You all know that Gandhi said that India lived in her 7 lakh villages. That was a very famous Gandhian. According to Center for Digital Financial Inclusion, 37% of the total population of India are domestic migrants. That is 453 million, 45 crores. Just think about it. Right? That is why during COVID we all struggled, because if 1/3 of the population of a country is are migrants, then in that sense we can't do anything. What kind of policy will you bring? What kind of measures can you transport people? Can you give them vaccines? We were successful in giving vaccines because of our own self-sufficiency and the way we handled it. But for 45 crore migrants, how are you going to come up with education? How are you going to come up with health, children's education, children's health, development, jobs? How are you going to plan this? So that means you have to reduce rural migration. What is the first most important reason for rural migration? Lack of employment. 93% of the people said that it was lack of employment. So that means unless you start encouraging MSMEs in rural areas, and organizations like CRDI and Hindu Economic Forum, you can't solve this problem. I'll just give another very interesting statistics and then end. There was a World Cup in Qatar. For me, that really bothered me because during the soccer World Cup, the construction of stadiums and other infrastructure, over 6,500 migrant laborers from India, Pakistan, Nepal, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka died in the past 10 years. That is before the Qatar World Cup, which happened in 2022, I think. The number of Indian migrant workers who died was as high as 2,700. 2,700 people died in constructing various stadiums in Qatar. This story was in Outlook on 17th November 2022 and Guardian on 23rd February 2021. So the consequences of not generating employment, inclusive economic development, equitable economic development and sustainable economic development is that people die very young. That is one of the reasons, and poor people die very young. That is where the concept of structural violence becomes very, very important. So whatever Gandhi said, the holistic understanding of economy is very important. And in Europe, if you look at it, many countries have 50%, 60% MSMEs. They contribute to the GDP and gainful employment. In India, it is actually 30% or less. And I think Germany is probably 50% in Europe, if I remember. So we have to really get to 60 to 70% MSMEs in India if you really want to have an inclusive, equitable and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
Well said, sir. Take your businesses to rural. Zoho is a very important example who has taken the business to rural and giving employment opportunities to the rural India. So, hearing from you firsthand of your basic thoughts, we will try to dwell into some more points. You know, as an echo of the audience, I would like to ask a few questions to you, all the panelists. So each one of you can share your views. What do you think are the first top 3 items that one should adopt to embrace Atmanirbhar Bharat? Please.
First we have to, is it audible? First we have to understand that we are Indians and we are together. Because most of the time, many of my clients who I work with in the overseas territories look at Indians as divided. Because they try to take the simple example is they try to take a quotation from one manufacturer and they pitch that person against another manufacturer, all within our own country. We look at states as divisions. States is a political distribution, but India is one nation, we are all together. Now, if we do not have the ability to look at each one of us as Indians and are willing to cooperate, it will be very difficult. The starting point is we have to work together. That is, last 40 years I've been seeing the successful entrepreneurs in the international market are not necessarily people who have worked alone. The successful entrepreneurs are the ones who had the support. Now, in Ranga's case, I want to take this example because he was talking about people who have been with him for 25 years. They are equally part of the growth plan. They have actually contributed to him. Like he said, his core discipline of engineering was not where he was dominant in, but his people were the ones who built it. So that is collaboration. Now, at least he had the comfort of having the resilience to work over 40 years, go through the pain, suffer, and pay for the mistakes, all of that. But if we can work together, the starting point is that we have to, first we have to be proud that we are Indians. Why do we always take a second-class citizen's role? Why do we always look at ourselves demeaningly. First, let us look at ourselves as Indian. We work together, we will succeed. Definitely we will succeed. We have the intelligence, we have the capability, we have the resilience, we have just about everything that is required to be successful. It is us who are standing in the way of our own successes. So let us be united first, then we'll be able to work together.
Indian unity and collaboration is the key. Thank you. Please, sir.
In continuation of this, our education system, since I am from education system, the education system, thanks to Honorable Government of India for NEP, skillful. Otherwise, police officer says, 20 years ago, I used to catch 10 criminals. No one used to be even 10th standard qualified. They are all school dropouts or illiterates. I'm sorry to say, he is my friend police officer. I became teacher, he became police officer. When informally we speak, he says, I criticize him, he criticizes me. And he says, unfortunately, today also I am catching 10 criminals every day. All 10 people are graduates, BA, BSc, BCom. And he says that I am responsible for that. But because I have been teaching. So, this, but really speaking, I request Mr. Vellayan to stand up. He is my student 20 years ago. Wow. 20 years ago. And 20 years ago, I was teaching business administration. Just now in coffee place, I met him. Please sit down. I am very proud. How is madam, my wife, I inquired, how is madam? Madam is fine. What are you doing? I am making 2-3 chapatis for her, I told. I asked him, what are you doing? 2-3 million chapatis is making, is an entrepreneur. He is an entrepreneur. Teacher is making 2-3 chapatis to wife. And but actually he would have thought that if he has not studied under me, he would have become better person. That is different, but he did not tell that. But anyhow I am telling, the education system should be like that. The outcome matters. Outcome, because they get to graduate, not like IITs, they get employment, no problem. But when universities and colleges, and when they get a degree, apply, no reply. So for which we should make entrepreneur. The system should be there, but thanks to NEP, the Atmanirbhar will be achieved. Atmanirbhar Bharat will be achieved. First we should make Atmanirbhar family, for which they must become entrepreneurs. To become entrepreneurs, the education system, curriculum, teaching, skill, all those things should be like that. But now changes are happening. Hope the bright future and 2047 achievements is confirmed. And that way it is seen now. Thank you.
Sir, you're so humble to have accepted the mistake on your behalf. It is also the MSME's responsibility to create more employment opportunity. Because once there is more employment opportunity created, the crimes in the country will reduce and all of us will have a safer place to live and be happy. Over to you, sir.
Actually, former director of IIT Madras, Professor Indiresan, and former President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, came up with something called PURA, P-U-R-A, providing urban amenities in rural areas. And that's what I was thinking when Professor Natarajan and Mr. Jaisalma was speaking, because they thought about it almost 20-25 years ago. Because I talked to Professor Indiresan, now he's no more, but I discussed with him some of these things. And the main thing is actually if you want to create a sustainable development, you have to generate gainful employment in rural areas. That is a major thing. And for this, MSMEs play a very, very important role. And we have to reverse the huge urban, rural migration to urban areas. Because as Gandhi said, if you don't take care of the villages, your cities will suffer. That's what he said. So if you improve the quality of life, education, healthcare, infrastructure, and the quality of life and employment, and then the migration will come down. That is a major important issue. And also to attract skilled and semi-skilled workers and back to rural areas. And that is also not happening. Actually, I was discussing with Ravi Sendil Kumar, and he is from an agriculture family, and he is worried whether he'll even go back to his village to take care of agriculture land, and even do agriculture. So that is the situation. And I was talking to some, because my background, even though in spite of being a philosopher and a fallen physicist, I was also the chairman of student facilities. Professor Gumadi was, when he was the chairman of hostel management, I was the chairman of student facilities. So I had to deal with 500, 600 workers, everybody from hair saloon to iron wala to hotel walas, everybody, tea shops. So I have seen their suffering, I have seen their problems. So I have tried to help them as much as possible by, as Mr. Rangarajan said, by streamlining the process, because in governance, when you teach governance, the process is very, very important. And where the corruption, whether it is omission or commission happens, is when the process is not fair and transparent. So when we teach governance, we say that corruption begins with lack of process. And that's why people in America say that due process, due process, due process. And that is why they are very proud, but not anymore with Trump, whether he become president or not. He has completely screwed up the entire system. So all it requires is one person, as Ambedkar said. You can have all kinds of systems, but if people are not good, then the system will not work. So process becomes extremely important. So whether in business or in governance. So that is also very important to make the MSMEs viable, and in the rural sector as well as in the urban sector. Thank you.
Thanks a lot for your thoughts. Due to time paucity, we will have to close the session in just one more minute. I would like one of you to just share what is Atmanirbhar Bharat in just 2 lines. One of you to explain what is Atmanirbhar Bharat in just 2 lines, sir.
Translation is self-reliant India. Self-reliant India. Not in one particular sector, it may be economically, infrastructure driven, very good education with all basic amenities, going back to hundreds of years back. 1700 years ago, we had in Nalanda, where even today, if you go and visit, you can see 10,000 individual accommodation for the students. Even today, we don't have individual accommodation for students, 10,000. From all countries, people came. They were writing entrance examination, like our NEET and all. 1700 years ago, they were writing entrance examination. On the way from other countries they came, on the way they died. There was no aeroplane. No aeroplane. Walking, coming to Bharat, writing examination, getting a degree from Bharat. It's a greatness in the world. Greatness in the world. That was the situation. Read the history. 1700 years ago. 2,000 teachers in Nalanda, separate individual accommodation. Individual accommodation. So Atmanirbhar Bharat, gaining back the lost glory of 100 and few years ago. That is it.
So with this, we conclude this session. Probably you can have a discussion with the panelists if they are around during the break time. So kind of you, all the panelists, to have accepted our timelines, as well as still, sharing your thoughts, which is very, very enlightening, sir. Thanks a lot. We would like to felicitate you.
Thank you. Just a short note before the felicitation. First of all, thank you, speakers. Such an enlightening session. I loved how Panchanatham sir made everything very entertaining. He gave a message, and I think the story is what matters. I think I'll never forget the chapati story or, the publicity and all of that. So thank you for that. And thank you for reminding us that we have been Atmanirbhar, and I think we have it in us to become Atmanirbhar once again very soon. Dave sir, thank you so much for talking about unity. That's something we lack a lot these days, and I think it's essential, like extremely essential. And Sudarshan sir, very informative. He came up with a lot of data and defined structural violence, Gandhiism. So thank you for that. And big thanks to Karthikeyan sir for moderating it within the short time. He beautifully managed to, give us quite a bit of insight about MSMEs. So thank you. I would now like to call upon Shri Kishore G. Gulecha to present the memento to our esteemed speakers.
Karthikeyan is the only moderator in our country. Before session starts, 15 minutes, 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 3 minutes.
Let's give a huge round of applause, please. Thank you, speakers, once again. Thank you so much. I request you all to please be seated downstairs. Thank you, sir. Okay. We are moving on to our next session. It focuses on opportunities and challenges for manufacturing industries in medical and healthcare engineering in India. For this session, our distinguished panelists are Professor R. Krishnakumar, Institute Professor at the Department of Medical Sciences and Technology, Dr. S. Chandrakumar, MD, Founder and Executive Chairman of Kaveri Group of Hospitals, and Mr. Anand Parekh, Founder, Shira Medtech Private Limited. I request you all to please come up on the stage. The moderator for this session is Shri Rajiv, and Shri Venkat Raman will introduce the speakers for this session.
Hari Om and good morning, good afternoon to all. So, gives me immense pleasure to introduce the dignitaries. All right. So one of our dignitaries is joining online, so let me introduce all the three of them. So it gives me immense pleasure to introduce an exceptional leader in engineering and research, Professor Krishna Kumarji. He serves at the institute as the Institute Professor, Department of Medical Sciences and Technology, IIT Madras. Professor Krishna Kumarji is a dynamic and passionate researcher with expertise spanning the stability of four-wheel drive electric vehicles, advanced finite element modeling, power metallurgy, and fluid dynamics. Beyond his impressive research, he is an inspiring educator, a thought leader, and a major influencer in the student research community. His popular lectures on vehicle dynamics and finite element analysis have garnered attention both inside and outside academia. With vast industrial experience, Professor Krishna Kumarji has successfully guided projects across private and public sectors, driving innovation and indigenous technology development for the MSME sector in India. Please join me in welcoming Professor Krishna Kumarji. Moving on to the next, it is my privilege to introduce a visionary innovator and leader in the field of biomedical engineering, Mr. Anand Parekh. Hailing from Ahmedabad, Gujarat, Anand is a proud alumnus of IIT Madras, where he has not only pursued his passion but also laid the foundation for his impactful journey in medical innovation. With a vision to bring transformative ideas to life, Anand holds an impressive portfolio of 4 patents for various medical devices. His groundbreaking work has earned him prestigious accolades, including the Titan Design Impact Award and the Gandhian Young Technological Innovation Award. Anand's journey has been enriched through his experience with leading organizations like Stanford India Biodesign and Philips Healthcare. He also serves as a guest lecturer at IIT Madras, sharing his expertise in medical device innovation. As the CEO of Shira Medtech, Anand leads a talented team dedicated to designing and developing cutting-edge medical solutions that aim to make high-quality healthcare both affordable and accessible. Please join me in welcoming Anand Parekh. I think he is joining us online. It is also my honor to introduce Dr. S. Chandrakumar, the founder and executive chairman of the Kaveri Group of Hospitals. A highly respected anesthesiologist and a critical care specialist, Dr. Chandrakumar ji is a visionary leader who has dedicated his career to making high-quality healthcare accessible and affordable, especially in semi-urban and rural parts of Tamil Nadu. In 1999, recognizing the need for tertiary care hospitals in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities, Dr. Chandrakumar ji co-founded Kaveri Hospital with a mission to provide empathetic, patient-centered care. Under his leadership, Kaveri Hospital has become synonymous with trust, warmth, and personalized care, bridging the gap between advanced medical technology and patient accessibility. Dr. Chandrakumar ji's effort to make healthcare more inclusive has earned him numerous accolades, including being named among the top entrepreneurs in Tamil Nadu, the healers in healthcare by FICCI, and the doyens of healthcare by the Hindu. He is also deeply involved in civic and professional organizations, serving as the past chairman of CII Trichy Zone, convener of the Medical Tourism Panel in Tamil Nadu, and the founder chairman of Bharatiya Vidya Bhavan, Trichy Kendra. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Chandrakumar ji. And I would like to introduce Rajiv ji. He would be the moderator for this session.
When Sri Jayaselvan ji said that, we have very short time and 5 years where what we have to achieve, I didn't realize that, things would change too far. I was comfortably sitting up there and I was told that I'm the moderator. So we've got a topic, a very interesting topic, something which is very close to my heart because I was in manufacturing. Opportunities and challenges for the manufacturing industries in medical and healthcare engineering in India. We're talking about a very specific and precise engineering where material and cutting-edge technology is changing the landscape almost every 3 months to 6 months. And we are seeing that, many new changes sets apart skills as well as development, obsolete in a very short period of time. And this particular set of professions and businesses have to upgrade themselves very quickly because we are talking about, working with the human body, and the legal systems are becoming much more stronger. And we are seeing that, machines are getting changed very quickly. So the dynamism of change is extremely very fast. Coming from the manufacturing industry myself, what I've seen is that traditional manufacturing companies themselves have a lot of challenges because we are not seeing the skill development work at all. Like Mr. Panjanathan was, Professor Panjanathan was explaining, we don't have a skill development a system for education at all. We don't. We have several of these centers which is there. Private, they are able to do very well, specifically automobile, it is happening in a certain degree, but other areas, we just don't. The new education system is bringing about changes with diversion from the 8th standard where people could move into skill development, but then that has not kicked in where, we can go search for these skills. When we had the keynote speaker telling that, we've got engineers, yes, we've got engineers. I can hire about, 50, 20, 100 odd engineers for my requirement, but without the people to work hands-on, it's not possible to do something. So when we talk about, this particular sector which is there where, such dynamism is there, we will have to really learn from them how they've been able to sort of grow in this atmosphere. And at the same time, what are the things that we can look forward to in the next couple of years so that as a country, we are able to develop these skill sets which is necessary for us to grow. So I welcome the panelists for this thing, and we are eager to listen to what we have to say in the industry. So I'll just go back over there. And sorry, this thing, Professor Krishna Kumar, Institute of Professor, please.
Good morning all of you. Pranams to Guruji for organizing this, and it's a great pleasure and honor to be here. And I thank Mr. Ravi Sindil Kumar for inviting me to this wonderful session. In fact, I have to tell Professor that this shirt was purchased in the United States by my daughter. She said, "Dad, I love this texture." And she purchased it and sent it to me. She didn't notice it. When I got it through my wife, opened it, it was made in India. So it's experience for so many people, not only you. I thank Professor Sudarshan for talking about Aether, and I want to start this, though it is not actually medical. I want to start with my experience with Aether. Tarun, Tarun and Swapnil, both of them who were the founders of Aether, they were students in my department. I was in a different department. I started the Department of Engineering Design, and they were in the automotive sector. So one day Tarun came to me and said, he was working with a very large commercial truck manufacturers. So he came and told me his experience and said, "I want to start a company." So he was working in the product development of this company, and his boss had called him one day and said that we need a new suspension system for the truck. So he was very enthusiastic because he just joined after post-graduation. He did B.Tech and M.Tech here. And we had taught him suspension design, and he thought that he can put to use what we had taught, and started designing it. In another about 20 days, he had the rough calculations done, went to the boss and told, "This is the design." The boss simply said, who asked you to design this? I only gave you an information. We are going to design or put a new suspension. We are not going to design it. So he said there's a company in UK who will design it, and we have to implement. Our guy got very excited. Okay, first time I'm going to work with a UK company, very well-known company. I can learn a lot about suspension from them. And so he asked for the details and then contacted the counterpart across in UK. So when he talked, he found that guy told him that, "I'm not going to give you any design calculations. I'm going to give you a drawing which you have to implement." Ultimately, his boss told him that, "Be careful, you have to call them, you have to give them this, that, and all those things." This guy got totally frustrated. So he came to me. He said, he and his friend who was working with another passenger car company, both of them came to me and said, "See, we want to start this. We are frustrated with this." I said, "Fine." I put one condition. "What is that you want to do?" "Electric scooter." "You are not going to open any electric scooter, look at it, and reproduce it. There are 3,000 manufacturers in China. Doesn't matter. You're not going to touch any of them. You are going to manufacture from scratch, whatever it is." Today, Aether is $2 billion valuation. They are going for an IPO, and they designed everything. Everything was designed by them, and I'm so happy that the kids had done extremely well, and there are about 200 engineers working. Their R&D is fantastic, everything indigenous, hundreds of patents, and I'm so proud of these students. In fact, I don't want to take away anything from them. I did nothing. It's all done by 3 kids who are students here. It's the same story with another company, Cartosense, which is a neuro-navigation system company. And Nikhil, who runs this company, all kids. For me, they're all kids, small. I mean, they're late 20s. So Nikhil came to me after working in Philips for some time and told me, "I want to start something." See, my philosophy was very clear, and I've told all the students. I do not want you to start a company or become an entrepreneur the day you come out of your education. I want you to see the world. I want you to know how the world works, how actually, say, for example, simple supply chain management. How does it work? So I want you to know all these things before you come to me. And so that you would not only know the technical details of designing a product, but you also know how the world works. So I said 2 years. Anyone who comes to me should have an experience of 2 years. So Nikhil worked for 2 years, and he had 2 other classmates. All 3 of them came. And they worked with me for 7 years. 7 years. So the product is now approved, and now they have distributors and others, completely, I'll show you the certificate, Cedesco certificate has been obtained. But it took 7 years. What's the sacrifice they did? I just want to tell you only one incident. Him, who's Nikhil's friend, and we had discussion on a Sunday evening. I said, come, I'll take you for dinner. We went to Adyar Ananda Bhavan. Then I asked him, what do you want? He was longingly looking at the fridge. And I asked him, what do you want? He said, I love that badam milk, and I want to get the badam milk. I said, sure. Then he told me that badam milk costs 100 rupees. Yeah, fine, what's the problem? What's the problem for you, 100 rupees? He said that I did not want to get money from my parents. I am living on 3,000 rupees for food per month. It's so emotional. 3,000 rupees per month. A kid who passed JEE, who was a BTech and MTech from here, spending 3,000 rupees for 4 years per day, per month, 100 rupees per day. So he told me, if I have that, my day's food is gone. He was eating food at Kayendi Bhavan, here, there. He was really working because he had to have a house, because he was not inside, but he managed. Today, the company is worth 100 crores. So these are the kids who made extreme sacrifices. These guys would have earned in crores if they'd wanted. They wanted to be in engineering. They wanted to produce a product. They wanted to show the world that we can do it. And ultimately, Cartosense made a product where we have conducted trials at JIPMER. JIPMER has been extremely helpful. We are so grateful to Dr. Gopalakrishnan, who was a neurosurgeon there, who worked with us day and night. Whenever we wanted time, he would give us. With JIPMER, we did trials with JIPMER, trials with Sri Chitra, trials with NIMHANS, AIMS, everywhere trials were done. As good or better than the leader Medtronics. Here again, I told them, we are not going to look at Medtronic's product. We are going to design. What is the result? Medtronics is a huge, the doctor would know, 200 kg, big 2-camera system. Cartosense, with single camera, Canon camera, which they can put it in your pocket, and one laptop. That's all. Because they had not seen the system, and everything was developed by them, only a brochure. They've not seen the system. Everything that was developed by them, the system was totally different. They had gone through all the important engineering steps, converted what they had learned into practice, and then here is a great product. It had passed all the regulations, all standards. They had set up an engineering unit and a manufacturing unit in Mysore with almost no investment from anybody. This is one of the biggest problems, almost no investment. And we should thank Government of India, BIRAC schemes and other things. It's only the Government of India, BIRAC schemes and other things help them. No investor has come so far, but the guys had got now everything. They have the audacity to say that next year they are going for an FDA approval. I'm very proud of the students like this who had really changed the landscape of manufacturing. And there are many, many students. Anand is one of them. Anand did again in my department of engineering design. And he was adamant that he would start a company. I would say adamant. He is really successful, very smart kid who's come out of our institute. There are a number of challenges in medical device industry, right from manufacturing challenges, the quality challenges, the way you have to approach manufacturing. In fact, even a coolant that is used in manufacturing has to go through very rigorous manufacturing processes. I'll quickly run through 4 or 5 slides to just show what the challenges are in the manufacturing of medical devices. And if there are any questions, I'll be very glad to. I gained some experience working and talking to Nikhil. These guys had really mastered manufacturing processes. I just want to give you some information with Mr. Dev, who's been a pillar of strength for us. We started a Department of Medical Sciences and Technology for a simple reason that we feel that the bridge between doctors and engineers should be populated. People should understand each other very well. So we started this Department of Medical Sciences and Technology so that we will have a lot more dialogue, understanding, knowledge flow from the medical world to engineering world. So we started a BS in Medical Sciences and Engineering where people learn courses such as cardiac mechanics, nephrology, neurology. Yes, engineers learn all these things. Taught by engineers as well as doctors. 10 of the leading doctors in the city, clinicians, are all professors in my department. Great names like Dr. K.R. Balakrishnan, Dr. Rajan Ravichandran, Dr. Karthik Kailash. They are all professors in my department. They come and teach the students. So we feel that unless the students, when they learn physiology, the medical practice, understand the problems of the patients, understand how it is being used, understand the science behind both engineering as well as the body, could they produce a product which should be equal or better than anywhere else in the world. So with that very, I would say, fond hope that we would be able to raise the medical device industry, we thought that this department would help not only entrepreneurs, but also MSMEs. In fact, I had talked to Mr. Dev, maybe he spread the news about our, I would say, dream. We have a center of excellence with AIMS here, and it's a great initiative by Professor Kamakoti. Thanks to him, he's been a pillar of support for us. That's what happens when you love your nation, that you are a pillar of support for this kind of things. And we have a center of excellence. AIMS, I've talked to a number of doctors in AIMS. I've been in touch with them for a very long time. They have very good ideas, fantastic ideas. They are one of the most innovative people you can meet on earth are the doctors. After all, they are dealing with life. They want to do well. They want to do better. So they have excellent innovative ideas. So what we decided is that they would come to present their ideas. Many of them may be products, some of them may not be. So we would put the engineering over that. And then we are looking for manufacturers, MSME manufacturers, who would like to convert this into a product with their expertise, with their manufacturing skills, and so on. So, in fact, we wanted to talk to a number of MSMEs so that partner with them. We would like to partner with them, and we would like to present what are the products that can be done. So we feel that there's a great opportunity because this is being initiated by the topmost medical school in this country with some of the brilliant doctors. And I have in my department very bright people working. So I think that this is the way we feel that we can take technology forward, not only serve this nation, but the whole world. I hope we will do that. We have already started this. We will have some, maybe next time when this kind of conference happens, we will be able to present some really interesting results. Is that a... Yeah. I'll just there are a lot of slides. I'll just go through it in 2 to 3 minutes because of lack of time. So I'll just... Oh, it's not working? Oh. So I'll skip the statistics. I'll skip some of the statistics that we have. The market is a huge market. But the only thing which I want to highlight in the slide is that we are still 1.65% of the market share from India. We have to increase it. We have to increase it by 20%. Interestingly, the consumable market or consumable products, we have been able to improve, but we have not been able to improve the medical devices as such, and only our imports are increasing, and we feel that this is one of the things that we have to concentrate on. Yeah. Stand here, I'm not able to see it.
Sorry, thank you very much. One of the things which pains me is that we are 70 to 80% dependable on imports. In medical devices, this has to change. And a lot of things are with the doctors as well. I'll share a story in a minute. So if you look at it, diagnostic image equipments, about 80 to 90% of them are imported. I just want to leave that with that statistics. But the current scheme, one of the brilliant scheme is PLI, the Production Linked Incentive Scheme. So financial incentives are given in order to reduce that numbers, and you can see that imaging equipment, ventilators, implants are all given high priority under the scheme, so that 80 to 90% would come down. So the two schemes, Make in India scheme, which we had already discussed, and the PLI are very revolutionary schemes, and I wish, I pray that these schemes are successful. People take it up and then produce medical devices. The medical devices park schemes, which is there in Tamil Nadu, Telangana, and other places, is a very important step for our Atmanirbhar Bharat. Large export potential is also there, in this, because as I said, my guys said we will go to for an FDA approval. And there's been a lot of awareness actually in this country today about regulation. In fact, there's a company here, right here in Adayar, which helps us to get an FDA approval. So unlike the past, we have many people who are here in this country who are aware of the regulation practices, especially what is practiced outside India. In fact, we have made this gentleman here, Dr. Shivakumar, as a professor of practice in our department, because we teach actually the students. One of the very interesting things is that I just want to share. I was talking to the managing director of a company, Gettinge. So he told me that Professor introduced regulatory practices in the first year itself. I asked him, see, how would they understand about regulatory practices? He said that is very important. For the simple, they may or may not understand, but later they may tie it up. But the important thing is, I want the students to realize that they are dealing with life, that their products will save life. So when the products are designed, what are the important things that they have to have in mind, and what are the type of strict, stringent protocols that they have to achieve in order to make this product a success. So we have made it, not in the first year, but in the second year, first semester, they go through the regulatory practices as a part of their curriculum. Because that would form a basis for many of them to start companies as well. So the other thing is that there's a lot of interest to shift away from China. I think it's important that we capture that kind of thing. There's been technological advancement, especially using digital as a very important tool to reach out a lot of people. And we, with our strength in computers, should be able to make complete use of AI. So someone gave me a beautiful AI, all in India. So we have that kind of strength in India. So I think we should make use of our strengths, okay? Rectify our weakness, make use of our strength, and that's where we are very interested in improving here. And there has been a lot of investment in R&D. In fact, there's been so many projects. CSR is one of the most beautiful things that have happened, because CSR funding is now used, especially in places like this, completely for enhancing research. We are now able to compete with researchers all over the world thanks to CSR. In fact, when we started our department, medical sciences is one of the most expensive departments because the equipments are all very expensive. We got CSR funding from a number of companies worth about 80 crores, and I'm very proud to say that today our department has facilities which are second to none in Asia. So again, CSR has been a fantastic initiative to push. I also tell my colleagues here that we have to be very responsible. CSR funding is not just free coming. It is a funding given to us by every Indian. So since it has come from every Indian, we are accountable for this, and we should produce something which is useful to the society. So I'm very happy about CSR funding as well. And then there are a number of challenges, regulatory approvals, lack of animal facilities, which IIT Madras is now looking very carefully to establish an animal facility at Tayur. We have approached some people and they've promised to give grants, and we want a state-of-the-art animal facility in order to test out. In fact, we have established a very interesting facility in our department. If any medical device manufacturers, you can come and visit our department. Maybe Mr. Dev can organize anytime. We have an organoids lab, which is first of its kind, excellent organoids facility. There are other places where organoids research is happening, but we have a very good facility where we can replace animal testing facility with organoids, a very interesting, exciting technology, which would, I'm sure, would define the future of medicine. Lack of skilled workforce, that's the reason why we started this Department of Medical Sciences, and we want to scale it up by talking to others. Then one of the major problems is low awareness and adoption of indigenous medical devices among clinicians. So I would request Dr. here, who's very well known, that you should also help us to propagate that Indian manufacturers are second to none and can really produce excellent products. There are a number of challenges in manufacturing. Maybe we'll skip it up because of time. He's looking at me, and so I'm a bit worried by his looks. So I will stop here, and if there are any questions, I will be glad to answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll take the questions in the end. Thank you so much, sir. There was extremely informative. There's a lot of information. I have a lot of questions for you, along with the gentleman as well. So it seems like that with the presentation and data. With presentation, data, and Hindu Economic Forum and entrepreneurships, all around, definitely it's going to be a viva voice. So that was a very, very interesting session, lot of information and lot of things to look forward to because of the amount of research that has gotten inside. So thank you very much. So if we can connect Mr. Ankit, Anand Parikh, sorry. Anand Parikh. Online, okay. It's on already or? So, so I think we could go over there because he's on the screen. You're welcome, Mr. Anand. I think you're on mute. Yeah, we can't hear you if, I think you're on mute. Yeah, you are on mute. No, I don't think he can hear us. நம்ம பேசுறத கேட்குது.
Hello.
Yeah, now you're audible.
Yes, you can hear me, right? Okay.
Little louder, please. Yes.
Yes, yes. Just yes. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. If you can speak up a little bit more louder.
Right. All right. I'm trying to trying just not to scream, but I hope it is audible now.
Yes, you're audible. Yes.
Great, great. Okay. First of all, thank you so much, everyone, for being present here. Professor RKK for inviting me to this event. As a student of IIT Madras, of course, it is a very special occasion for me to be speaking at a medical device innovation discussion here. I would just like to start with a couple of points that Professor RKK mentioned, that how regulations play a great role in medical device innovation and how that has affected my journey. Hello?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, yeah. So first of all, let me introduce Shira Medtech. Shira Medtech is a medical device innovation company based out of India in Ahmedabad. And the journey of the company started from IIT Madras, where as a master's student, I was able to develop a surgical innovation for joining small blood vessels during cancer and amputation surgeries. So long story short, we have been now able to produce a device that can make the process of blood vessel surgeries, which is a super specialized skill, roughly 30 to 50% faster compared to the best device available in the market as of today. And because of this, we are now able to sell the product in more than 19 countries across the world. And our company has also been supplying our products to some of the top institutions in India, both in government and private. Many of the AIMS branches, including New Delhi, Jodhpur, Bhubaneswar, and others, Nagpur, also at Medanta, Apollo, Max, and many other such hospitals. So we are now at a stage where we have a proof of concept of how collaboration between engineers and doctors can help in developing devices that can create social impact and can actually change the face of surgery the way it is delivered today. So just a second. Right. So in the spirit of collaboration that Professor RKK has been establishing between doctors and engineers at the department, at the new department, that is something that I completely resonate with. And what I have observed is that surgeons and doctors have typically very ingenious ideas, because they have been working day in and day out treating patients. And the biggest gap that I have found so far is that these ideas are very difficult to implement because of the challenges of bandwidth that the medical professionals face. I have interviewed many surgeons and doctors who have been thinking about certain ideas, some products that they wanted to develop for not just 2-3 years, sometime even 10 or 13 or 15 years. And all it takes is the first step towards reaching out for collaboration, and that is where the surgeons can champion the view from the clinical need, and engineers and designers can help them in solving that need and converting it into a product or a technology. So we have started an initiative called the Innovation OT at Shira, where how we approach, as a common person approaches the medical professionals as someone who walks in with a problem, and the surgeons and doctors they try to understand the history of the patient. They narrow down what the problem could be with differential diagnosis, determine the course of treatment, and ultimately they cure the problem and send the patient back happy and healthy. Similarly, if doctors and surgeons have a problem, we consider this as a clinic where they can take design and innovation inputs. Our team of experts can lead them through various challenges such as conceptualizing, bringing their idea into a patentable stage, and then guiding them further on how to protect their IP and building a product further. So that has so far received quite a lot of interest from surgeons. We have started working on more than 10 projects. Our project was supported by the CSR of Tata Trusts back when I just graduated out of college. And in memory of Ratan Tata, we have now decided that we will be supporting 10 more such projects through our company. So I, of course, welcome all the doctors and surgeons or medicos who are seeking collaboration, and we are happy to join there. And coming to the research aspect of medical device manufacturing, one of the key challenges that I learned right after stepping out of the doors of IIT Madras was that building a product is not just about sketching. It is not just about defining the specifications and building a prototype, which engineers are really trained to do. But one of the key differentiators between medical devices and many other industries is the regulation. And as we would want our products to, if we want our products to be as safe that tomorrow somebody from my family, God forbid, if they have to use the product, we should be the first one to supply a great quality world-class product to them. And that is where India has come a long way by setting up a framework for regulatory devices. And many companies, including the one that CartoSense that Professor RKK mentioned, they are also a senior of mine from engineering design as well as Philips. And many of our innovators are now taking that journey. So we are very happy to collaborate with all the doctors, engineers, as well as manufacturing companies who would like to participate in the innovation pursuits. So that will be all, and I'll be happy to take questions later on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Anand. Please, sir. Yes.
Thank you.
You are.
So, good afternoon. Probably you're getting ready for the lunch. Thank you very much for the opportunity from the organizers. I'm the odd man out. I think all of them are engineers. I'm the doctor. So, my father was a school teacher. Yes, that's my last message. So, my father was a retired school teacher in a government hospital in a village that is in the southern part of Tamil Nadu, so he is no more. And I studied in a Tamil medium in that government school. I'm the first doctor in the family. So I thought I'll divide the discussion into 3 parts. The journey over the last 40 years, what I have seen in my school, in my undergrad, and maybe 20 years back and today and tomorrow, what's going to happen in the healthcare, changing trends in the healthcare. It is relevant to the medical devices. Then what's our understanding of medical devices? Then see what is the health economics. Because the Hindu Economic Forum, I thought we'll just combine those 3 things. See, 1970s and early 1980s, so we would have heard about only the government hospitals. Government hospitals, maybe CMC Vellore or All India Institute of Medical Science or Railway Hospital. I worked after my post-graduation in Railway Hospital for a year without taking any salary.
the railway hospital used to produce all the top cardiac surgeons and the cardiologists in the country. But if you look at today, scenario has completely changed. Okay. When I studied 1982 to 87 in Stanley Medical College, those days used to be VVIP wards where all the ministers and all the MLAs, MPs come and take treatment in the medical college. Okay. In 1983, the government opened a new health policy. That's where Apollo Hospital is born. The aim was to improve the access to the masses and also to bring private people and also bring voluntary organization. 1983, Apollo Hospital was born. And after that, what happened? Then in 1991, the new economic policy of the country started, which was primarily on liberalization, privatization, globalization. Then you saw across the country, all the sectors started booming. Then all the hospitals, whether it is Wockhardt Hospital, whether it is Escorts, all the hospitals, from what it used to be only government hospital, completely change over the last, from 1990 to 2010 and today. I think that's the sea change, what you've seen the last 30 years. And those days, when I was a student, when they get admitted in the government hospital as a minister, for a bypass surgery, for a joint replacement, or cancer surgery, they used to go to the United States or outside the country. Today, people from all over the world, Africa, Middle East, and all the spot people come to India, and Chennai is the medical tourism capital of the India. So that's the paradigm shift in the healthcare, what we have seen. I have seen in my eyes the last 40, 45 years. And also the pattern of disease. Those days, you used to see smallpox, polios, leprosy, tuberculosis, severe respiratory diphtheria, gastroenteritis. Those used to be the primary disease those days. As we started becoming more and more economically prosper, the pattern of disease changed to hypertension, diabetes, cancer, cardiac problem, and all because of the poor lifestyle and the unhealthy food habits. And today in India, more than 60 to 65% of the death are because of the non-communicable disease. I mean, that's the other extreme. I think that's, then what do we do that? I think that's where all of us need to start focusing there. In 1980, what the GDP was India on healthcare. Health is a state subject, but the central government gives a lot of the guidelines on the various larger initiatives. 1980, the GDP allocation of health was 1.47%. In 1990, it was 0.6. It's not that the amount was reduced, but the amount was capped and there are a lot of other priorities were there. In 2010, the GDP was 1.1%. Now last year it is 1.96%. The objective was 2.5%, but still we are not able to reach there because the government has got many priorities, either infrastructure, manufacturing, other services. The 1.96% is around 87,000 crores, in spite of that being the state subject. I think that's the shift. Whereas you take to UK and US, it is 18% of the GDP is healthcare. And also what happens, in spite of that, in spite of that, yeah. I also come to that now. See, what is now the bed distribution? Okay, what happens now? The government sector has got a 70% of the bed population in the country. 70% of the beds, be it the primary health center or a taluk or a district or the headquarters, but only 30% of the population take the treatment there. Whereas the private beds are 30%, 70% of them go there. And also on the contrary, now the first insurance policy, health insurance policy, was launched in 1986 by the General Insurance Corporation. Even after 40 years, today the insurance penetration is 30%. Whereas in US or UK, it is more than 85 to 90%. It means in a metropolitan or in India, around 70% of the population pay from their pocket. For the inpatient, 70%. For the outpatient, almost 100% of them. If you go to the rural area in a small town, tier 3, tier 4, almost 100% of them pay out of pocket. What it happens is, millions of people, they become pushed to the poverty line when they actually get a major health catastrophe. So what really we should do for that? And the government of India, what happens? The central government, state government, they're doing multiple measures to bring the insurance, but still it's a long way. Like I started with 30 beds for my survival. So I was practicing few places, but the life was a little not comfortable. With my roommate, I started today. That day we had 19 staff. Today we've got around 12,000 staff and 2,500 beds. And we're also constructing another 2,500 beds. And we have 1,000 doctors and around 2,500 students we have. We have 250 postgraduate students training there. See, the healthcare is the largest, one of the largest employer in the country. Okay, for a tertiary care and a multi-speciality, if you come to the economics of that, per bed in a tertiary and quaternary hospital, if you do it in a metropolitan, be it Bangalore or Hyderabad or Chennai, it costs leaving the land between 80 lakhs to 1.2 crore per bed. If you want to do a 250 beds for a tertiary care, for a bypass surgery, for a neurosurgery, the cost will be anywhere around 250 to 300 crores. And the payback period is around 8 to 10 years. I mean, that's the amount of capital goes. And why you want to talk about economics is, it gives, for a tertiary care, for one occupied bed, you have 6 to 7 staff working. Okay, if you have around 2,000 beds, or if you have 200 beds, you have 1,500 people. So that is the amount of the opportunities are given in the healthcare. And 20 years back, the private equity had come, or venture capital had come into the healthcare in India. Okay, so if you see in 1990, there were only 1 listed hospitals, only 1. If you see today, there are 10 listed hospitals. There was never a diagnostic chain. Today, we have 4 or 5 listed diagnostic chains. There's no single specialty hospital. There are 4 or 5 single specialty. There's a complete change, and probably 10 more hospitals will be listed in the next 10 years. I think the divide, the bed. Also, other one, if you see, the national requirement of 1 doctor per 1,000 population. Okay, whereas Tamil Nadu has got 4 doctors per 1,000 population. If you take this is a fact, all is a documented statistic. If you go to Karnataka and Kerala, it is 1.5 doctors per 1,000 population. Whereas if you go to central India, it is less than 0.5 per 1,000. If you put across India, what you need to be 1 per 1,000, you have 0.86 or 0.9 per 1,000. The number of nurses, you need 3 nurses per 1,000 population. You got today 1.96 nurses. You need, today's shortage around nearly 2 million nurses are required, and the doctor shortage is there. It's unevenly distributed. Within a particular state, you have an urban and rural divide, and within the country, you have a north, east, west divide. That's where the entry of a NEET is, though it's a controversial subject. So now the P had brought a lot of discipline, a lot of consolidation happening, like any other industry. Now, if you come to the medical devices, I think the professor spoke about the medical devices. The devices are graded into A, B, C, D. A is the lowest risk. Like we have a swab where you can just clean the skin. And you have the drape, you have the mask and cap. Does not produce much risk to the patient. They are the lowest risk. From there you go for the stents, not cardiac stents, the bronchoscopy, then you have the IV bottles, IV fluids and cardiac monitors. And the highest risk one is a category D, which is the intravascular devices, cardiac stents, angioplasty stents, or any other device which is like ultra high precision required. But like he said, 80% of those devices are imported from India, 80%. Okay, they are imported from US, China, and from Germany. So now other thing, so in India, there are around 1,000 manufacturers, 1,000 manufactured medical devices. Out of 1,000 manufactured medical devices, 65% of them do less than 10 crores of business, 65%. 25% of them do between 10 crore and 50 crores. Less than 2% does 500 crores, less than 2%. And most of the less than 2% have some collaboration with the international partner. But having said that, the government of India had done a lot of measures for the last 7-8 years. It has created a new medical device policy. And I think last year they brought 100% FDI in the medical devices. And what we have demonstrated in the COVID, in the first phase of COVID, we are all running short of mask and apron, everything. Within 3 months, the manufacturing production moved around 20 times more in India within 3 months. I think all the entrepreneurs were able to really join together and we exported to various countries. And vaccine is a classical case. We exported all over the world, whereas the developed countries took a lot of time to do that. So that's the skill set what we really have. And also when we moved from the medical devices and when we moved to the economics, the way how the money is spent, capital is spent in the healthcare, the government spends for the healthcare, central government spends for the healthcare, state government spends for the healthcare on the capital building. Also the payers, you have the central CGHS scheme, you have ESI scheme, you have a state insurance, you have out of pocket. So very difficult to decipher what is really the amount of money spent by each patient. That's very difficult to decipher. But I talked about the capital, the employment also I talked about that. And the aging population, because now the latest medical treatments have come, the life expectancy 30, 40 years before from 40, 50, now it has become 70. So current aging population today in India is around 9% of the population about 65 years old, which is around 100 million. The next 20 years is going to be around 20%, which is going to be 300 million. So the country, the policy has to be like that. Okay, you want to take the social security for elderly. You go to Japan, is the maximum number of population for more than 100 years. So the country has to start working on those things. The other one important is the social determinants. Are we really prepared to focus on the preventive care? When I say preventive care, wherever the literacy is better, then the disease profile is completely changed. Tamil Nadu is by and large better literated. Most of the determinants, whether it is maternal mortality, infant mortality, or a newborn mortality, or various disease profile, Tamil Nadu stands number one in most of the parameters except two, where Kerala stands first. The literacy is 2% high in Kerala, where the maternal mortality and infant mortality is Kerala stands number one and Tamil Nadu is number two. Then the water sanitation, water hygiene and sanitation, because most of the disease in a very rural area where the sanitation is poor, they get a lot of diseases, waterborne infection. Same thing about food security, malnutrition. And all of us now focusing on treating after the disease. We should start focusing more on the preventive care. I think that's where the government is also working there. See, there is, I think one way, okay, from the infection we move to non-communicable disease. From the non-communicable disease, we have to start relooking how do I start preventing there. I think that a lot of work is there. When the professor was talking about, so we have around 40 to 50 departments are there. We have 100,000 specialists. We can, I think, a couple of projects we are doing with the IIT. We can have a dialogue, get all the specialists. We can have a collaborative arrangement. Like the previous speaker told, I think MSME is the backbone of the country, be it manufacturing or the medical technology, everything. Clearly it's the backbone. I'm active part of a CII. There's no doubt about it. And innovation is there by and large in the small and medium sectors. We'll be very happy to collaborate with all the IIT, other entrepreneurs who are willing to do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Doctor. So, the Viva voice. That was a very exciting session. All three speakers bringing about a lot of information, in depth, quite packed in terms of the amount of information that was shared. This could be a whole day event because normally what we've seen both CII events as well as medical events which is there, it's stuck mostly on the economic side entirely or it is stuck on the professional side entirely. So the doctor conferences goes entirely onto what is necessary inside the hospitals. And the economic side of it, like Dr. shared, it's all mostly onto the larger numbers which is there. But when we look at the conversation that is to happen primarily between the three segments, which is the MSME, the design, as well as the intellectual aspect of which comes into, and the actual requirement of where these technologies are used, there seems to be definitely a gap which is there in terms of what we've seen in the last couple of years. Post-COVID, primarily speaking about the amount of work that has come out of in the A and B segment, to borrow your terminology. We've seen a lot of inputs which has come into it, but when we have to go to the next step as to how to bring the technology to the MSME side, there seems to be a gap. How do you think this can be achieved straightforward way? Because there are organizations which is from the MSME side, like Odisha and Coimbatore, and then you have CII. CII though is from a larger perspective. How can we bring about a kind of a qualification of MSMEs to look at this technology more seriously?
The problem for a professor is that he can't sit down and he can't sit down and talk. So professors can only stand and talk, right, sir? So that's the problem. It's a very interesting question. I would pose the other way. Say, for example, you brought about the example of Coimbatore. We all know Coimbatore as a capital of innovation in this country. I would say that they've done excellent work, and I'm a great lover of Coimbatore. Now, for example, if you look at pumps, Coimbatore has been a leader. If you ask our doctor, he would say that
I'm very interested in blood pump. We are interested in left ventricular assist devices, which is basically a pump. Now, the design of this left ventricular assist device is exactly axial flow pump, impeller as he would call it, is exactly similar to what is being done in Coimbatore for other things. Now let me say how we can convert, suppose a company comes up and says that I want to do left ventricular assist devices. We have a lot of experience in pump design. How would they do it? So what are the differences? Is that okay to get? So the first thing is that design has to be properly documented, codified, simulated, and so on. In other words, this is the first, I would say, change in approach for MSME to enter into a medical device. So you just can't talk, just draw something and get it done. So every step, all discussions onwards, everything has to be documented. So there are what are called design controls. So even if you have a casual discussion on the product, it should be documented. In fact, CardoSense, the company whom I mentored, they have a 1,000-page document on design. So in other words, a discipline is required, first of all, in order to convert a regular engineering product into a medical product. That's number one. Number two, manufacturing processes. Manufacturing processes have to be codified, what is being used, how it is being touched, how it is being handled, how it is being passed, how it is being assembled. Everything is controlled by standards. So that is the next thing, because if it's an engineering product which is just used to pump water, it's a different thing. But now when you come to design of medical products, all these things have to be codified, all these things have to be understood clearly. That's the next thing. Third is the type of validation you do. A lot of simulation is required in order to understand clearly the mechanics of the pump, for example. And then look at where all there are vortices formed, whether that vortex can be quantified, whether it can be converted into a chance of problem of coagulation, thromboembolism, as he would call it. All those things have to be done first in simulation. Interestingly, we have phenomenal talent in this country to do all these things. And then they have to do a bench study. Again, completely codified bench study. The next step is you have to do an animal study. Now, if you had understood the mechanics so far from whatever you have done, then when you go to animal study, then it becomes much easier to understand if there is any adverse event, whether the animal had survived. It can be a pig or a goat or whatever you've chosen as the animal, depending upon the animal models as they call it, then you understand this. So in other words, you have to be disciplined in developing a product, even though the same product, there's no difference, is being manufactured by you for some other purpose. The problem for, I'm sorry if I sound a bit negative. The problem is that MSMEs have to be much more disciplined in their approach in design, codification, in all the other documentation. They have to use modern practices like product design, management techniques, and all that. Does that answer your question?
Maybe I would like to add slightly. I think Professor went more technical. I thought coming from my background, in the initial stage, I used to struggle to whom should I go and talk. He gave 2 examples of ether and also the other one, the navigation. For those people, he had a mentor. They had a mentor. I think the most important is I do not know the objective of the Hindu Economic Forum. You have to have a small wing there to build the entrepreneurship. So what a budding entrepreneurship and aspiring entrepreneur wants is the connection. Can you have an entrepreneur, an academic institution, and the people in the industry? I think that's, in my view, the single most important thing. Many times they'll struggle. See, at a particular stage, when I had that 100 bed, I look for a different advisor. But that advisor became irrelevant when I wanted to grow to 500. That advisor had a challenge and I moved to different people. Not that I chose. Whosoever came, I went on there. I think for an entrepreneur, one is resource. Today, that's not a constraint because you can get enough and more money. But I think that the initial stage, somebody to guide is most important. Probably, particularly the medical device, we can work together with IIT and entrepreneur. You should form a separate division in South India. We can spend time and create a separate wing. That will really be, in my view, far more valuable.
But add to what he said. So one of the things we have started in Department of Medical Sciences, Dr. may know that one of his doctors actually is my student. He's doing PhD with me. Dr. Sundar, interventional cardiologist, is actually my student. He's doing PhD with me. I'm torturing him to make him take mathematics courses in the evening. After a grueling session in the hospital at 7:30, 3 days a week, 7:30 to 9, he has to listen how to solve a differential equation. Poor guy. But that's his choice. Because we feel that we want to directly talk to the doctors, make them aware of some of the engineer. Not that I want to convert him into an engineer, but to make him aware of terminologies. In fact, I've been working with Dr. K.R. Balakrishnan for the past 20 years. He's a leading cardiac surgeon from Railway Hospital.
But you had allowed him to go to Andhra, no? You didn't take here.
So, for the past 20 years, and we've published quite a lot. He has a company here in Research Park. So, since we keep talking almost every day, he learnt our language, and he taught me some amount of medicine, which I understood. So, the first thing is that long-term association is important, and we need to know each other's language first. So, this is very important, and I feel that we have introduced courses, engineering for clinicians, so that they understand what controls, their controls are different from my controls. You know, the word itself is different. So, this is one thing which our department is doing. We'll be very glad to encourage people to come and talk to us, and we want to do this as a service. We are not interested in making something out of it. IIT Madras would be extremely glad to help any of you.
I've just a couple of more, not that, sir. We now, I think a number of parks have been opened, medical device park in the country. In Chengalpattu, one medical device park was sponsored by central government. It is lying dormant. If you can just activate that. One is in Sriperumbudur, that is also not very active. I think particularly Chengalpattu, because central government there is some, that if you can really push and make that happen, Tamil Nadu can be.
Framework is also very bad.
Sir, yeah.
On medical device, I know framework is also very poor.
So we should, I think, this.
They are not aware. These are all electronics items. They say how many chemical you are putting, how many, all those things they talk about. Our bureaucracy is very poor.
See, if this forum can actually get that and escalate to that. Yeah.
So,
I was quite happy when you were taking notes and noting. I'm very happy that Swamiji is doing that.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Mr. Anand, as well. He's left us. I would like to add this point because specifically the point which I was getting to with the questions is that if we can have a sort of a triangular arrangement between the MSMEs, the medical system, as well as the industry, the education system, where they are particularly into design and innovation and research. This particular triangulation will actually help us move forward with regards to things, because primarily from the industry side, what we see is that we don't have the hands to hold us move forward, because we are already struggling with wherever we are going with. Even if we want to take up something and do, unless we have somebody higher up looking at it and saying that, these are the areas where we can go forward, that would be a step. So I think I would use this platform, HEF, to see that, we will start working forward so that, we can have the education, the medical industry, as well as the MSME to take these things forward. So thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much. I think a person like me has learned a lot from this session, because every time I have a health issue, I just go to the hospital and get it checked. And there's so much that goes behind the equipment that we all, take for tests and everything. Thank you, sir, for your very valuable words. And I found it very inspiring how you've inspired so many students to go on and create such, benefiting things for our country. And thank you, sir. So much of information you've given us today, and it was so nice how you, came up with the history of how the medical industry has evolved over the years. And also thank you to Anand, who inspired us with his own story of what he's done with his company. And again, thank you to the moderator. He took up very quickly. I think he was informed in the last minute, but he quickly, he just fit in. You were organic. Thank you. So I now call upon Sri Nandakumar to present the mementos to the esteemed dignitaries. So I know you all are waiting for the lunch. I know you're all waiting for lunch. Just a small announcement and then we can move on for lunch. Over to Anchal.
I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our sponsor, ARS Steels. We have an AV for them right on the screen. There are some technical glitches. We'll reconnect after a lunch break. So we'll reconnect at 2:40 p.m. sharply here again. Thank you, guys. You can proceed for lunch. It's in room number 112. My heartfelt thanks to ARS Steels. We have an AV for them right up to the screen.
Empty bars for your home without knowing what you're buying. Come, don't buy blindly. ARS 550D CRS. If you know the truth, you'll know it's right for you. Don't buy steel blindly.
I would like to extend my thanks to Chennai Radha Engineering Works. AV on the screen, please.
The Odisha NCTPS CB1 Kamaraja Port here. Hello and welcome to Chennai Radha Engineering Works Private Limited. We are a nationally acclaimed and leading O&M service provider for major ports and thermal power plants in the segments of coal handling and ash handling plants. With ISO 9001:2015 service standards, for the operation and maintenance requirements of bulk handling industry. Krupier, formerly known as Radha Engineering Works, had a humble beginning in 1984 as a proprietorship company. Krupier was incorporated as a private limited company in the year 2003. With our expertise in the field as our backbone, focus on quality and timely deliverables have enabled us to reach where we are today in the 39 years of our journey. Board of Directors, Mr. S. Venkatesan, Chairman, Mr. V. R. Senthil Kumar, Managing Director, Mrs. V. Radhachalvi, Mrs. V. Padmavati, and Mr. V. R. Ramu, Board of Directors. Our group of companies, Interlace India Private Limited, for software solutions. Our product base, iFilms, Mindpole, Remjit, eLearning, Interact, HRMS, Enlight, eGrid, and MIS. Another one, Affigenix Biosolutions Private Limited, for life science solutions, products, biopharma products, and diagnostic products. Our verticals in the field, bulk material handling, O&M and EPC services, O&M of bulk material handling systems at major ports of India and Fujairah in UAE, O&M of sea thermal power plants. Next, railways. In railways, design, manufacturing, supply of rail car shells, assembling, interior furnishing, installation and commissioning of rail cars. Another one is mining. In the mining field, overburden removal, coal extraction by surface miners, and transportation using HEMEs at SCEL and MCL. In the field, we are doing manufacturing of bulk materials handling equipment such as.
I would like to extend my thanks to Kaveri Hospitals. AV, please.
Rivers are where the earliest civilizations began, where cultures took root, where the past started its journey towards the future. As we began our journey at Kaveri, the river that gave the name to our hospital, Kaveri sacred rivers of India, inspired us to start our sacred mission in 1999 with a humble origin. Like the river Kaveri that runs across South India, flourishing all.
I request all participants to please be seated. We will move to the session 3 of the day, Success Stories of Karnataka Hindu Economic Forum. This story highlights the stories of Karnataka Hindu Economic Forum's projects launched and initiatives taken. Shri Shiv Prasad TR, National Organization Secretary, will be addressing us on the topic. Shri Ravi Sendil Kumar Sir will be the moderator. And now I call upon Shri M.S. Balaji Sir to provide an introduction to our speaker.
Can I request? Good afternoon and namaskaram to all. My name is Balaji here. It's my great pleasure to introduce T. Shiva Prasad to all of us. He is a distinguished journalist, an entrepreneur from Higher Jambu village in Karnataka with over 20 years of experience in the media industry. He has made significant contributions to journalism, having worked as the North India Bureau Head for TV9 Karnataka and built several top satellite news channels in Karnataka, including Sanaya News and TV1. He also held leadership roles as the editor-in-chief of Samaya News, TV1 and Janasri News, all in Karnataka. His journalistic career includes covering major events in Mumbai, Delhi, Hyderabad, Bengaluru terror attacks, and he has accompanied India's foreign minister to Pakistan to cover crucial events from Islamabad to Lahore. He is also a tireless advocate of economic development, which is why he is here today, having played a pivotal role in establishing the Davangere Textile Park in Karnataka, which employs over 10,000 people. An author of 7 books, one of his books on Chandrayaan, India's moon mission, was released by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, former President of India. As the owner of Bharat One company, he oversees 22 brands, and more very, very important to note, he dedicates 25% of his company's profits to Hindu Economic Forum. He is a true visionary. He has decided to dedicate his life and time for furthering the goals of Hindu Economic Forum. Let us welcome Sri Shiva Prasad with a clap of hands. Over to Mr. Shiva Prakash. Thank you.
Actually, there is no need of moderator because from him only we have inspired and we have started this. So he will take care of everything. I'll just sit with you all. Please.
Namaste. Namaste. Directly I will come to the point as we are running out of time. I met Swamiji just before 2 years in 2022, April 21. I met Swamiji with some other purpose. Then there was a lot of fighting was going on in Karnataka about Jatka and halal meat. No, it's their laptop. warning the blow. Be 5 minutes हो जाए. We can connect your laptop. Then मेरा laptop. So there was lot of fighting was going on in Karnataka about halal and Jatka meat. Then I messaged one of the leading person from RSS saying, your ministers are speaking rubbish in the media, please tell them to control and speak. Then he called me, what is going on wrong in the media? Then I explained everything. Then he said, no, is there any other plan? Then I told, no, these are the things that we should do. Then he immediately suggested me to meet few of the RSS people in Bengaluru, and he said, you speak to them and come back to me. Then I met those people and I showed them a presentation, and they said, it's a very good presentation. I think only Swami Vijnananji can guide you about this. Then immediately from the meeting itself, they called Swamiji, and Swamiji asked to send the presentation. I sent the presentation. Immediately after seeing the presentation, Swamiji called me back. Presentation, Shuprasadji, can you, if possible, can you come down to Delhi for a day or two, and so that we can speak? I said, okay, Swamiji, aa jata hu. Then I met Swamiji. Then I never thought that I will be involved in HEF. Then I never thought that I will be involved in HEF so deeply and to this extent. When I met Swamiji, Swamiji started asking about me, what you are doing and what is your background, everything. I told I am in media and I want to build district level news channels in all the districts of Karnataka, small digital news channels. And also I am developing my own small business groups in taluka places. And also I am trying to start one society, that Savarda Credit Cooperative Society, bank-like thing, we want to start. Then Swamiji told, under HEF also we are doing the same things. And Swamiji explained me about the how HEF was started, what all the things went, and everything Swamiji explained. Then I got fascinated. This is what I am doing, and Swamiji already has done so much of work. Then from morning, you won't believe, from morning 10:30, me and Swamiji sat together, until 6:30, 7 o'clock we were speaking. So it was just like a brainstorm session with Swamiji. Swamiji was also free that day because of Hanuman Jayanti. And by the end of the day, Swamiji told, okay, you are so much interested, then you do one thing. I said, see Swamiji, I am traveling across Karnataka for my news channel work. I used to visit all the district places. If anything that I can do, you can tell me, I will do that. Swamiji told, okay, you do one thing. Next week I am coming to Tumkuru. We have a small chapter launch there. You come there, you see that, and afterwards you can tell me what you can do. Then I said, okay. So again after 1 week, on April 27, Swamiji came to Tumkuru. I joined Swamiji, and there was a small chapter launch like this only. After seeing that chapter launch, I realized HEF is such a big thing, and it should be projected and made in a more larger and bigger scale. Then I told Swamiji, yes, I can do these things. If launching a chapter like this is the job that I need to do, that I can do very easily, because mera andar to ego tha na. I am a journalist, I know every people from all the corners of Karnataka, and even if I call just one person, he can gather 50 people, and it's a cakewalk for me to launch the chapters in each district place. Then Swamiji told, okay, you start working. So after 1 month, Swamiji came to Bangalore again. Then I sat with Swamiji again. Swamiji, I told, if you are launching one chapter today and another chapter after next year, so like this it won't work. I feel we should launch back-to-back chapters. Swamiji asked, what is the idea? Swamiji, आप मुझे 10 दिन का डेट दे दो कर्नाटक के लिए. Swamiji चौंक गए. 10 days. He never gave 10 days time for one state. And yes, Swamiji, आप 10 दिन का time दे दीजिए. We will launch 7 to 8 chapters, single shot, back-to-back, one chapter, one day like that. Swamiji चौंक गए. चलो कौन सा डेट चाहिए? वो डायरी निकाल दिए और दे दिए. August 15 to 22, I will be traveling with you. Anywhere you take me, I will come with you in Karnataka. You plan. Then Swamiji बोल दिए, चैलेंज भी एक्सेप्ट हो गया, अभी मुझे मुसीबत मुड़ गया. Because till then I was not aware how difficult it is to organize the Hindus, to bring the Hindus. I was thinking it's very easy because I had the ego, na. I am face of Karnataka, popular celebrity anchor. If I call one district people, 50 people, 100 people will gather very easily. When I started forming the chapters, then I realized how great Swamiji is, who is working for Hindu cause since last 40 years. Relentlessly, restlessly. And you won't believe, I was totally blank. From where to start, I was not known. And I went to my sister's house in Biruru and I started calling all the districts wherever possible. Swamiji gave me few hints, do's and don'ts. So based on you do these chapters. Then we selected around 9 places. Then I told Swamiji, these dates are accepted, okay, you come. So after, you won't realize, I was thinking one meeting was enough. One meeting was enough to form one chapter. That was in my mind. I will call for a meeting, minimum 50 to 100 people will come together and we will launch the chapters very easily. When I went to the first district, Chikmagaluru, you won't believe, I did 3-4 days of hard work. I called more than 150 people and the number of people attended the meeting were only 6. अरे पूरा हेडेक हो गया, अरे इतना मैं एंकर हूँ, इधर से आ गया हूँ, हिंदू कास्ट के लिए काम कर रहा हूँ, फिर भी लोग नहीं आ रहे, ये क्या बात है. Then I really, it was a hectic time and I realized it doesn't work in my way. So then I kept my journalistic ego, everything aside and I started begging, अरे भैया आ जाओ, मीटिंग आ जाओ, प्लीज़ आ जाओ, हिंदू कास्ट के लिए काम करेंगे, आ जाओ. अरे आपका प्रॉब्लम क्या है? What is your problem? What is your business problem? Then started people responding. Then successfully, luckily, we launched 9 chapters in 9 days. We started from Davangere. On August 16th, 2022, we started Davangere. Then we launched Mangaluru, Chikmagaluru, Udupi, Putturu, Sulla, Mysuru, Madikere. 9 chapters we launched. So launch हो गया. I was thinking, अरे मेरा काम खत्म हो गया. Then the problem started. All these chapters started working, but after 1 month, you won't believe, everything was again collapsed. No meetings, nothing was there, and the people whom we have identified and made presidents, they started calling me, sir, no one is responding, what to do? You please come again. उधर से जर्नी चालू हो गया, ये non-stop journey. Follow-up के लिए, you won't believe, before launching the chapters, I traveled to each chapter minimum 5 to 6 times, and after launching the chapters, again I need to do the follow-up. I told the problem to Swamiji. Swamiji told, without follow-up nothing happens, Shiv Prasad ji. क्योंकि पहले मीटिंग में मुझे स्वामी जी बोले थे, मैं इतना सीरियसली इसलिए I took this very seriously because in the first meeting itself, when I gave the proposal of starting the Sattvic certification, Swami ji told, Shiv Prasad ji, आपका आइडिया बहुत ही बढ़िया है, पेपर में बहुत ही बढ़िया है, it's one of the best plan in the world, but please remember, until and unless you have critical strength in each and every chapter, you can't do anything. हर चैप्टर में, हर गांव में, हर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में, एवरी सिटी में एक चैप्टर होने का, उधर अच्छे लोग रहने का, तभी ये कुछ हो सकता है, नहीं तो नहीं हो सकता. इसलिए ये काम चालू हो गया. After 3-4 months, again Swamiji came to Bangalore. I asked Swamiji, we will launch another 10 chapters. Swamiji और एक बार मुझे मेरे तरफ डाउट से देख लिए, अभी 10 चैप्टर हो गया, वो एक बार घूम के आ जाओ, देख लेंगे. बाद में स्वामी जी gave date again last year from May 21st to May 30, Swamiji gave me the date, and again we launched around 10 chapters, Bidar, Gulbarga, Bagalkot, Bijapur, Belagavi, Hubballi Dharwad, Vijayanagar, Ballari, and Hassan chapters we launched. So chapters तो launch हो गया, लेकिन the problem was, Swamiji was telling me, chapters तो चालू हो जाते हैं, लेकिन 2 महीने, 1 महीने में बंद हो जाते हैं. क्यों बंद हो रहा है? इसके बारे में we started thinking. Then we realized, ये दूसरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन जैसे नहीं है, सिर्फ प्रॉफिट के लिए हम काम नहीं कर रहे. We are working for the Hindu cause, to bring the Hindu business people under one platform. So इसके लिए हमें बॉन्डिंग करने के लिए, बॉन्ड करने के लिए कुछ अलग ही तरीके चाहिए. देन वी स्टार्टेड evolving, ये क्या हो सकता है. Anyhow, we were trying to do one society, and we took the permission of Swamiji, and we launched one society in Bangalore, Dharmadrushti Savarda Credit Cooperative Society, and touchwood, today that society is doing very good, and they have the deposit of around 2.5 crores or something like that now. And last year, Udupi, I met Swamiji. I told Swamiji, Swamiji, एक हो गया, society हो गया. Now I think from one society we can't do anything. We need one society and each chapter. स्वामी जी पूछे इसका लॉजिक क्या है इसका बिहाइंड में. मैं बोल दिया एक सोसाइटी को if you want to spread it across Karnataka, we need minimum 20 to 25 years. So if we start one society under each chapter, we can achieve the same goal in 3 to 4 years. Number one. Number two, society चालू करने से सवर्ध क्रेडिट कोऑपरेटिव सोसाइटी को स्टार्ट करने के बिहाइंड ये और एक रीज़न ये है, मिनिमम 500 to 700 मेंबर्स शेयर होल्डर्स बन जाते हैं डे वन से. It's so difficult to bring even 10 people to the meeting, but in the name of society we are bringing around 500 to 700 people. And if you call for a HEF meeting, minimum 50 लोग तो आ जाते हैं. स्वामी जी अच्छा चलो कर लो. स्वामी जी इतना फ्री हैंड दे दिए मुझे, ये ऐसा है HEF कर्नाटक में खुद मेरा है, उस तरह हो गया. मैं जो भी करता हूँ स्वामी जी चलो एक्सपेरिमेंट करो, जो भी बेस्ट प्रैक्टिस है वी विल टेक इट टू अदर स्टेट्स. You won't believe, we took 2 years to form first society. Okay, now you won't believe in Karnataka we have 14 societies under 14 chapters. 3 of them are about to be launched, one is almost launched, and another 5-6 societies are under process. We took 2 years for the first society, and you won't believe Bidar society we launched in flat 40 days. They took the decision, and the chapter was society was launched in just 40 days. ये भी हो गया. Then we realized HEF is not a thing that should be limited to only district places or taluka places or only mega cities. It should be taken to the villages. Then only we can succeed. We should connect the end farmers, end village level entrepreneur, and make them participate in HEF. Then only we can succeed. Then this year we started from the month of June month we started. You won't believe, in flat 3 months we took 2 years to launch 20 chapters in Karnataka, and later we took just 3 months to launch another 90 chapters. 90 chapters. So case study I want to, now I will go little speed here. So in Bangalore what we did, in Bangalore is such a huge city. If you call for a meeting, just 5 people, 10 people, 20 people used to come. Now we decided to launch one chapter for one ward. Already we have around 14 chapters in Bangalore city alone, and every month on 4th Saturday we call for a mega business meeting where minimum 100 to 150 people will come and sit together like this, and we have business interactions like that. Yeah, on every month 4th Saturday we do the same exercise regularly. So all these chapters contribute, and each month one chapter will take the lead and they organize the event. So like that we have made it a format. So now our target is next 2 years, 200 wards in Bengaluru, we are going to launch the chapters with proper structure, president, vice president, everything. So 2 years target, 200 wards, 200 chapters alone in Bengaluru. So then we choose another taluku, Kadur taluku. So these are the names of the this one. So right side you can see Kaduru taluku we choose an experiment basis. In one taluk, you won't believe, we launched 60 chapters, one taluka place, not even district place, but a small taluka place. We launched 60 chapters. This is the first taluk in the entire country where any business organization in the country having 60 chapters in just one taluka place. This is the first example in the entire country. So the advantages these are the number of names of the chapters that we launched actually. So along with this, we launched 7 women chapters. After Bangkok event, we took the lead. 7 women chapters we launched, Sulla, Putturu, Vijayanagara, and Vijayanagara, only women started a private limited company. That the name of the private limited company is Namma Shuddha Parisara Private Limited. They are launching a waste management project also. It's completely run, managed, and implemented by women's. And Bangalore one women chapter there, Kaduru, Tipturu, Tarikere. These are the chapters we launched actually. And when we started in the first round, Swamiji and me, not even a single district we find the scrap business team. But after 2 years of efforts, we have formed. Anyhow, you know, scrap business is completely run, managed, 100% is controlled by Muslims. So not even a single district we find any scrap team which is belong to our Hindu community. So when we realized this, me, Swamiji and our Praladji, President Ji, Bangalore chapter president, we spoke, and Praladji told it's a huge business opportunity, Shiv Prasad Ji. You just form the teams. I will lead this team, and I will see to it that within 1 or 2 years it will be a 200 crore business under HEF. And from there we started. It took us 1.5 years to form the Waste Management Association. Now the registration process is almost finalized, and Dr. Vamanacharya, who was the Pollution Control Board chairman, we choose him as the president of the association. We made Karnataka as 6 zones, and from all these 6 zones, we have the scrap teams ready, and now various projects are being taken up by this waste management. After that, we are launching real estate association, banking and finance association, I will explain again later. CARE, Center for Advanced Research in Education, International Research Quarterly Journal, and Farmers Producers Company we launched actually, and used car second-hand cars and bikes platform we are launching, and HEF member discount scheme we launched. So under HEF discount scheme, you won't believe, here this is the image. So on August 25th, we requested all our HEF members to give the discount, exclusive discount to the HEF members. You won't believe, from Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala, 350 people came forward and gave the discounts. So that means I can share the list with you also. If you are going to Bangalore, if you are going to some restaurant there, if it's there in our list, you can get additional discount of 10 to 15%. If you are going to Hospet, we have a hotel there, our HEF members. If you are staying there, they will give additional discount of 10 to 15% to you people. So like this, we want to make it a national feature, and this directory, this is the directory. So like this, so you can see 10% exclusive discount for HEF members. So we want to make it a tri-monthly magazine. We want to bring it out in digital format, and if you have any business and if you want to give discount, you can make a design like this and you can send us. We are going to release the next magazine in Mumbai actually. There we want to release it digitally. So this one. So I told you we launched around 14 societies. So right side you can see the list. Ballari we launched Shrestha Savarda Shakti Sangha Nemeta, Bidar Shri Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel Savarda Sahakari Sangha, Chikmagalur Shri Krishna Savarda Credit Cooperative Society, Chanagiri Shanti Sagara Savarda Credit Cooperative Society, Mangalore Ashwamedha Cooperative Society Limited, Vijayanagara Ramlalla Savarda Credit Cooperative Society, Vijaypura Ramakrishna Savarda Credit Cooperative Society, Bengaluru Hindivi Vividodesha Savarda Sahakar Sangha, Tiptur Achara Savarda Society. You won't believe, already after Swamiji's launch in August 25, 4 societies came to us, met us, and they want to affiliate with HEF. The process is on, documentation process so sabhi chap karke wo process ho jayega. So why we are doing societies is, and already in Thrissur today I got a call from the in charge there. They are also going to start one society. Our intention is to start one society and under each chapter. The advantage is all of us, we can have our accounts there, we can keep the deposits, and also our economy will grow. And Swamiji's intention is to launch one Hindu bank. When I met Swamiji for the first time, Swamiji told Swamiji tried to start one Hindu bank in a foreign country, but because of some technical reasons, it couldn't happen. Now I think this is the right. RBI refused, I think. So now also I think Swamiji, if Swamiji decides it can be done in next 2 to 3 years, we have the backup of all these societies, and I assure Swamiji that if Swamiji decides to launch the bank, World Hindu Bank, something like that, in next 2 to 3 years, by that time we will have 100 societies in Karnataka and other states ready to as a backup and backbone for this bank. And by Mumbai event, I think Swamiji can decide about this. And if Swamiji decides it, at least in foreign country, we can start. If RBI is not permitting in India, we can do that. So now I will go through little bit speed next 5 to 10 minutes I will take. Samskara Education Group, we started, we wanted to enter into education. We formed a research care, Center for Advanced Research in Education we launched. And under this, we are bringing all the education institutions on one platform. From next year onwards, we are going to give the rankings to the colleges under HEF. And also, in next 3 to 5 years, we want to give the rankings to foreign VVs also. So that is the platform we want to create. And a lot of things are going on. For kids, we are launching 60 book series. Sanatan Dharma, A for not A for Apple, but we are bringing out our own book series under Little Genius, this one. And for IAS, we launched Genius, B Genius magazine we launched, and Spardha Genius IAS magazine we have launched. And you won't believe, there was an IAS academy we are launching in Karnataka, and in around 10 to 15 degree colleges we are launching IAS coaching classes from January onwards. Under HEF, completely under HEF we are launching actually. For this magazine, 50 years bank, question bank, everything is getting ready in Bangalore. So also Olympiads we are launching from December actually. 20 types of Olympiads we are launching. You can see the list: physics, chemistry, biology, everything we are launching. And media group we are launching under HEF. Each district should have a digital news channel, media. We should have our presence. And this is I will show a video there. And Jatka meat shop we are launching. Around 50 Jatka meat shops we are launching in Karnataka. So you won't believe, it took us 2 years to convince Bangalore people to invest in any project. In Putturu and other places we were doing very good. But in Bangalore, people were not ready. But after Bangalore August 25th event, where we launched around 234 projects, including 14 banks and other things. So there was a proposal to take over a small Jatka meat shop. Then our person came, sir, I need 6 lakh rupees by tomorrow morning. 6 lakh rupees by tomorrow morning he wanted. Then I said, for what? Sir, there is a Jatka meat shop is ready. He's going to sell it for a Muslim guy. So if we can arrange around minimum 3 lakhs today, we can keep that. Then I told, okay, by evening you come to the meeting and we will speak. So he came to the meeting, and in the meeting we put this proposal. See, this is the offer we have. Who is going to invest? No one was ready. Again, I told, so okay, if no one is ready, we will get the funds from other people, but I am going to invest 50,000 rupees for this. For 2 shares I am going to buy. So immediately you won't believe, next 4 minutes, 6 lakh rupees is promised. 4 minutes, 6 lakh rupees is promised without any collateral security, banking process, nothing. Then the question is, tomorrow morning we need 3 lakh rupees. Who is going to pay the advance? Minimum 50%, everyone should pay. So next 2 minutes, next 2 to 3 minutes, 1.25 lakhs was transferred to his account. 20,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees, 15,000 rupees. Next morning we went and we had an agreement. I sent the videos to the Swamiji, and from October 12th onwards, the sale is also started. We took over that Jatka meat shop, and we are running it successfully now. Every day we are doing a business of around 5 to 6,000 rupees as of now. It's the initial process, but it will grow in coming days. And after 15 days, in Nagarbavi, we wanted to start another Jatka meat shop. The project cost was 15 lakh rupees. You won't believe, in 12 minutes, 15 lakh rupees was promised and 1.5 lakh rupees was given as advance. Just imagine, if you want to raise 15 lakh rupees from a bank, how long they will make you go round and round and round. Here, 12 minutes, 15 lakh rupees is raised just because of HEF. Just because of the trust the members have developed among themselves. Nahi to nahi hota tha. So, Ayodhya Cafe we are launching actually. Namo Rudraya, one religious artifacts website we launched. Mangaluru Kadri complex, Swamiji actually came there and launched the complex also. In the heart of the city, Mangaluru, around 40 complexes were there. Muslims were about to take the tender. Our HEF members participated in that bid. 2 to 3 crore rupees was raised, and we were able to win the tender. As a result, all the 40 outlets are in the hands of Hindus now. Just imagine if if the tender was gone to Muslim guy, just imagine all the 40 outlets in the heart of the city making a roaring business of crores together from our money. So, so like this, many in Shumaga they have taken over a resort. 80 lakh rupees they raised. One resort was about to shut down. They renovated it. 80 lakh rupees they raised, and they have done it. And footwear shop, anyhow, we are doing. Okay, now next 5 minutes I will take you through some videos, small videos. So this is the society we launched in just 40 days, flat 40 days we launched it. Now total, when we launched on August 25, 300 members were the shareholders. Now 545 members are the shareholders. So each person has paid 2,500 rupees and they have become the members. And by December they are going to launch it officially. So just imagine 550 members, Hindu people coming together and starting this society. So this is just one example. And under HEF, what we are doing, we are launching real estate projects also. Only for HEF members, no profit, no loss basis, we launched one project. Swamiji inaugurated that on August 25. So 30 acres project we are doing near Mysuru. And for HEF members, no profit, no loss, we are giving the plots. The market price there is already 2,000 rupees to 2,500 rupees. But for HEF members, we are giving it exclusively for 1,500 rupees without having any profit. Only profit we are keeping is 50 rupees per square feet, and that should be donated by Dharma Drishti Society to HEF as donation. So if the entire project completes, we are planning to raise around 3 to 4 crore rupees as fund for HEF. So this is the things we are doing. So the benefit for the HEF member is, if he is buying the site by paying just 50,000 rupees as advance, if he is selling after 6 months, immediately he is in the profit of around 500 to 600 rupees per square feet. Just imagine, calculate it to 1,200 into 600 rupees. That is the profit HEF member is earning. So like this, we are making HEF members to earn also, to make the money also. Without that, nothing moves. So this is the project actually. Just I will show you. This is the Jatka meat shop that we are launching actually. Last 2 videos I will play and I will wind up my. So Putturu, we have launched a restaurant a vegetable shop, and a footwear shop. You can So this is the video of a dosa camp. Our HEF members, 3-4 months ago, they did a dosa camp. You won't believe, per day they did a business of 2 lakh rupees per day for 3 days. 2 lakh rupees per day. 2 lakh rupees per day for 3 days dosa camp. A small restaurant we have, and now they are making an ice cream mela. Ice cream mela they are making. This is the video you can see. So these are the few still around 30 to 40 videos are there, different projects videos, but because of shortage of time, I'm concluding here. So if you have any doubts, you can connect with me after this session actually. Thank you.
I think ஒரு கஸ்டமரி கன்க்ளூஷன் பண்ணணுங்கிறனால நான் இப்போ பண்ணிடுறேன். நாங்கள் வந்து உடுப்பி போனப்போ சிவபிரசாதியோட ஃபஸ்ட் மீட்டிங் ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தாரு. அங்கேருந்து தான் நாங்கள் வி ஸ்டார்டட் த ஜேர்னின்னு சொல்கிறோம். நிறைய ஒர்க் பண்ணியிருக்கிறாங்க, பட் நம்ம அவங்களோட உண்மையிலே அவங்களோட போய் சேரணும் அப்படின்னாவே நம்ம நிறைய வேலை பண்ணணும். அதாவது அவர் சொன்ன ஒரு சில விஷயங்களில் வந்து முக்கியமாக நம்ம வந்து நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம், ஹிந்து பேரில் ஒரு ஆர்கனைசேஷன் வச்சா எல்லாம் ஒன்று சேர்ந்துருவாங்க. சொன்ன உடனே 4 வருஷம் ஆச்சு இந்த சாப்டரில் ஒரு மீட்டிங்க்கு வர்றதுக்கே. இன்றைக்கும் 50-60 மெம்பராக இருந்தால் கூட 20 பேர் தான் ரெகுலராக வராங்க. ஸோ இட்ஸ் a very tough job, Shivaprasad ji, and you have done a phenomenal work in Karnataka and made so many chapters functioning regularly. To make this one chapter working itself is a big task, and we எல்லாம் சொல்கிறதுக்கு நல்லாயிருக்கும், மீட்டிங் எல்லாம் வருவோம், பட் அப்புறம் வந்து எல்லாருக்கும் ப்ரியாரிட்டிஸ் மாறிடும். நமக்கு நிறைய சேலஞ்சஸ் இருக்குது. இப்போ நம்ம சேரலை அப்படின்னா, இப்போ சேர்ந்து எல்லாம் ஒர்க் பண்ணலைன்னா நான் முன்னாடியே சொன்ன மாதிரி அந்த ஃபேமிலி, only when the family is in order we can do something for the society. And we are not against anybody. We are just நம்ம வீடு நல்லா இருக்கணும் ஃபஸ்ட்டு. நம்ம வீடு நல்லா இருந்ததுன்னா அடுத்ததுக்கு போகலாம். ஏன் ஃபேமிலி அப்படின்னா, அந்த டெம்பிள் எக்கனாமி பற்றி அடுத்த செஷன் இருக்குது. கோயில், நம்ம கோயில்கள் சுற்றி இருக்கிற அந்த பொருளாதாரம் வந்து நம்ம பார்க்காம நம்ம போய் அதை கவனிக்கலைன்னா அது அழிஞ்சு போயிடும். நிறைய ஆர்கனைசேஷன் இருக்குது, ஆனால் கோயில்களை வந்து காப்பாற்றுறதுக்காக எத்தனை ஆர்கனைசேஷன் உண்மையிலே ஒர்க் பண்ணுறதுன்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா கிடையாது. ஸோ அப்போது பிஸ்னஸ் மேன், இப்போ ஒரு கோயில் இருக்குன்னா அந்த கோயிலை சுற்றி ஒரு கடை இருக்குது, பூக்கடை இருக்குது, பழம் இருக்குது, பழம் விற்கிறவங்க இருக்கிறாங்க. எல்லாருமே ஃபைனலாக யாருக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறாங்கன்னா எங்களை மாதிரி விவசாயிகள். விவசாயிகளோட பொருள், அங்கே விளையிற பொருள் எல்லாம் அழிக்கிறது வந்து ஒரு சில ஒரு ஒரு சர்டன் பர்சன்டேஜ் வந்து கோயில்களில் பயன்படுத்தப்படுது. அது நிறையா கோயில்கள் இன்றைக்கி தமிழ்நாட்டில் வந்து சீரழிஞ்சிட்டு வருது. இதெல்லாம் காப்பாற்றணுன்னா ஒவ்வொரு ஊர்லேயும் வந்து இந்த மாதிரி சாப்டர்ஸ் வரணும். அவங்க வந்து அங்கே பண்ணுற ட்ரேடர்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஒன்று கூடி அட்லீஸ்ட் அந்த கோயிலில் வந்து டெய்லி பூஜை நடக்கணும். இருக்கிற நல்ல கோயிலை அழிய விடாமல் பார்த்துக்கணும், மக்கள் போயிட்டு இருக்கணும் ரெகுலராக அப்படிங்கிறதுக்கு ஒரு ஆஸ்பெக்டையும் அட்லீஸ்ட் நம்ம அதோட ஒரு முக்கியமான நோக்கம். Shivaprasad ji, I think you're going to guide us, and we have started with 10 chapters now, and with your guidance and your experience, definitely we will have more members participating, and we will be doing lots of work, and definitely the next coming years, from 10 we will be having 30 to 50 chapters, and really like whatever you have done, the meat shops, இது எல்லாமே வந்து இந்த பிஸ்னஸ் எல்லாம் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு விவசாயம் பண்ணுறது நம்மளாக இருப்போம், ஆனால் எங்கேயோ போய் இங்கே திருப்பி நம்ம வாங்குறோம். ஸோ இதெல்லாம் நம்ம கையில் எடுப்போம். அந்த நம்பிக்கை நீங்களாம் இங்கே இருக்கிறத வச்சுட்டு நான் வந்து ஐ தேங்க் சிவபிரசாத் ஒன்ஸ் அகெயின் அண்ட் வில் மூவ் டு நெக்ஸ்ட் செஷன். தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you, Shiva Prasad ji. Actually, that was this session was what I was excited for, because he's also a fellow journalist, actually a senior journalist. I should not compare him with me, for sure. And he gave a lot of insights about what he's done in Karnataka. It's so interesting, and I think, it's inspiring for, as Ravi uncle said, it's inspiring for what's going to happen in this state and across India. So thank you for that. I now call upon Shri Selvaraj to felicitate Shri Shiva Prasad ji. Thank you. Before going on to our next session, just a small announcement. I think I made this announcement in the morning also. We have calendars. In the Varaha Bhagavan irukra calendars, this gives a lot of fortune, prosperity, and it removes obstacles from our path. So you can buy these calendars outside at the stalls. So yeah, I'll move on to the next session. We now move on to a fascinating discussion on the temple economy, the importance of protecting temple economy and how it can sustain various stakeholders. Mr. Sandeep Singh will share his expertise. And I call upon Shri Satyajit to introduce our speaker.
Jai Shri Ram, Vanakkam. It's my honor to introduce a prolific thought leader and author, Mr. Sandeep Kumar Singh, with a postgraduate degree in rural development and specialized training in media planning and general business management. Mr. Singh brings a wealth of knowledge to the table. He has held pivotal roles in prominent organizations such as ASCOM, RK Swami, BBDO, and various media channels, where he played a key role in shaping their growth and direction. Sandeep Singh has authored several insightful books, including Business of Freedom and Indian Ocean Strategy, exploring the unique facets of Indian management principles. As an influential voice, his articles have appeared in leading publications, and he has presented his thoughts on multiple national platforms. Currently, Mr. Singh serves as the interim chairman of the Board of Governors at IIM Kashipur, among other key advisory roles. He is dedicated to promoting the Indian way of management through his teachings and research, offering courses like strategic lessons from Chanakya and Arthashastra at various IIMs. We welcome you to the stage, sir, for giving us.
The moderator for this session will be Shri Rajaram. Over to Shri Sandeep.
Vanakkam and Namaste everybody. It's my pleasure to be a moderator. It's just a formality. Introduction is already made to Sri Sandeep Singh sir. We look forward to hearing from you, and if there are any follow-up questions, I'll come back to you. Over to you, sir. माँ सरस्वती की चरण वंदना, आदरणीय स्वामी जी को चरण स्पर्श, and vanakkam to all. I know few more Tamil words taught by my friends, and I have a feeling they are not appropriate to use here. So blame it on my friends. So we'll talk about temple economics. I have written 2 volumes on that, as you have seen in the morning. So there are 2 reasons to write the book. I'll give you one reason, and to know the other reason, you must buy the book. After the book, the forum is for entrepreneurs, so I must. And
So without wasting time, getting straight diving deep, when the Chinese virus occurred, a strange phenomena happened. And both the reasons of the book originate from there. One of them was that people started walking to their home. And how much they walked? Bombay to Gorakhpur, where I come from, is 1600 kilometers only. And people walked. People walked into Bihar, that's almost 2000 kilometers. And most of them, 99.99%, reached their home safe. And they didn't walk alone, they walked with the family, wife, kids, parents, sometimes even the pets. Have you ever thought of that? If I ask you that from wherever you have come in Chennai, will you walk down up to that place? What gives that courage that I can walk down that thousands of kilometers? And that's what, it stirred me. I asked my friends who take pride in running marathon, I said, how many of you thought of walking all the way to your hometown with all modern gadgets that you have? And suddenly everybody was wondering, no, Sandeep, why they would have walked? And the reason I concluded was that we are used to walking, especially the people who walked. They walked to Amarnath Yatra, they walked to Vaishno Devi, they walked to Sabrimala, they walked to Ganga Sagar, they walked to Wari, Pandharpur in Maharashtra. They walked. So every place you look, and that gives them the courage that I can walk down that so many kilometers. Because they know that there is a Hindu society and there is a mandir who will offer them the food. And a back of envelope calculation from 6 mandirs I concluded they have contributed more than 100 crores during COVID, and I stopped calculating. And that's the importance of mandir in our life, just to start with. So that's where I'm starting with. And a Christian goes to church, Muslim goes to a mosque, 2% of Jews go to, Hindu goes to temple. Temple is the place of worship of pagans. Who are pagans? The civilization who don't exist anymore. Mayan, Egyptian. We have so many words for a place of worship, and mandir is different than mosque or a church or synagogue. Because there people gather to worship. We do pran pratishtha in the mandir, correct, of the murti. It's a abode of the god. Bhagwan ka ghar hai. So let's call it by the name Kovil, Mandir, Devalaya. If you wouldn't get the name properly, how will you get the rest of the stuff right? So that should be the first thing that we must know, that how to address a place of worship. Then further, economy is different than Arthashastra. And I'm getting into finer things, but what is economy? The people started talking GDP. What is GDP? It was coined in 1930 only. So does it mean that the GDP or the income of the nations didn't exist before 1930? Of course they did. So GDP is just a calculation of everything that you do. So if a war happens, bridge is broken, everybody is happy because you have to construct a bridge, more cement, more steel, more labor employment. You fall sick, people are happy, you'll go to the hospital, you'll buy more medicine, contributes to the GDP. And how extreme this could be. So the International Monetary Fund's latest report has a worry. And their worry is that some of the European nations don't report the amount contributed to the GDP through prostitution. And prostitution is a gender neutral thing in the Western world. So that's where it leads to. And in Bharat, if you talk about Arthashastra, it's bounded by dharma. Dharmasya moolam artha, but then there is a trivak dharma artha karma. To help you understand very simply, we don't write only labh or profit. What do we write? Shubh labh. It has to be auspicious. And as they say, there is a very thin line between labh and lobh, greed. So that's where the whole our business is defined. It's not a class on business, I wouldn't go more, but I'll come back to the mandirs. And I must give an example of temple economics or mandir arthvyavastha. The oldest city of the modern economy is Detroit, where the first time the car manufacturing was started. And today, if you look in the internet, if you search the Rust Belt of USA, it will be Detroit and the surrounding places, suburbs, which used to supply ancillary products to any car manufacturing company. Over a period, it became cheaper to manufacture car in Japan, Philippines, Korea, India, Bangladesh, some African nations as well. Detroit started dying. Today, Detroit's population is 25% of what it was population was in early 1900. It's a dying city. And if you look into any industrial country, just type the ghost towns, Russia, Europe, China, you will find a huge list. Because these modern industrial products, somebody will start making it cheaper or better, or there will be replacement for it in some other country, and the city starts dying down. But if you just go and start looking for some of the oldest, excuse me. If you just go on looking for some of the oldest living civilization, I'll explain you what living civilization is. You'll get some of the 5 names: Ujjain, Rameshwaram, Pushkar, Patliputra, Kashi. Older than history, as we know. They don't have a history. They don't have any industry. How did they survive? And what is a living civilization? So people live in Egypt today. There is a pyramid, but they don't know how to make that pyramid again. We have Brihadeshwara Mandir, which is older than pyramids. We can still build a similar mandir. It means that knowledge has been passed down to us from generation to generation to generation. And that's why we are a living civilization. That's the proof of it. And that's a very important part of it. So that tells you how the economy works, mandir-based Arthavavastha is. Now the question comes, naturally, is that what is a mandir-based product? So let me give you an example of it. Have you thought of some of the names of the saris? Banarsi, Kanjivaram, Sambalpuri, each one of them Dhakeshwari. Each one of them comes from a mandir town. And there is a reason behind it. That the Banarsi sari that is weaved in the Varanasi will have the same motif, that is the design of the flower and the petal, which are very common in a sari, which are offered to Mata Parvati in Kashi. And same thing will be happening to Sambaleshwari sari. So there is a huge connect. And if you think, I'm just talking in thin air, it is not we who understand this power. It was the Portuguese, when they captured Goa, they realized the power of sari. For 200 years, weaving and wearing of sari was banned in Goa. Because they said, and they articulated in so many words, that sari is a hindrance to the conversion. And how did 200 years sari is alive in Goa, and how did it still alive? Because the weaver dug deep in their house, they created the basement and weaved the sari in the night, and the woman used to wear sari in the night for 200 years, 10 generations. For a moment, clap for your forefathers, the sacrifice they have made. And they had a danger of getting prosecuted, and the most brutally, as we all know. And then moving to clearing the difference between mandir revenue and mandir arthavavastha. Nowadays we get very happy. This mandir mein itna chadhawa aaya. So much of money has been contributed by the devotees in the mandir. And that is just temple revenue. And the money that temple earns from its landed properties is also just temple revenue. Arthavavastha is much bigger, as I just explained you, how the product is made and manufactured. So from the right time you start constructing a mandir, it starts contributing to the economy, the way you understand it. So just to give an example how. What happens the moment you start constructing a mandir? The first thing you might think of a place. And to decide a place, what all we need? Because it has to be auspicious, the direction, right? So our ancestors had an understanding of astronomy. That's how you could calculate the southeast direction. And to calculate astronomy, what you need? Why Romans couldn't calculate, were not so advanced in astronomy? For 2 reasons. One is very simple. Have you ever thought of, if I ask you to write, say, 1,67,333 in Roman script, how many pages you will take? Obviously, to do a huge calculation, you need to understand the place value of the decimal and the 0. And they didn't had this understanding. And why we needed the understanding of 0 was because we had a huge amount of wealth and we could calculate the astronomical distance. And if you won't understand this and the latitude and longitude, then you can't do navigation through the sea. So just like World War I and World War II, in maths there was a Maths War I and Maths War II. So it took, since in Europe everything was controlled by the church, it took them 500 years to understand and accept the concept of zero. And just to tell you where is the confusion. So when you talk about zero, have you ever thought of, is it empty or does it encompasses 1 to 9? It's a huge philosophical debate. And then they debated another 500 years to understand what we got to know from Kerala School of Mathematics, the integral calculus. They couldn't figure out zero. Obviously, they couldn't figure out infinity, the basics of integral mathematics, if any mathematics student here. So that was the problem. And for us, it was very simple. What we know is the Shanti mantra, what is being taught, Purnamada, Purnamada. You take full out of full, it remains full. Manjul Bhargava, who won the Field Marshal equivalent to Nobel, talks about it, solved most of the mathematical problem because of this. So I am talking about zero in the class of, or in a seminar or lecture on Members. The oldest inscription of a zero is found in a temple in Gwalior. So our science evolved from Mandirs. So of course we understood astronomy. When you look at, we had a great sense of architect. Mathematics, there is something called the golden ratio. The making of Murti gave birth to the ratios in geometry. In the construction of Navtala or Dashtala Bimb Murti, the ratio accepted in Tantra Samachya is 1.6, that's the golden ratio. In the case of Navatna Bimb, the total height of the bimb is divided into 108 equal parts, and each part is called an angula. 12 angula constitutes a tala. Since the height of bimba is 9 tala, it is known as Navtala Bimb. The height of the idol is divided into 2 parts at the navel point in such a way that 66 anguls are below the navel point and 42 anguls are above it. Then the ratio of this length is equal to 1.57. This is again the golden ratio, modern mathematics. Obviously, it was understood by that time since then. Of course, we have heard of lost wax technology. The Nataraj Murti that we're so proud of, where the sun in Switzerland research is happening on black hole, they have kept it. So there is reason for it, because Nataraj represents the construction and deconstruction of the world. It also represents something more. It is made using lost wax technology, which is just supposed to be 4,500 years old. Another example of we being a living civilization, we still use that technology. And not only that, it also means that our architect or our karigars, our shilpkars could give a physical form in Nataraj to the whole theory of cosmos construction and destruction. Imagine the level of understanding of the cosmos that artist had who did the Nataraj 5,000 years back at least. So just think how much of science is involved. There can be books written on science involved in our mandirs. Pragati Maidan, Bharat Mandapam. I'll just give you 2-3 more examples related to mandir and economy. Have you looked in the market today, the kind of guavas you find, huge ones, right? Tasteless ones. The Desi guava is gone. Desi papaya is gone. The huge Videshi papaya is there, which hardly has any taste. But have you thought how Desi papaya has survived? And we have lost many flora, fauna, fruits, vegetables. So just to tell you, tomato, potato, cabbage, cauliflower are not Indian fruits. They were imposed by Britishers. Our mandirs like Puri, Mathura, they don't use this thing in prasad. So varieties have survived just because of the mandir. And just imagine how much money government spends to preserve these seeds. They have to create Indian Council for Agriculture Research. You create a lab underground in Leh and Tibet so that at below temperature it can be maintained in case of a pralaya or earthquake. The seeds variety can be preserved. In Orissa alone, and that's been the research by MS Swaminathan Research Foundation, we used to have close to lack of variety of rice, which could grow in 2-inch water, which could grow in 12-inch water. Today, only those varieties of rice have survived, which are offered to Bhagwan Jagannath, because every day different variety of rice is offered. Otherwise, you would have also lost those rice. And this is the contribution to Arth Vyavastha by the mandirs. anything which is not related to the mandir, we have been losing it. And imagine the damage. Our mandirs, dance, music, everything. Just to give you an example, how, at what level science was. The mandir is Mridanga Saileshwari, my apologies for my pronunciation, located in Kannur district. This is one of the Durga mandirs where thieves, every time they try to steal the murti, they cannot, and they leave it. And this has been documented. The 6 attempts have been made, and each time the thief returned back, they lost the mental balance. That's the power of the murti. So it is said that when the Mridangam descended on the earth from heaven, it was caught by Devi Saileshwari. The dropping of the Mridangam created echoes in the mountain, hence it came to be known as Mukhanu, sorry, can't pronounce, which means a mountain that echoes. When one views the mountain from a distance, it appears like a Mridangam. There is an amazing amount of science involved with the Mridangam. We have seen instruments like violin and flute is capable of producing harmonics. How about Mridangam? Is Mridangam capable of producing harmonic overtones? German scientist Hermann Helmholtz and British scientist John William Strutt studied the scientific basis of Western music. They observed that while string and wind instruments can produce harmonic overtones, percussion instruments derived from stretch membrane cannot produce harmonic overtone. However, Indian scientist, Nobel laureate Dr. C.V. Raman studied percussion instruments, acoustic, and proved that the Indian membraphone, mridangam and tabla are capable of producing harmonic overtone. The tone of mridangam sustained character results from 2 features in the construction: the heavy wooden shell on which the drum head is stretched and the symmetrical loading of the latter by black patch. The unique method of construction of the tonal drum head of mridangam secures this result. So that was the amount of science was involved. We know about the flour. Just talking about the economic angle, only 9.5 crore worth of flour is supplied from Gazipur Mandi in Delhi to Vaishno Devi for the first day decoration of the gate. But let's come back to the science of it. Jasmine flower and Madurai. You all will relate to it. Jasmine is grown in all parts of India, but why only in Madurai it's related to the goddess? You'll have to start those kid-like questions when you look at the mandir. Because Malagi grown in Madurai is special. I'll just share the 4 distinctive features and why it makes it so important. Fragrance. The fragrance of the Madurai Malagi has been known to last for 36 hours. The laterite and reddish soil in Madurai gives it a distinctive feature and rich in sulfur, which is the secret behind the fragrance causing alkaloid in jasmine and jasmine and alpha turmoil. The petal. Compared to other varieties of jasmine grown in various parts of the country, the Madurai Malagi has thicker petals that allows the flower to retain moisture and delay the process of withering. They also give the flowers some firmness, and this makes it easier to weave them in various patterns and into garlands. Color. The Madurai Malagi is greenish white when it is picked from the plant early in the morning. After a few hours, it turns milky white and then a shiny, creamy white during the evening. Freshness. Normally, the jasmine that is grown in other parts of the country blooms before or around 5 p.m. The Madurai Malagi blooms only after 6 or 7 p.m. and it stays fresh longer the next morning because it blooms later in the evening. So, and if you are wondering exactly on the price, jasmine touched a new high of 4,000 rupees per kg at Madurai Flower Wholesale Market on Sunday, 13 December 2021 because it's exported in huge quantity and it's alive just because it is offered in the mandir, otherwise would have lost that also. The science part of it. Professor P.C. Ray, Praful Chandra Ray, who formed Bengal Chemicals, one of the foremost chemical engineer that India had ever seen. And when he was writing Hindu chemistry, he wanted the Rasayan Shastra, the original written in Sanskrit, since not only Takshila and Nalanda, total 126 such universities were burned in India, and shiploads of scriptures have been taken by European, Portuguese, Germans according to themselves only. It was difficult to get a copy of Rasayan Shastra, and he fortunately found a copy in the mandir in Raghunath Mandir in Jammu. That was the direct correlation. Yes, and in that library that book was there, and it was just one example. When the famous scientist, one of the finest scientists that India ever produced, Jagdish Chandra Bose, created his lab, he named it Vigyan Mandir, Basu Mandir, right? Rabindranath Tagore has written a beautiful poetry, and they produce some of the finest science work. I'm sure people at IIT Chennai will be aware of it. So that is the closeness of science, the most highest amount. To sum it up, what all does a mandir do? I'll just read out. I'm talking about Palani Mandir. My pronunciation of Palani is not perfect, I understand. Yeah. So people from different area keep correcting it. So the first category of the welfare activity deals with educational institutions. Oriental College was established by the Mandir in 1960 with the object of spreading the significance of religion, culture and spiritualism. Students of this college are taught subjects like Sanskrit, Devaram and vocal music along with their conventional subject. Art College for boys in 1963. A separate college for girls was started in 1970. A polytechnic for women was established in 1981, followed by a polytechnic for men in 1982. To protect and promote the classical art like Nadeswaram and Thavil Palani, Devasthanam has established the Nadeswaram College in 1957 with a 4-year course under the Gurukula method, the only institution of its kind in south of India. Without this, Bharat may have lost Nadeswaram as an instrument. The total strength of the student was 40 in the section and 29 in Thavil. All the students of this college were provided free education with free boarding and lodging, clothing and medical facilities. To improve the depth in Tamil literature, a separate college for women called Senthamil College was established in 1970. The Vedagama school is functioning from 1959, covers the subjects related to the Mandir Puja service performance. There is Palani Andavar Matriculation School. They started a school for the deaf at primary level with the necessary equipment in 1972. All the 25 students of the school were provided with free boarding and lodging and medical aid. Devasthanam is maintained Anandavar library consisting of 5,500 books, 16 weeklies, 11 newspapers in 1985. The second category of the welfare activity deals with the health sanitation. Devasthanam spends a considerable amount jointly with the Palani municipality to eradicate pollution and contagious disease. Devasthanam is running a Siddha dispensary since 1964. The allopathic hospital has been maintained since 1972. The third category of welfare activity deals with the social responsibility. It provides all facilities of the 183 orphaned boys, including their educational expenditure. The asylum they also accommodate aged people. Under the midday meal scheme, much before the government launched in 1958, nearly 700 to 800 poor school children were given free lunch every day. The creche was started in the Mandir for the employees in 1972. The fourth category of the welfare activity deals with helping other temples. They funded the Mandir in Varanasi and one Mandir in Sri Lanka. The fifth category, welfare activities for the poor section. Since 1981, temples also conduct mass marriages and takes care of all expenses. Temple also maintains a marriage hall. Just to give a very brief idea about, for those people who say, build a school or a college instead of a mandir. If you build one mandir, it can build and just to give one more example of a mutt, because they are an extension of a mutt. It is from Karnataka, Sri Tarabalu Jagadguru Education Society. They run 79 high school, 4 Sanskrit and Ved Pathshala, 15 pre-university college, 11 nursery school, 7 vocational course, 12 primary school, 3 D.Ed college, 2 CBSE school, 5 degree college, 57 hostels, 1 B.Ed college, 1 B.P.Ed college, 8 destitute homes, 1 polytechnic, 1 Anganwadi center, 1 engineering college and 11 religious centers. I have encountered many leftists with this data and I have successfully turned them. I have time out. Since all those who got 15 minutes, they spoke for 45. I had 1 hour. In all sense of proportion and fairness, I'll finish in 5 minutes. So we're talking about Jhatka and Halal. I'll just 2 or 3 things. In 5 minutes, I'll finish. So why did the targeted Jhatka meet? That's something we need to understand. Why Jhatka shops were targeted? So I don't know how many of you are aware of Direct Action Day of 16th August. So there was a mass open killing in Calcutta of Hindus. In one mill, they had burned 300 laborers. Just in one mill, you can look at the rest on the internet. The person who retaliated after third day was Gopal Patha. Brahmin meat seller, that's the name suggests. So they analyzed that how Gopal Patha could retaliate. Because Gopal Patha had three things: the strength to wield a machete, he had the habit of cutting a neck, and he wasn't scared of the blood. And they realized that a Patha, as long as he's there, it will be difficult to carry out a genocide of Hindus. So they systematically worked on it. Because most of the goat rearers are Muslim, they started selling it at a higher price to the Hindu meat seller. And the second part of the business is they buy back the skin of the goat. They again said, we'll give a Hindu seller a very low cost. Obviously, Hindu meat seller had to survive in the business. He had to charge extra, and Hindus won't pay more. So we got out of the business. So there's a much bigger picture. What you think, it's not about the only food habits what you see. So since time is an issue, I'll conclude with 3 or 4 things. Once when you go to Tirth Yatra or will go to the Varanasi, what I find, people will take a flight from Bombay, say on a Saturday evening or a Friday evening, they land up, go to a 5-star hotel, have a couple of drink in the evening. Morning you have a money, take a VIP darshan, click pictures, take a flight back, come back to Bombay. And after 4 such visits, you will ask, मैं 4 बार मंदिर गया था, nothing happened to me. But actually you never went to the mandir. That was a social post visits. That those visits were posted on the social media. Tirth Yatra is very different, you know. You walk, stand in the queue with people, understand where they've come from. Now you can see Ramayana, Mahabharata on TV. Otherwise you saw those beautiful scriptures engraved in the stone. In the evening you sat with the Pandit ji, did satsang. You understood the basics of dharma. You didn't have to read leftist Devdutt Patnaik. And then that was the bhakti. So that's where we have to understand. And I'm not against 5-star hotels in a religious dharmic place. But like they have a yoga instructor and they adopt, if they are on a beach, if you go, a 5-star resort won't have a carpet because people will walk back carrying sand, and with the leg those sands will come and the carpet will be destroyed. So they don't keep the carpet. Hence they will have to adopt similarly for our dharmic place. They wouldn't offer a liquor if they are operating in Varanasi. And they need to have a Pandit come and do the satsang in the evening there themselves. And that's how we are going to change. Other thing is that the VIP darshan concept we need to change. VIP is somebody who is like Maharaja Ranjit Singh. He will say, okay, I'll completely give gold to cover the top, all the domes of the mandir. So that person is like a VIP. So if somebody is VIP in a modern day, is the parents who have 4 or more kids should be entitled for a VIP darshan, because that mother has taken the pain of the body to give birth to 4 kids, and that father has taken the responsibility. Anybody with a 1 or 2 kid has gone into saving time and money, they better stand in the queue. I'll wind up with these 4 points which you must remember. It's not temple, it can be mandir or kovil or devale. Second, the least if you want to do for a mandir, doesn't matter, give next 10 years of your life for the mandir. That's the heading of my second volume, A Decade for Mandir. Work. The least, doesn't matter you are 80 years old or 10 years old, doesn't matter you are a male or a female, you are a rich or poor, just say that for next 10 years, at least I'll visit mandir every day once. If 80 crore Hindus start visiting mandir every day, our problems will be solved, rest assured. You don't need to think much bigger. Third part, we have been losing our business related to the mandirs. I'll just show you. I may not have been able to explain. So this kind of frame, what you want to get it made, you know, Devi Devta's picture. I've been looking for in Bombay, in the all mandir complex, this one shop will definitely belong to a Muslim. We have been completely pushed off of this business, and this business is close to ₹1 billion in rupees at least. And we are losing this chain process, and they have big monies. Perfectly fine to do a startup and be in IT industry, but some part of your intelligence, knowledge, time must be invested back into setting our own business processes, complete vertical, and forward-backward linkages that we need to work on. And the fourth and the most important thing is that we are intelligent people. We don't need anybody's certificate. As a Hindus, we have been looted again and again, and we have rebuilt our wealth again and again. But like an idiot, we have not learned one thing: to protect our wealth, not this time. But this time, when we start building our wealth, simultaneously we must learn to build the strength to protect that wealth. The wealth that we are building is for us and our progenies, and not for any kind of invader. And with this word, Dhanyavad, thank you.
Thank you, sir. When he was talking, I just got reminded of Anjaneya's curse Hanuman's curse in Ramayana. He has so many powers, but he's not, he can't remember it when the time needs. And then I think Jambavan is the one who comes and reminds him that these are your powers. Similarly, India, we've been world leaders in science and maths and a lot of other things, but we've made to forget all of this because of the British rule and a lot of other factors. And I think sir's speech just reminded us how we are meant to be world leaders, and that we should regain our position soon. So thank you so much, sir. It was very, very interesting to hear. I now call upon Shri Vijay Premnath ji to present the memento. Satish in the portal. Okay.
Sorry.
As I said, I just remind you that I have some copies of the book if anybody is interested. Thank you.
We have some emergency, because of emergency that Arun Krishnamurthy is joining online. Early morning he sent a message. His maternal uncle had a brain stroke, so he left to Hyderabad. But he said that he'll definitely join from there. He's in airport. He said he'll somehow come back, but I told no need. And anyway, he's available. He will quickly, have his Prashant sharing. He'll immediately share it with us. It will be really interesting. I'll just quickly request one of them to just give the brief introduction of Arun Krishnamurthy. Satish.
Thank you, HEF Chennai, for IIT la padikka vechadukku. It's my pleasure to introduce an inspiring environmentalist and change maker, Mr. Arun Krishnamurthy. Arun is the founder of the Environmental Foundation of India, a voluntary organization committed to conserve the restoring India's water bodies and biodiversity. With a deep-rooted passion for environment, Arun superheaded over 167 lake restoration projects across the country, making a tangible impact on local ecosystems and communities. Arun's journey began with his work as a Google, but he chooses to follow his calling and launched EFI to address pressing the environmental challenges. His relentless, dedicated leadership have earned him several accolades, including the prestigious Rolex Awards for Enterprise in 2012, recognizing his outstanding continuous to environmental conservation. Today, EFI engaged a large network of volunteers to clean and protect India's lakes and urban water bodies, fostering a culture of environmental responsibility among citizens. So finally, Arun, அவரோட quote வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, இந்த பூமி வந்து நம்ம யாரோட அப்பாவோட தாத்தாவோட சொத்து இல்லை, நம்ம பேரன் பையனுக்கு திருப்பி கொடுக்க வேண்டிய கடன். ஸோ அவரோட வார்த்தைகள் இருந்து, this is Arun Krishnamurthy.
Thank you. That was not my quote. I have not said that. எனக்கு முன்னாடி யாரோ சொல்லியிருக்காங்க. But to the organizers, I'm truly grateful that you were considerate enough to still provide me with this platform. Vanakkam, namaste. My name is Arun Krishnamurthy, founder at Environmentalist Foundation of India, EFI. It's an absolute pleasure to be with all of you. I personally apologize that I'm not there in person, although I was very excited. I was born into a Hindu family, and I'm a proud practicing Hindu for the simple reason that my religion has always taught me coexistence, that it has always taught me to respect that snake, that frog, that tree, that river, and more. This is exactly where my quest to know more about Hinduism, not just because I was born into the family, but because I wanted to know what this religion is and as to why I have to take certain lessons from it to lead a life as an Hindu, right? When you think of all of this, today I was asked to speak on how do we go towards a developed India through sustainable business practices. And I'm sure through today, many individuals would have spoken to you for the rightful reasons, given you hope that this religion and this country technically knew it all. I have a different take on that. This religion and this country did not know it all, but this religion and this country wanted to know what all is out there and never stopped. That is what made Hinduism and India unique. Always a quest, always a thirst to go in search of things. I'm sorry about the noise behind me. Yes, so I'll just wait 10 seconds for them to stop that. So the whole thing which interests me about Hinduism is, for that matter of fact, as to there was always a research, there was always a quest, there was always a search in terms of science, in terms of knowledge and more. And that technically led to many innovations. I will quote two examples, one of that of Tirukkalingarayan from the Kongu Mandalam of Tamil Nadu. The Kalingarayan story is something which always fascinated me. How this one great social reformist several hundred years ago, without internet, without electricity, without machinery, actually established a long canal system interlinking two rivers, the Bhavani River and the Noyal River, and he did all of this with purely manpower, woman power on field. The story of Ai Ammayar from Pondicherry on her water conservation, or the many stories from across India, the step wells of Gujarat, Rajasthan, the temple tanks of Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, all of this shows one thing: enterprise has always been in our genes, and we as individuals have always been curious about wanting to know more, wanting to do more. This is technically where we are probably a tad bit failing in the current era. That kind of saddens me, for the simple reason that I'm sure you're all watching the news about how the Tenpanayar River just at Kelavarapalli Dam in Hosur is frothing, how Delhi's Yamuna is frothing, and the Vartur and Belandur lakes are sending all the sewage through the Tenpanayar all the way towards Pondicherry. And this is from industry, this is from household units, and this is happening in the same country where March 22nd happens to be the World Water Day, and the world actually celebrates sustainability in many fancy terms. But bring them to India, we can show them what water celebration is. Aadi Masam 18 Devi, Aadi Perukku, Aadi Pattam Tedi Virdai Pomana, Tamil and the Adamolila Vachirpanga. This Aadi 18 is something which is need to be taken to the world over, for the simple reason there is a larger tradition and culture where scores of people come together with turmeric, sandalwood, with vermilion and with fruits and flowers, and then all that they're doing is they're worshipping water. And they're worshipping water with that one hope and that one thankful gratitude that water is the reason as to why their lives thrive, whether it is their crop, whether it's their cattle and more. That is enterprise, and that is sustainability. Resource, nature, planet as a resource was deeply understood, and Aadi 18 Devi adukku eta mari. Simple, you ask the person sitting next to you if they're a Tamil speaker, Aadi மாசத்துக்கு என்ன ஆகும் கேட்டு பாருங்க. ஆடி மாசத்துக்கு அம்மி கல்லும் பறக்கிற மாதிரி காத்தடிக்கும்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஐப்பசிக்கு என்ன ஆகும் கேட்டு பாருங்க, ஆட மழை பெய்யும்பாங்க. All that this teaches us is simple one thing: sustainability, seasonality was embedded in our colloquial regular life, which meant nobody had to teach us. Nobody had to teach us where the sun would go, where the stars would be, what the roots are, what soil is, what water is. And when this was the base substrate, we did definitely take forward many innovations, whether it's in agriculture, whether it's weaving, whether it's our metal work, whether it's our stone work, and lot more. And let me tell you one thing. I'm not sure if you've been to the Susindam temple. There is this nice big sculpture of a lion with its mouth cavity with all the jaw intact, right? inside the jaw cavity, you'll find a spherical ball, a stone spherical ball which can move. It's not like they open the stone, they actually put that spherical ball in there and then they close the lion's sphinx's mouth. They didn't. It was carved with such finesse. And that's technically what fascinates me about Hinduism in India, for the simple reason that they took time, that they mastered anything that they did. And whatever they did was so truly sustainable, it was skill-based, and they, in the event of mastering it, gave such masterpieces that have stood the test of times. And this is something which we're trying to replicate. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do 1% of what my forefathers and foremothers achieved in terms of the Kalingarayan Canal or the Ayikulam or the different swastiks temple at Tiruvallarai, which is a beautiful example of how in a water-parched region you can have a subsurface reservoir dug out in an artistic, aesthetic manner. All of this shows one thing: sustainability is possible when there is perseverance for excellence. And that's what Hinduism and India actually stands for. And no tom-tomming is going to help. Maybe as senior individuals, you should help pass on this message to the younger generation, because there is a big question amongst the youth as to what their religion is or as to why they're part of this religion. Hinduism is not even a religion, which is something which we all would agree. It's a way of life. Because what this religion has taught me, it's never put me in a box. It's never compelled me to do anything. It's never told me what to do. All that it's done is it's given me the liberty. It's given me the liberty to choose. It's given me the liberty to explore. Because of this exploration, I'm able to experience. And because of this experience, I'm able to evolve. And I feel it soulfully from deep within. Wherever I go, I've always seen that somehow vibration and energy is all that it matters. It pulls in. When the thought is good, all the positive vibration and energy comes along, and that's something which we've realized in every single lake that we've restored, every single pond that we've restored, every single afforestation site that we've developed. If you're sincerely sitting here because you're a proud Hindu and you're looking at how to take things forward for the world's betterment, the one thing that we'll have to do is to look deep within. How sustainable are we? What is the quality of water that's entering your house? What's the quality of water that's leaving your house? How are you actually treating every single item, every single resource that is coming home? Because we belong to a culture and tradition that worships the hill, the river, the rock, the soil, the tree, the snake, the bird, the elephant, the fish, the frog, the ocean, and more. And there cannot be another finer platform where one can be told how to just not think about self. And that's where the world is losing its narrative, is my humble opinion. All of us somewhere deep within believe that we all have a big problem at hand, and we love self-pity, and we never are grateful and thankful. My religion has always taught me to be grateful, because it's so tough to do this work out in field in the heat, with absolutely different kind of negative forces rallying to stop your work, but out of nowhere, somewhere, you will find the support, strength and energy to just keep doing what you need to do. Desh Bhakti is the first Bhakti, then comes being the Hindu, then you will realize that how it's all just simply a way of life, respecting every other life and leading your life without causing harm to anybody. வாழு வாழ விடுன்ல ரொம்ப அழகா, வாழ்க வளமுடன்லாம் அழகா தமிழ்ல சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. இது எல்லாமே எங்களுக்கு கத்து கொடுத்தது என்னன்னா, not to think too much about self, but to largely look at the purpose for which I have been given this physical form, the time, the energy, the resource and the opportunity. And when we realize that, wonders can happen. There's never been another Brihadishwara temple built in this country ever since that was made. There's never been another Kalingarayan who's been able to link two rivers, despite all the fancy blueprint 3D modeling that can come up in the present age and era. Artificial intelligence cannot achieve 1% of what soulful work has done in the past. You might think I'm a little old school. I'm not. I'm just simply planet-friendly human being who's been taught to not think too much about self, but to surrender to the cosmos, to the universe, and understand that there is a bigger plan with just a tiny speck of dust in that larger plan, and just play along. Thank you for this opportunity. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Shri Arun. That was a very enlightening session on how we've always been worshipping nature, and that we have to look within ourselves to see if we've been promoting sustainability in some way or the other. So thank you so much for this session. I'm now announcing a small tea break. Please be back within 10 minutes because we have one final session before which we have to wind up. So I request you all to quickly go for the tea break and come back. Thank you.
சார்ஜர் ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கா சார்? எந்த சார்ஜர்? 10 நிமிஷம் தான், ரொம்ப நேரம் 10 நிமிஷம். சார்ஜர் நம்மள்ட்ட உங்களது கனெக்ட் பண்ணிவிடுங்க, செக் பண்ணிவிடுவோம். இருக்கு கவி, ஏதோ இப்போ ஸ்டார்ட் ஆக போகுது இன்னொரு 10 மினிட்ஸில். ஆமாம்மா, இதை பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கேன், பார்த்துக்கிட்டா இருக்கேன். சரிம்மா, பாய் பாய். என்னாச்சு? எங்கே போயிட்டாரு? சொல்லுங்க.
மக்கள்லாம் போனதுக்கப்புறம் சொல்லுங்க. இதனால் மக்களுக்கு தெரிவிப்பது என்னவென்றால்
ஆஃப் ஆயிருக்கா?
mode, so we're not able to contact it. So any of you can find a cell phone, please. He's sitting in the third row, or please hand it over in the front. Thank you.
सर. सर मैं देश का पहला विजुअली चैलेंज प्रेसिडेंट बनना चाहता हूँ. थैंक यू सर.
What is your name, young man?
Sir, my name is Shrikant Bola.
And when the educational system in India rejected because of my disability, MIT welcomed me with open arms, and I'll always remain grateful to them.
इंडिया के किसी भी कॉलेज ने जिसे पैसे भरकर भी एडमिशन नहीं दिया, उसे दुनिया की टॉप 4 यूनिवर्सिटीज ने स्कॉलरशिप देके बुलाया है.
Entrepreneur's life is always a roller coaster. Especially my career has been a big roller coaster. When the world says I can do nothing, I look at the world and say I can do anything.
आपको पता है एक विजनरी आदमी ने ऑलरेडी मेरे स्टार्टअप में इन्वेस्ट कर दिया. कौन? डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम.
And I really thank Swamiji and his team for giving me this opportunity. What a privilege to be among this illustrious group of people who are seasoned entrepreneurs, corporate leaders and change makers who would help shape India and the United States in the near future to come. It was a humbling experience over these 2 days, meeting each one of you and learning a lot from all of your experiences.
भैया अंधा के मदद करो.
पैसे दे रहे हो? मुझे दो. इसे हम जॉब देंगे.
We request you all to please kindly settle down. We have to start the final session. We're already running out of time, so please settle down. Thank you. Just stop the AV, please. Okay. Our last session introduces the WHEF conference and discusses opportunities for Hindu businessmen. We will also be launching the HEF portal for selling products and services and listing employment opportunities for HEF members of Tamil Nadu. I kindly request Mr. Dinakar, Joint Secretary HEF, Chennai chapter, to present the portal.
வணக்கம். நிறைய தித்திப்பு சாப்பிட்டா என்ன ஆகும்? Tegatiடும். Swamiji, you have to forgive me. Next 5-10 minutes, I'm going to talk in Tamil.
I have studied Tamil 1 month in Rameswaram.
கடந்த 6 வருஷமா நாங்கள் ஆர்கனைஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். அந்த டீம் ஒரு 6 வருஷமாக நாங்கள் ஒர்க் அப் பண்ணிக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். மெம்பர்ஸை சேர்க்கணும். சுவாமிஜி சொல்லிகிட்டே இருப்பாங்க, நிறைய மெம்பர்ஸ் சேருங்க, ஆக்டிவாக இருங்க அப்படின்னு. ஸோ நாங்களும் நிறைய பிஸ்னஸ் பீப்புளை கூப்பிட்டுருக்கோம் எங்கள் ஃபோரமில் ஜாயின் பண்ணுங்க அப்படின்னு. முதல் கேள்வியாக கேட்குறது, உங்களது பிஎன்ஐ எவ்வளோ இருக்குமா அப்படின்னு. அப்போ எங்களுக்கு கொஞ்சம் கஷ்டமாக இருக்கும். ஏன்னா நாங்களும் நாங்கள் பிஎன்ஐ அளவுக்கு இல்லை, பட் தர்மாவோட சேர்ந்து ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபோரம் நடத்திக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். நம்ம பண்ணுற பிஸ்னஸில் தர்மம் இருக்கணும், அது ரொம்ப முக்கியம். அது ஸோ இப்போ கடந்த ஒரு வருஷமாக நாங்கள் நம்ம சென்னை சாப்டர், HEF சென்னை சாப்டர் ரொம்ப கடுமையாக யோசித்தோம், என்ன பண்ணலாம். எல்லா பிஸ்னஸ் குரூப்ஸ், எல்லா பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபோரம்ஸை விட நம்மளது பெட்டராக இருக்கணும், நம்மக்கிட்ட சேரணும் அப்படின்ற ஒரு ஆர்வம், விருப்பத்தோடு சேரணும், நம்ம யாரையும் இழுக்கக்கூடாது. அப்போ என்ன பண்ணலாம்? எல்லா பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபோரமுக்கும் நம்ம ஒரு பயணியராக மாறணும். அப்போ என்ன பண்ணணும்? சும்மா அதிர்து இல்லை, இந்த பேரை கேட்டால் அதிர்து இல்லை. அப்போ நம்ம என்ன பண்ணணும்? தென் வி தாட், ஒரு பிளான் பண்ணோம். ஒரு 3 மாதத்துக்கு முன்னாடி சுவாமிஜி சென்னைக்கு வந்திருந்தாங்க. அப்போ சுவாமிஜி கூட டிஸ்கஸ் பண்ணோம். நாங்கள் என்ன யோசிச்சோன்னா, சுவாமிஜி இதுக்கு ஒத்துப்பாங்களா அப்படின்னு யோசித்தோம். பட் இந்த பிளானை சொல்லும் போதே கோ ஹெட், ரொம்ப நல்ல பிளான் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டாங்க. நான் அவ்வளோ ஸ்பீடாக இருப்பார் அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் எதிர்பார்க்கல. அதுக்கப்புறம் சுவாமிஜியோட அக்செப்டன்ஸ் கிடச்ச உடனே வி ஸ்டார்டட் ஒர்க்கிங் ஹார்ட். அதுக்கப்புறம் வி கேம் அப் வித் வெரி குட் பிளான். ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபோரம்னா என்னங்க? நீங்கள் ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபோரமில் வந்து ஜாயின் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்னா வாட் யூ நீட் பிஸ்னஸ் இல்லையா? ஸோ நீங்கள் ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் வச்சுருக்கலாம், இல்லை சர்வீசஸ் வச்சுருக்கலாம். ஸோ யூ வாண்ட் டு செல் தோஸ் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் சர்வீசஸ் இல்லையா? ஸோ அதுக்கு ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் நீங்கள் தேடிக்கிட்டு இருக்கீங்க. ஸோ வி தாட் ஒரு பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபோரம்னா உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரு நம்பர் ஆஃப் பிஸ்னஸ் ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டிஸ் கொடுக்கணும். பொதுவாக பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபோரம்ஸ் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா ரெஃபரன்சஸ் ஷேர் பண்ணுவாங்க. இப்போ ஒரு 50 பேர் இருக்கோன்னா 50 பேர் வந்து ரெஃபரன்சஸ் ஷேர் பண்ணிப்பாங்க. எங்களுக்கு அப்படி ஒரு பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் கிரியேட் பண்ணணும்னு எங்களுக்கு இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இல்லை. வி தாட் இந்த ஒருத்தருக்கு வந்து ஏன் 50 ரெஃபரன்சஸ் நம்ம கிரியேட் பண்ணணும்? வில் கோ ஃபார் 50,000 ரெஃபரன்சஸ். அவங்க நினச்சி பார்க்க முடியாத அளவுக்கு ரெஃபரன்சஸ் கிரியேட் பண்ணணும் இல்லையா? ஒன்று. ரெண்டாவது, ரொம்ப முக்கியமாக நம்ம காலையிலேருந்து நிறைய ஸ்பீக்கர்ஸ் பேசினாங்க. ரூரல் எக்கானமி, கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிறவங்க எப்படி என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க? இன்றைக்கி சென்னையில் பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபோரம்ஸ் நடத்திக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். கிராமத்தில் இருக்கிறவங்க என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க? அவங்களும் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் வச்சுருக்காங்க, அவங்களும் சர்வீசஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க இல்லையா? அப்போ அவங்கள வந்து ஒரு தடவை நம்ம சென்னைக்கு வந்து நீங்கள் ஃபோரம் வந்து மீட்டிங் அட்டன் பண்ணிட்டு போங்கன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது, இல்லை அங்கே இருக்கிற டவுனுக்கு வந்து அட்டன் பண்ணிட்டு போங்கன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. பட் அவங்களோட ப்ராடக்ட்ஸையும் சர்வீசஸும் நம்ம சேல்ஸ் பண்ணி ஆகணும். வெரி இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். ஸோ அப்போ என்ன பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு யோசிக்கும் போது தான் வி கேம் அப் வித் an idea of selling our products, our members' products and services online. So this is going to be HEF's Tamil Nadu marketplace, where we sell our products and services online. Not only across India, it's going to be across the globe. So in the marketplace la vandu, this one more thing, this is exclusive for HEF members. So people who join HEF will have the facility to sell their products and services. இதில் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா குர்க் கிராமத்துலேருந்து பெரிய மெட்ரோபாலிட்டன் சிட்டிஸில் இருக்கிற எந்த பிஸ்னஸ் பீப்புளும் இதுக்குள்ளே வந்து they can sell their products and services. இது ஒன்றும் ஒரு புது என்ன, இது இன்னும் ரொம்ப இன்னோவேட்டிவாக வந்து கண்டுபிடிச்சிட்டாங்களா அப்படின்னு சில பேர் நினைக்கலாம். அப்படிலாம் எதுவும் கிடையாது. ரொம்ப ஓல்டு கான்செப்ட். பெரிய ஜாம்பவாங்களாம் இருக்காங்க, இல்லைன்னு சொல்ல வரல. பட் இந்த ஜாடிக்கேற்ற மூடின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க இல்லையா? நிறைய ஜாடி இருந்தாலும் அந்த ஜாடிக்கேற்ற மூடி தான் ரொம்ப முக்கியம். ஸோ அதை தான் நாங்கள் இங்கே பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இப்போ வேர்ல்டில் இது வரைக்கும் யாரும் பண்ணாததை நாங்கள் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இது வரைக்கும் எந்த பிஸ்னஸ் ஃபாரம்ஸும் இந்த கான்செப்டில் இல்லை. ஸோ தட் இஸ் வாட் வி ஹவ் டன் இட் ஹியர். ஸோ இது ஒரு எங்களுக்கு ஒரு பெரிய சாதனை. And another thing is most important is நம்ம ஹிந்து பிஸ்னஸ் பண்ணுறவங்களுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்றைக்கி வந்து நாட் ஓன்லி ஹிந்து பிஸ்னஸ் பீப்புள், காமனாக நான் சொல்கிறேன், ஹையரிங் பீப்புள், ஆள் சேர்க்கறது, நம்ம கம்பெனிக்கு ஆள் சேர்க்கறது வந்து ஒரு பெரிய அக்கப்போராக இருக்குது இன்றைக்கி. ஸோ நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணோம் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தோன்னா, ஃபார் த ஹிந்து பீப்புள் ஹூ டூ பிஸ்னஸ், why don't we connect job seekers, Hindu companies meeting the job seekers, Hindu job seekers. So அப்போ நாங்கள் என்ன யோசிச்சோம் அப்படின்னா, let's create an exclusive job portal for Hindu job seekers and for Hindu business people who run companies. So there we have got the HEF job portal here. It's in a very baby stage. We are just developing it. In another a month's time, this gets facilitated and it will be ready for the people and for those job seekers and the Hindu people who run their businesses. And then we already have a portal a member management portal, this is highly helpful in managing our members. So நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுறோம் அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, யார் எந்தெந்த மெம்பர்ஸ் வந்து எங்கள் ஃபோரமில் ஜாயின் பண்ணுறாங்களோ, சென்னை HEFல ஜாயின் பண்ணுறாங்களோ, அவங்கள வந்து we will include them here and we will be able to track யாருக்கு எந்தெந்த பிஸ்னஸ் பீப்புள், எந்தெந்த மெம்பருக்கு எவ்வளோ பிஸ்னஸ் கிடச்சிருக்கு, எவ்வளோ தேங்க்ஸ் நோட், சில பேர் தேங்க்ஸ் ஸ்லிப் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவீங்க. ஸோ எவ்வளோ ரெஃபரன்ஸ் கிடைக்குது, எந்தெந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில் வரவங்களுக்கு எவ்வளோ பிஸ்னஸ் கிடச்சிருக்கு, ரொம்ப அனாலிட்டிக்கலாக நாங்கள் வந்து இதை டெவலப் பண்ணி we are tracking it. For the past 6 months we are using this and we are able to see an enormous result in this. We are able to come to a conclusion, எந்தெந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ரெஃபரன்சஸ் கிடைக்காம இருக்கு, எந்த இண்டஸ்ட்ரி அதிகப்படியான ரெஃபரன்சஸ் கிடைச்சிருக்கு, எந்த பிஸ்னஸ் பீப்புளுக்கு எவ்வளோ கிடைச்சிருக்கு, யார் எவ்வளோ ரெஃபரன்சஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க, எவ்வளோ ஒவ்வொருத்தரும் தேங்க்ஸ் நோட் வாங்கிக்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க, யாருக்கு அதிகப்படியான கான்சென்ட்ரேஷன் கொடுக்கணும், so that they don't get demotivated, they don't go out of this forum. So this really helps us out in tracking the members' business and அவங்களோட அந்த எக்கனாமிக் பிளாட்ஃபார்மை இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எங்களுக்கு ஒரு ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி இந்த அப்ளிகேஷன் மூலிமா கிடச்சிருக்கு. நாங்கள் வந்து டிசைட் பண்ணிட்டோம், nothing is going to stop us. We have decided, HEF Chennai has decided that we want to be the pioneers in the digitalization of any business forums. Copy அடிக்கிட்டோம் இன்மேட்டு BNAயோ இல்லை CNAயோ இல்லை யார் என்னென்ன ஐயோ, let them copy our concept and let them do their business. So I would like to conclude here because Swamiji நிறைய பேசணும், அவங்களோட டாக்குக்காக நிறைய பேர் வெயிட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. So please do join us, please do join HEF Chennai and let's grow together. Thank you.
I kindly request Swamiji to felicitate sir. Dinakar sir. I request Swamiji to please stay on stage. Okay. Before we have Swamiji speak to us, with pride I announce that Swamiji will be launching the logo of Magic Wand, India's first brand to produce cameras and camera equipment. It is owned by Ramana. You would have seen him walking here and there from the morning today. It comes under the company Hugh Monk Media Productions Private Limited, and their products are 100% indigenous, manufactured in India. I repeat, Magic Wand, India's first brand to produce cameras and camera equipment. A huge round of applause, please. Thank you. So,
Ramana is a very important person for us because in the conference, Ramana's contribution was almost 40-50%. Ramana, so he has done all the AVs, all the designs, everything is for the last 1 week. We are only 5-6 people are working, and most of the videos and works are done by Ramana. So thank you, Ramana. Thanks, Dee, for releasing the band.
I want to share here, our Ramanaji, his startup has been through HEF only. I think everybody should accept it. Ramana's enterprise venture has been through HEF only has happened. you have to come out and say positive what happened in HEF.
Thank you all. Thank you so much. I have been overwhelmed with joy and everything. So, first of all, I have got so many things from HEF, and I would like to say one good thing, that I have got my guru and mentor, Rajaram ji, through HEF only, and Valliyappan sir, Kesav Raj ji, Ravi Sindhil Kumar ji, and I have been brought to HEF by Satyajit sir. So these people are going to be with me in our company, and they are going to be our be in the advisory committee, and Rajaram sir is the principal advisor to the board. So already I have got so many support. Even now we are expecting funding and everything. So I have got so many support, and they said, don't worry about the funding, we are here. So we will take care of everything. So it's been happening through HEF. Thank you so much. Thank you. That is the power of HEF. Thank you so much.
Congratulations and all the very best, Ramana. Swamiji needs no introduction, but a very, very small introduction. Swami Vigyanand ji, Joint General Secretary of the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and General Secretary of the World Buddhist Cultural Foundation. Swami Vigyanand ji has dedicated himself to uniting and empowering the global Hindu community through founding initiatives like the World Hindu Congress and the World Hindu Economic Forum. An alumnus of the IIT Kharagpur, he holds advanced degrees in Panini Grammar and Hindu philosophy. Swami Vigyanand is a distinguished speaker on topics ranging from economy and education to philosophy and diplomacy, and he has organized numerous international conferences to promote Hindu cultural and economic resilience. I'm extremely happy to welcome you here today.
Vanakkam, namaste. I studied 1 month Tamil in Rameswaram. Sundar Lakshmanji father taught me Tamil, so I know that much Tamil. I'm not going to talk today too much on several things, but today morning I have noted few things, so I'm just going to give you comments, and then I will talk little bit about World Hindu Economic Forum, then conclude, Morning, our the data pattern CMD, Rangarajanji was talking, made in India with pride. Problem with us we have, because of the years and years and years of colonization, we have developed inferiority complex. We don't have a pride. We can also make anything, He mentioned that when he was designing product, everything going to defense, department, they also, we don't make like this. All these things are produced in foreign country, These are all inferiority complex. We have to come out with the inferiority complex. I will give you one example, You have all heard the Professor Dr. Bijay Bhatkar, who invented first supercomputer of the Bharat, CDAC, He told, when I made this first supercomputer of Bharat, neither my professor, nor my department, nobody recognized this. This is a supercomputer. Everybody rejected, But I know what is supercomputer, who make the calculation, Fast calculation. So he told, I know this is a supercomputer, and we have made supercomputer, but they will not recognize me here. If somebody in foreign country will recognize, then they will only recognize, So he told, there was a Munich computer show. He wanted to take his supercomputer, the Munich computer show, he wanted to show there, He dismantled whole supercomputer and put in the briefcase, And then the custom fellow told, you don't have export license, Can you imagine? Can you imagine this is how our bureaucracy works. You don't have a export license. So he put all the bag in the, what is called check-in luggage, Check-in luggage, not as cargo, check-in luggage. When he went there, in 3 days he set up the whole supercomputer. When the all data, Germans and all Europeans, they declare, Bharat has produced 6th fastest supercomputer in the world, Then everybody recognized that this is a supercomputer, This is the level of inferiority complex we have. So we have to come out from this inferiority complex, Second thing, Dev Jayashilan is no more. He told, we need to work unitedly, collaborative work, And for especially MSME, You know, one professor, Michael E. Porter of Harvard Business School, he wrote a book, Competitive Advantage of a Nation, you know, and whole study is based on the cluster industry, you know. And this cluster industry model in Bharat is working for thousands of years, you know. And on that his research is based. And after that suddenly everywhere cluster thing has come. And cluster method was totally based on the cooperative and collaborative efforts. It was happening in our country generation and generation. Suddenly some fellow wrote a thesis, paper, book, suddenly become popular. I will tell you, Hero Honda, I don't know, Sandeep ji is here, Hero Cycle. How Hero Cycle is still popular, many cycle company closed. That fellow has given each his relative, each part to manufacture. He gave them quality control technology, but each of the relative, 30, 40 relative, they each one manufacture one part. And he assembled only. So each one is becoming rich. This is the collaborative efforts our ancestors have, but we have lost in modern time, What inspired me to start World Hindu Economic Forum, I will tell you, In our country, the tradition is very old, nothing new. Only we have to rediscover. I will give you two examples. Somebody was talking about the European company creating fight among us, They are negotiating price, When the IT industry was just starting in Bharat, European company will come to Bangalore in one hotel, They are meeting Infosys in another room. Same time they are meeting Wipro in another room, to just negotiate the price, Once they realize that these people are fooling us, the Wipro and Infosys joined together, told now our board will meet annually, every month, and will do the homework, how many customers are coming, what are the price, first we will decide, And because of these two collaborative efforts, both the company become iconic company, Collaborative efforts was from the day one in our society, but in modern things has killed them. I will give you another example. There is a famous book, Claude Markowitz. He wrote Global World of the Indian Merchant. Global World of Indian Merchant. Even before starting this World Hindu Economic Forum, I read this book when I was in the Southeast Asia, We Hindu were dominating the business economy in the Southeast Asia, He is the one who wrote, when the Europeans were controlling the world capitalistic economy, the Hindu businessman created parallel chain of line from Kobe, Japan to Panama in America. And in this chain of line, Chettiar, Reddiyar, Mudaliyar, Punjabi Bhatia, Sindhi, Gujarati, Jain, Agarwal, each one was playing their role in their area of influence. Their area of influence, each one was playing their part, and each one was supporting each one. Each one was supporting, and they created parallel chain from Kobe to Panama, and they challenged the European monopoly on trade and commerce. These were, I get angry only, these were our ancestors, not educated in any IIT, not educated in any IIM. I don't know they were knowing any English or not. And that time no government facility, no policy framework was in their support. Everything was against their order. But in spite of this order, they were not complaining. They created parallel chain of line. That is the one thing which inspired for me to start World Hindu Economic Forum, because when I was in the Southeast Asia, when I studied, look, we were doing the, dominating the business economy in the Southeast Asia. Now what has happened, there was a time Chinese were employee, we were employer, And now Chinese have become employer and we have become employee. I asked this one Chinese professor, Professor Tan in Malaya University, Professor, you fellows are not, you Chinese are not smarter than us. How you control entire Southeast Asian economy, If you see from Bharat, Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, Indonesia, all these places up to Japan, remove South Korea, all the economy is the Chinese economy. Now after that, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, even Nepal is added in that Chinese economy. He told, Swamiji, you fellows are individually smart, not collectively, So when we Chinese started organizing ourselves business economy and we have started attacking on physical, not physically, attacking you on the business economy, you have started retreating. You have no clue from where the attack is coming. He told there was a time, all your product, Tata truck, Ambassador car, Bajaj scooter, three-wheeler, USAF and everything used to come from Bharat in all the Southeast Asia. But we destroyed all your supply chain system and collapsed. No Tata, Birla can defend that, This is we have our power, So I realized this is very important area we need to work. So our ancestors worked this area, but in the modern time we are so-called educated fellow lost, That we need to revive, Now that time there was no internet, there was no computer, and there was no Hawai Jahaj, There was no aeroplane, but they developed, This is a very great lesson for us, And coming to the challenge for us in Bharat regarding MSME, how many of you are here from anyone from banking area? The amount of money this MSME put in the bank, and bank don't lend them back, they lend to all the big companies. This is happening in this country. Therefore, I suggested government, let's have a dedicated MSME bank only to lend to MSME. They cannot lend to big company. Coming to Professor Panjanathan Natarajan was mentioning about Atmanirbhar in education, We are talking about Taxila, Nalandas, This is a country which has a Taxila, Taxila, where is the Taxila? Anybody knows? Taxila is in Pakistan. This is the first university, older than the Nalanda. And that was established by Bhagwan Ram, Bharat, Bhagwan Ram brother Bharat. Bharat elder son. Bharat elder son name is Taksha. That was his capital. So therefore he established the Taxila University. We have several, as he mentioned, 120, several university, But what is important, what is happening in this country? 1.8 million students are going annually out of country for higher study. 1.8 million students. You know how much money is going out of the country? $80 billion US. We are talking about FDI, how much is outflow? 80 billion. And unfortunately, our inferiority complex is so much, our bureaucrats, these IS officer bureaucrats, this who was a Niti Aayog CEO, that fellow, our, Amitabh Kant is writing this in a tweet. 1.8 billion, 1 million students going out of country. See the inferiority complex we have, how education is transformed, I will tell you, 2003, Tarun Khanna wrote an article, when Atalji was Prime Minister. Can India overtake China? Can India overtake China? He wrote in the Foreign Policy magazine. He told after that writing that article, nobody from Bharat, neither a diplomat, nor a politician, nor a minister, nor a business came to discuss with me, Chinese sent the deputy prime minister to discuss with me in the Harvard, And the deputy prime minister asked me, how you can write this, Our economy, Chinese economy is 3 times greater than the economy of Bharat. That time, now they are 5 times, He told 21st century is knowledge economy. We have not invested in the knowledge. You have not invested in knowledge. You have created infrastructure, building, highway, But in 21st century, who is going to manage this? See the Bharat, they have invested in the knowledge capital. They have IIT, IIM. See the product of IIT, IIM, how they are controlling some of the major corporations in the world. Where are the Chinese, And the result is that fellow went back, and after the China started pumping $100 billion US annually to upgrade their university. And in 10 years, they have beaten us like anything. I'm talking about 2003 to 2013, Chinese used to look to us to learn about the education. 2013, Mohandas Pai took the IIT director team to study the Chinese education model. Can you imagine? And he asked in Tsinghua University, which is largest university, which is government university, most of the president, prime ministers come from there, For last 10 years, you are pumping money, that he was the head of this team, our Anil Kakodkar. Anil Kakodkar was heading the team, He took all the IIT director and professor there. Mohandas was also as a member from the Manipal, He asked, you are pumping money annually to upgrade university. What is your ambition? Then, and again continuing with the pumping money to upgrade university, what is your ambition now? He told, first 10 years we pump money to upgrade university with the ambition to produce Chinese who will rule the China. But now our ambition is produce Chinese who rule the world. That is how the education inspire, you know. That we are very much lacking here in our society, you know. No ambition, you know. We are just producing. I got yesterday one university gave 4,000 PhD. Can you imagine? Fake, all the fake PhD. Huh? All the fake PhD. So these are the area we need to work on, you know. I will tell you another thing. Our Dr. Chandra of Kaveri Hospital mentioned, I have studied in Tamil medium. I also listen this, in North, I studied in Hindi medium. No, it means something wrong. In Tamil medium, you studied means something wrong. Hindi medium, I studied something wrong. Telugu medium, I studied something wrong. You know, we have to come out with the bias. I always tell, see, English education is not going to give you knowledge. English is only language, not the knowledge. Remember, you know, English is only a language, not the knowledge, you know. So we don't have to be so much influenced by this bogus knowledge, you know. When I don't want to tell you all these word, you know, generally when I go to London, so I take taxi to go, you know. So I was sitting in the taxi, I told, how is the English here? He told, English is language of dogs here, you know. The taxi man is telling, you know. Because English has also corrupted there, you know. So we should not be influenced by this. Our people have produced so much knowledge in their own language. That knowledge we need to acquire. English is not the knowledge, you know. English is only language. That we need to understand, you know. Coming to our Sandeep ji was talking about the temple, you know, mandir. You know, how the structure is the mandir word? In Sanskrit, I am a grammarian, you know, madi harse, you know. Mandir word is constituted in the Vyakaran, you know. Madi harse, root is a madi harse. Mean the place where you are going, you are feeling happiness, you know. The place where you are going, you feel happiness, that is called the mandir. This is how the mandir word has come. Madi harse, you know, happiness, you know. Another thing, many people complain, oh, our temple is not that clean, you know. How European manage their church very clean, you know. So somebody replied, see, European church or mosque is not a just prayer center, Temple is not prayer center. Our mandir is a mini world, you know. Mini world. Each and every aspect of our life is represented there, you know. You have Garbhagriha, you know. Devala is there. You have a Sabha Mandap, Nritya Mandap. First is Nritya Mandap, where the art is performing, you know, all the Bharatnatyam, Kathakali, whatever art, craft is performed there. Then you have a Sabha Mandap, Katha Prasanga, discourses, knowledge, you know. Then, you know, you have for Annadanam, you have Annadanam also, you know, food. To take bath, you have a water tank. Even you have a small market. And Agraharam is there for education, you know. Our temple is representing the whole world, not just a prayer center where just you can mop and sit, you know. So that we should not compare with them, you know, what is our mandir, you know. And I will tell you, I don't know, in many of still in the North India, Bharat, our side, we have a practice, you know, where there is a temple, nobody should sleep empty a stomach, you know. So daily, after, you know, Aarti, in the lunch time and evening time, they beat the drum, you know, they beat the drum. The beating of the drum means anybody who has no food or hungry should come to the temple to take food, you know. So temple, this is how our temple was structured to integrate the society. Why all the Mughal came and destroyed temple? Only if they want, because they know temple is center of their civilization. If they destroy the temple, but our people were so adamant, they destroyed the temple, they built the temple. They destroyed the temple, continuously this war was going for thousands of years, you know. This war was going for thousands of years, because this is the nerve center of our civilization. You know, how many of you have heard Anna Hazare name? Anna Hazare. How Anna Hazare is become Anna Hazare? He was a high school, not even high school fellow. He was a constable, Sipahi ne, Indian Army. After retirement, he came to his village. He saw there is no water in the village. People are quarreling, fighting. Men are drinking, you know. So how to unite the society, you know? He put his all retirement money and built one temple. And he told, I will give the money, but each and everybody has to put their Sramadana, you know. With the collective effort, they built the Sramadana temple, and that brought the unity, and that village become ideal village, you know. They have their own bank, they have their own surplus water, agriculture, and because of one building a small temple, and Anna Hazare become icon because of building one temple. As he was mentioning about the food, you know, the temple are real Swadeshi movement of our society. I don't know nowadays everything we have offered in many of our, during puja time at home, when we do offer bhog to Bhagwan, we never cook food which is coming from foreign country. No, you know, all the vegetable, everything which is produced traditionally generation to generation at home, that only we offer. When we are offering, we don't put what is called tomato. Tomato, they know that this is coming from and this is a generation to generation in our village. They are not educated people, you know, but they know this is not our food. This is foreign food. So temple has kept, I always tell them, temple, our mandir is Swadeshi movement place, you know. And he was talking about the sari, you know. Even in the first book, you know, when he wrote the Indian Ocean Strategy, you know, because I have gone through that twice with the manuscript of that book, you know. I always tell, all our dress is getting changed, you know. I don't know a single person here who is in traditional Tamil dress, you know. No, you are not only, your shirt is not Tamil. Huh? Color is not Tamil, huh? This is modern dress. Even in this hall, you will find some of the ladies are in traditional dress. Why I am telling you, I was in one camp, you know, in Sri Lanka, and boys are telling, oh, nowadays our girls are becoming modern, they are wearing all the Western dress. In the camp, boys were one side, girls were one side. So I requested all the boys to stand up, you know. How many of you are in traditional dress? None of them are in traditional dress. And many of the girls were in traditional dress, you know. So ladies are the one who have kept our culture alive, you know. And I always tell the people, now because our economy is hardly 4% of the world economy, the day our economy we are 16-70% of the world population, the day our economy will become 16-70%, that time, you know, all the European will say your dhoti, the sari, all these are most fashionable dress, you know. Most fashionable dress. It is all related to the economy. And I am telling you, in all the place, we are the men generally use tie coat in function. But our ladies still go with the sari, you know. So they have kept the sari. Sari, everything will die, you know, but sari will not die till our ladies are alive. Even in America and Europe, they kept that thing. And you have mentioned about the job portal, you know. One of the key, when we started World Hindu Economic Forum, was that connecting human resource capital, you know. We create lots of talented people, but what is happening, we take a lot of pride, oh, we have Satya Nadella, Sundar Chirpichai and all those fellows, you know. I tell them, you are making other rich by our talent. We are making other rich by our talent. So we have to integrate our talent to generate our economy. And I deliver all these lecture, but once one of our Karyakarta in Bangalore came to receive me and took me for his home. He told Swamiji, what you tell I am doing now? I joined this company, their revenue was very less, now their revenue is $300 million, you know. And that is all because I am the chief technical officer of this company, because we are making other rich by talent. How we have to integrate our talent, I will give you one example, you know. Gangwal, he was US Airways CEO. Bhatia, they joined together, they produced best airlines, Indigo, you know. This is how we need to integrate our talent. So even a small level, big level, we need to integrate our talent. We should not use our talent to make other rich. That is one of the key purpose of the World Hindi Economic Forum. So I am just coming to this concluding part. I will just, can you show the Srikant documentary? I don't know, there is a movie, Bollywood movie in Hindi, Srikant. It must be in Telugu, Tamil also. About the blind person, you know. Srikant, can you play that?
हेलो सर सर मैं देश का पहला विजुअली चैलेंज प्रेसिडेंट बनना
I have a collector from Hindi only.
What is your name, young man? Sir, my name is Srikant Bola.
And when the educational system in India rejected because of my disability, MIT welcomed me with open arms, and I'll always remain grateful to them.
इंडिया के किसी भी कॉलेज ने जिसे पैसे भरकर भी एडमिशन नहीं दिया, उसे दुनिया के टॉप 4 यूनिवर्सिटीज ने स्कॉलरशिप देके बुलाया है.
Entrepreneur's life is always a roller coaster. Especially my career has been a big roller coaster. When the world says I can do nothing, I look at the world and say I can do anything.
आपको पता है एक विजनरी आदमी ने ऑलरेडी मेरे स्टार्टअप में इन्वेस्ट कर दिया है. कौन? डॉक्टर APJ अब्दुल कलाम.
And I really thank Swamiji and his team for giving me this opportunity. What a privilege to be among this illustrious group of people who are seasoned entrepreneurs, corporate leaders and change makers who would help shape India and the United States in the near future to come. It was a humbling experience over these 2 days, meeting each one of you and learning a lot from all of your experiences.
भैया अंधा के मदद करो.
पैसे दे रहे हो? मुझे दो. इसे हम जॉब देंगे.
Why I saw you when after his graduation, nobody was caring and bothering. You know, I promoted him in the World Hindi Economic Forum. There he got all the investment support, and now he has built such a big company where he has more than 3,000 employees. And all those employees, he say, all my employees are differently able people, you know. Differently able people he employ, you know. And this year World Hindi Economic Forum is happening on 13, 14, 15 December. I will just, you show me the video.
For the past thousands of years, Hindu society has thrived due to the diligent efforts of generations in creating substantial wealth. Economic historians have surmised that Hindu civilization contributed 35% of the world's GDP from the 1st century Common Era onwards, establishing it as the leading economic power until the 18th century. However, during the colonial period, Hindu civilization faced significant setbacks, losing its means of production and trade, which severely impacted its economic progress. To revive Hindu leadership globally, it is crucial to have an economic platform that fosters innovation, collaboration, and accelerates economic growth. The World Hindu Economic Forum plays a pivotal role in facilitating global economic discussions, fostering collaborations among industry leaders, policymakers, and experts, and exploring innovative solutions to address economic challenges on a global scale. The forum aims to promote knowledge sharing, networking, and partnership building to drive sustainable economic development and prosperity. With a global Hindu population exceeding 1 billion, comprising approximately 1/6 of the world's population, this conference brings together disparate financially successful elements within Hindu society, including traders, bankers, technocrats, investors, industrialists, businessmen, economists, and professionals. The goal is to share business knowledge, experience, and expertise among Hindus to generate surplus wealth collectively. While individual Hindus have excelled in open economic marketplaces, translating this success to the entire Hindu society remains a challenge. Therefore, one of the primary objectives of this conference is to provide a platform for sharing expertise and experience among a wide range of Hindus, fostering greater economic cooperation and collaboration for creating conditions for surplus wealth generation. The mantra, success breeds success, guides our approach, recognizing financially successful individuals as valuable resources who can contribute not only wealth creation, but also to mentor and empower new generations of entrepreneurs. After successfully organizing the annual Global Hindu Economic Forum in various cities globally, the World Hindu Economic Forum has chosen Mumbai as the host for its annual Global Economic Forum, scheduled from December 13 to 15, 2024. With the theme, Think in the Future, for the Future, the conference will host over 1,000 delegates from across the globe to discuss the challenging business environment and seek solutions for the rapid growth of the Bharatiya economy, contributing to the betterment of humanity worldwide. Let's join hands in making this conference a resounding success by registering to attend and actively engaging in valuable economic discussions and collaborations. Register now.
You announce.
See, we have a special discount for இப்போ நீங்கள் எல்லாரும் இங்கே இருக்கிறனால வேர்ல்டு ஹிந்து எக்கனாமிக் ஃபோரம் இந்த கான்ஃபரன்ஸ்க்கு இப்போ நாளைக்கு நைட்டுக்குள்ளே நீங்கள் ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணிங்கன்னா தெர் இஸ் a ஸ்பெஷல் டிஸ்கவுண்ட் which is already over. பட் இந்த ஒரு கான்ஃபரன்ஸில் எல்லாம் அட்டன் பண்ணியிருக்கிறனால தெர் இஸ் a கோட் கூப்பன் கோட் ஒரு கோடு இருக்குது. அந்த கோடை நீங்கள் போட்டிங்கன்னா you get a discount. It is basically 25,000 rupees is a charge, but then when you use this coupon code, you'll be getting 7,000 rupees discount. So please make use of it. அதோட coupon code வந்து we will display. Yeah. WHEF 2024-MUM. இது வந்து நாளைக்கு நைட் 12 மணி வரைக்கும் இருக்கும். யூ கேன் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். நீங்கள் இந்த www.hefforum.org போனீங்கன்னா there is a place.
They can take a photo.
Yeah, photo எடுத்துக்கோங்க please. Yeah.
Look, when I started World Hindu Economic Forum, business is one outcome of the World Hindu Economic Forum. First and foremost part was to establish the Hindu as an identity. You know, anything good thing will happen, not will come to the Hindu. All bad thing will come to Hindu. You know. So we have to change in the world. Hindu can think also on the economic line, economy, education, academia, media, politics. When we started, nobody supported. You know, Sandeep ji is from the day one with us. You know, remember when we went to one big businessman, he told, "Don't use the Hindu word." Huh? I told, "I'm a sadhu. Everything is gone. You know, I will keep the Hindu word. I'm not going to change the Hindu word." You know, when we started, nobody was talking about Hindu. Now every places across the world, people have started talking about Hindu. Rishi Sunak said, I'm proud Hindu, I'm practicing Hindu, temple going Hindu. Ramaswamy, or your own boy, he said, I will never compromise, I am a proud Hindu. So that feeling we want to create, and that is happening. Namaste.
Swamiji, I kindly request you to felicitate one more person, our IIT professor Sashi. Shri Sashi has been helping us out since yesterday, I think even before that actually, but I have been actively seeing him since yesterday and today. He's helped us with all of these arrangements very brilliantly, and I think the event happened seamlessly because of his support and help. So a big thanks to him. As we come to the conclusion of today's
Swamiji, one more minute. Sorry. So in the காலையிலிருந்து the MC பண்ணின ஜனனி ஜெய புவனேஸ்வரி, she's been நாங்க திடீர்னு நேத்து ஒரே நாள் தான் ஒரு half an hour மீட் பண்ணோம், but she has done a fantastic job. Thanks Janani. I request Ramana give him ஒரு gifted. Please. Swamiji, just please give it. இன்னொரு gift. Thank you. Janani is also working in Indian Express, and she has done a fantastic job. Thanks. And also to Anchal. She's actually Kishore's, our member's daughter, and she's been doing it, and she's assisting. She did a fantastic job. Thank you, Anchal.
As we come to the conclusion of today's program, it's time for the vote of thanks. I invite Shri Keshwarajan to deliver the vote of thanks.
Namaskaram to all. A very good evening. So, giving vote of thanks. ஒரு நாள் ஃபுல்லாக நடந்த ப்ரோக்ராமு அதை வந்து எவ்வளோ நேரம் ரவிஜி ஓகே ஒரு 5 minutesல கன்சல்டேட் பண்ணி கொடுக்க சொல்லியிருக்காரு. It's very tough. Still, I'll try my best. I like to now start this session with the Thirumandiram words. ஒன்றவன் தானே இரண்டவன் இன்னருள் நின்றனன் மூன்றினுள் நான்குணர்ந்தான் ஐந்து வென்றனன் ஆறு விரிந்தனன் ஏழு உம்பர் சென்றான் இருந்தான் உணர்ந்து எட்டே. இப்படி 8 குணங்களில் இருக்கக்கூடிய இறைவனை வணங்கி இந்த தேங்க்ஸ் செஷன் நான் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுறேன். தேங்க்யூ. அண்ட் பிஃபோர் கோயிங் டு தேங்க்ஸ் செஷன் வந்து சுவாமிஜி பற்றி சொல்லணும்னா, திருக்குறளில் வந்து கடவுள் வாழ்த்துக்கு அப்புறமா நீத்தார் பெருமை தான் இருக்கும். அதில் வந்து துறந்தார் பெருமை துணைக்கூறின் வையத்து இறந்தாரை எண்ணிக்கொண்டுட்டுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி நம்ம எதுவும் அதை கால்குலேட்டே பண்ண முடியாது, அப்படி ஒரு சிறப்பு. ஸோ தேங்க்யூ சுவாமிஜி. இன் யுவர் ப்ரெசன்ஸ் it is really, I am very, very thankful that you have given me an opportunity to now take the stage today. And coming to the thanks note session. Okay, giving a vote of thanks is the most and really challenging task, Raviji, to address the gathering. செல்விருந்து ஓம்பி நல்விருந்து காப்பான் வரவிருந்து காப்பான் நல்விருந்து வானத்தவர்க்குன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அது மாதிரி வந்த எல்லாரும் கெஸ்ட் எல்லாம் அனுப்பி வைக்கிற தேங்க்ஸ் சொல்லின்றது இட்ஸ் வெரி குட் திங். See, very important, the time is very important from this morning, and we had very good session and excellent knowledge sharing sessions were happen from various distinguished speakers, which made this day a wonderful time. So this is possible only due to the grace of Almighty and the grace of Swami Vidyananda ji. So with your grace it has happened, ji. So because of the time has converted into good time. So thank you for gracing this occasion. The time is taken care now. The place, IIT, where you breathe not only knowledge, but you can convert the knowledge into wisdom. The aura set here is very unique and people can feel it. The privilege we have got, our program set here is really phenomenal, and it is possible only because of our Swamiji and its magnificent presence. We sincerely thank Director Mr. Kamakoti sir, Mr. Sudasan sir, Mr. Sasikumar sir, and Chief Security Officers and other staffs involved in the organizing this program in IIT. We thank you very much, sir. And one staff, importantly, Mr. Arul, he is supported from the last 1 week, he has supported extensively. Thank you. Time and space taken care of. Money will make you happy or make you act like you are happy. So we strongly and wholeheartedly thanks ARS Steels, Kaveri Hospital, Chennai Radha Engineering Works, Mangaldeep Agarbattis, and their extensively support. They have wholeheartedly given the sponsorship by which we have able to conduct this program. Next, our stall sponsors. Within no time, every stall vendor have agreed to make their stall here immediately when I approached them. They've immediately agreed. Probably in the morning, 10 o'clock, we started filling the stalls. By 3 o'clock, the stall is over, actually. So that's the kind of response. Yeah, thank you. I thank Orient Solution. In the first immediate the first person to give immediate booking for stall. Premnath ji, thank you. Sky Energy, Rossi Jewelers, MITS International, Autistic, and IDFC Bank, and specially thank Autistic owner expressively showcased his product. You would have witnessed that in the stall area. Thank you for them. And next I would like to thank our speakers, especially keynote speaker Mr. Srinivasa Gopalan Rangarajan. It's an extensive speech actually. It's a very eye-opening speech. Thanks for organizing him, for the Dev Jayaselvan sir, and Dr. Panjanathan Natarajan sir, and Professor Krishna Kumar, and Mr. Anand Parikh, Dr. Chandra Kumar, and Arun Krishnamurthy. Next, our inspiring person, Mr. Siva Prasad ji, for coming all the way from Bangalore and addressing all the key requirements for chapter members, how to chapter members should support HEF and its members. You have addressed in that direction. Thank you very much, ji. Thank you very much. And with your guidance, definitely we are ready to take the challenge. And next, we wholeheartedly thank the special speaker, author of Temple Economy, Mr. Sandeep Singh, for his insights thrown in temple and economy. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for your presence. And we extend our sincere thanks to members who travel for this conference from various cities across Tamil Nadu. And sincerely thank the lead and head table members, those are going to take lead roles. Okay, I should definitely congratulated, and we thank their overwhelming support. Thank you, chapter members. Thank you. Next, our IT man, Mr. Dinaka, who is developing a portal for HEF Tamil Nadu, and it's going to become a massive success, Dinakar. It's a massive step, and we believe that it's going to revolutionize the HEF functions. Thank you, Dinadi. I must thank Ramana and his team for the support both mentally and physically for this program. Ramana has now invited the singers for the morning. I don't know how many of you noticed it. An excellent singer organized. It was wonderful actually. Thank you, Ramana ji. Thank you. And okay. Thank you. And yes, the person who performed in morning, he is actually little challenged person. I would say he's not a differently abled person. He's a challenged person. No one can challenge him actually. So he cannot speak, but he can only sing. Yeah, that is the. Thanks for him. Okay. Yes. Yeah, fantastic session. We thank. Yeah, way big clap. Yes. Okay. And we thank our treasurer Valliyappan sir for his tireless support and prompt and committed always, every time. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'd like to recall our long-time supporters, patrons, Bala sir, Rajaram sir, Dandabani sir, Jawar ji, Jaykishan ji, Gopal Daman ji, and many others. We thank you very much for wonderful support. A special thanks to Bala sir, who is very, very instrumental in taking this HEF to emerge as where it stands today. Today இங்கெல்லாம் நிற்கிறோன்னா அது கண்டிப்பாக பாலா சார் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டண்ட். அவரோட ஆஃபீஸ் தான் HEF ஆஃபீஸு. எப்போ வேணால் போகலாம், எப்போ வேணால் வரலாம். அங்கே தான் நாங்கள் இருப்போம். ரொம்ப சின்னதாக 3 பேர் 4 பேர் கண்டக்ட் பண்ணோம். இன்றைக்கி இங்கே இருக்கோன்னா அதுக்கு முக்கியமான ஒரு ரீசன் அவர். எஸ். And we sincerely thank our core committee team, Nandakumar, Ramana, Dina, Kishore, Harigaran, Sadish, Premnath, எல்லாம் ஜி சேர்த்துக்கோங்க, எல்லாம் ஜி, for their relentless effort and support. And I thank photo and video crew, which is again organized by Ramana. So it's done a wonderful job actually. Okay, there is no flawless streaming. ஏன்னா இங்கே லைவாக காட்டணும், திடீர்னு பார்த்தா இங்கே ஸ்டேஜில் இருக்கவங்களை காட்டணும். அந்த integration was very good. Ramana, thank you. And I thank Srinivasa Balraman, who has organized this LED panel installs. Thank you for him. I thank our printer, Ummayal Printers, who has printed the bags which you are carrying. Within no time he has given that commitment and he has done it. And we thank staffs of certain members, Kishore ji and ourselves, Firetex, Mangaltid, and Ask Unique Solutions, Food Comfort, for engaging the staffs to assist today's program. Thank you, members. We thank our guests and members who have come from various places in Tamil Nadu. Thank you. You are patiently, in this program from morning to evening. Thank you for you all. And we thank our beautiful yet intelligent MC, Jaya Bhuvaneshwari, and for a wonderful hosting of this program. Jaya Bhuvaneshwari, thank you. Thank you so much. We thank our food supplier, Prem's Grama Bhojana, for supplying healthy and tasty lunch. We thank daughter of Kishore ji for assisting MC and make the program more colorful. Thank you, Ji. Finally, last but not the least, our convener, Mr. Ravi Sendil ji, for sketching this wonderful conference, which I definitely hope our HEF Tamil Nadu will awake with new energy and vision to capitalize the potential hidden behind every dharmic Hindu businessman in the land. Great, Ravi ji, great efforts. We have to definitely give a great round of applause for Ravi ji. Thank you. And all other which is behind the screen, we thank one and all. Thank you. Before concluding, I'd like to invite Mr. Satya, who is going to host the Untitled chapter. Please come forward. Mr. Satya ji, is a long-time friend, and he is going to take care of Untitled chapter, and he has committed that he will bring 25 members within next 10 days. So, I covered everyone. If anyone left, no, I left. I thank once again. Yeah, no, I cannot thank myself. Okay, with this small phrase of Tirumular, I would like to conclude. Telivu Guruvin Tirumeni Kandal, Telivu Guruvu Tirunemum Seppal, Telivu Guruvin Tiruvarthai Kettal, Telivu Guru Uru Sindithal Dane. Guruva Paathanala or Telivu Kedikkunna nambikkoda I would be nandri vanakkam. Members, sorry, national anthem. Wait for 2 minutes. National anthem. National anthem going to play. Please stand for 2 minutes. Two minutes.
पंजाब सिंह जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे जय बोलो भारत माता की जय भारत माता की जय भारत माता की जय Yeah, I'm coming. Where is the cameraman? I don't know for what.
glass, without glass.
One photo, no?
All the chapter members from different districts today, which we launched for 10 chapters, please meet me and go, please. All the chapter members who are present now, who are taking the